I should watch it. I'm also surprised Reject won.
And actually, hard stock diamond one.
You watched the Pacific match?
No.
Bro, I woke up. Like I said, like at 4. It was just starting, and it was like 11 or something. It was still going. I was like, it went all 7. Oh, it was actually.
Slama knocker.
Oh.
Bring over. Bring over.
God, I hate that character. He's so annoying.
Alright.
Such a silly character.
Alright.
He like punches and then you move your aim and he just hits everyone. So weird.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be like that. You're like cranking your mouse like you're cranking your Johnson, I'll be honest.
We look for a slam here. Perfect. This character's just a better Psylocke, by the way.
You'd put three right clicks in like literally the same spot, essentially. You can make it
Like,
one,
or
and then
at least like touching.
yeah, they have to be like gotta be kissing. Yeah.
Not bad.
I see the vision now. I see it. Yo, my fucking Spider-Man's carrying. What the? I got MVP. What the? Oh! How?
Damage.
Human Torch, baby.
Never mind.
Your dog shit, Spider.
GG.
Evidently not. What the instant queue's going on?
Good play.
True. That's not a good song.
You've got the BP on your team.
Heel tickler.
And the magic. GG, lost.
True.
Bro, Dame is the laziest motherfucker ever. Every time he streams, he just like watches someone stream on Discord and then just goes to bed or something.
Magik.
My goat.
Isn't Brisky AFK right now?
Zeusy
Or is
streaming.
I'm streaming.
Oh.
That guy's banned.
Tell you, yeah, I tell you who isn't streaming.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Bro, I was in a Teams meeting on Friday. It was like a big, like 50-man meeting. It was like a big bi-weekly one we have. And for some reason, my Teams unmuted me, just like by itself without me pressing anything, and I just did the biggest yawn ever apparently, and got muted and told off.
Ooh.
And everyone was just laughing at my DMs. Like that was so fucking funny. And I was like, "Do I have to apologize? Was it bad?" And they said no. So.
Hilarious.
I'm just happy I wasn't on my phone. Like, what if I was on like just watching reels or something?
Oh, this goes on TikTok.
Yeah, just
no.
brain rot.
I can't see him. He's blue.
Okay. Can't see him. He's
Yeah.
Bro, quick play is literally just people playing Spider-Man and BP because they're too scared to play in ranked.
me. Wait a minute. Weren't we doing that?
Yeah, but we all have an account.
Uh,
These guys, this is their mains,
right.
and I'm not too scared to play in ranked. I was locked at that shit.
All right, locking in on Raptor.
Might do.
Celestial
I
account.
think it's good enough.
Get Eternity. Go.
Yeah, I think I will this week.
I have to play one match, otherwise I like
Actually gonna-
they D-rank, like decay or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, is it 20 a week or something?
I don't know. I think if you haven't played in 7 days with decay. Oh.
Ugh. You're welcome.
You always want to do the jail like a triangle. Most of the time.
Yeah.
The triangle or square.
I think triangle's best, like in the team fight, just because it's really easy to set up. But if it's like in the neutral, you can go for a big greedy box.
Not good, man. A lot of stuff happened. I mean, you take a look at my wall real quick. That's why my hair's so disheveled. That's why I just put on the jacket last second.
Don't you
Here's my
see?
suit. I'm over here is looking like a maniac. Listen, I've done the math, okay? In North America, it makes so much sense. If you zoom out the camera a little bit.
And Dogman's going crazy right now. Guy's losing his mind.
Over here in the group stage,
You see how much damage it is when you slab? Because you get like 2 guaranteed like shotgun shots.
Yeah. Right earlier on, we're wondering what the hell happened to Solaris. Not a streamer team, right? Apparently that's offensive.
the fuck is this strange doing, bro?
I mean, great player. The whole team's so good. Guru, you guys are amazing. You can play Guru, whatever you want. But you're out of the tournament now, unfortunately. Lost to FlyQuest, lost to Team Envy. Down here, we have Alani Win losing as well. I mean, that team looked super good, but,
You don't have your team up bound to a button.
Second qualifier, not so much. They were to come back through. Lost the Brazilian
Oh,
team. You already know that.
yeah,
Down
because
here,
I've changed it.
Luminosity Gaming dropped one of the
That's
best
what it
teams.
was
Already
before.
qualified for China, by the way. Out of the tournament, first round of the group stage.
Yeah, you need that shit.
Next up, we had Dark Zero. In Japan was Hogs. What are you doing in Japan, bro? Get the hell back to your seat. Play the damn game.
It's a bit of a racist,
on forwards, right? More teams that lost in the group stages didn't make it into the official tournament.
Guy's losing his mind.
Go on, change here.
Next up, we have over here, we have Nightmare, right? Nightmare, Shikigami, Citadel. All these signed rosters out, gone, dead.
Blocking.
We took him out back, gone.
Wait, isn't that what your melee's
Where's
on?
Infamy, right? Jobless is freaking dead. That team.
Melee says.
Moving playoffs, right? Playoffs, fantastic. Move to the right side of the game. We have over here. I need a second.
What the fuck is Dogman doing?
Nightmare, Nemesis. Out. How did we have these two teams? Favors to win the entire tournament? Gone. Dead. They are out of here. Fantastic teams. One had internet issues, whatever. They're gone. Not going to China. Ego Death. Fantastic story. Amazing job with Self. He's so good on Human Torch, Black Panther, all this sort of stuff. That TXT, another fantastic team. Gone. Shroud X. Shroud watched the tournament. They lost because of it. And now we are left with 3 teams that go to China.
Why is your jaws kidding?
Sentinels all going to China in a few months alongside these teams, Shib, in Europe, in Oceania, and
I see him on the flight. Wow.
On the flight. There we go.
Wow, that was beautiful, Charlie. I mean, Dogman. Wow, I love to
Charlie, I mean Dogman.
And you got me hyped, man. I mean, it all made sense to me. What a walkthrough, and a perfect way to start today as we're heading into the grand finals. Beautiful opening, brother.
Wait.
Thank you. You can keep talking.
I hear how tired you are. I'm dying. All right, so you look over here. You just mentioned it. Teams going to China. You look over the Americas region, 100 Thieves Sentinels, and as of the end of yesterday, Envy.
Wait, Americas gets 3?
Against Shroud X. I mean, if you didn't watch yesterday's series, if you didn't watch yesterday's stream,
what?
and you want entertainment, go watch.
Oh, that must be why we thought
3 a.m.
So
EMEA was 3.
Americas gets 3, EMEA gets 2?
And we're gonna, this is the
That's so fucked.
today as my buddy catches his breath. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. We're gonna start off here.
Same amount of teams though. I don't get it.
Finals of Envy and 100 Thieves. That is going to be a crazy lower bracket finals.
Guess there's less pro teams in EU.
Maybe there's not like proper orgs. Hey.
7. These are going to be intense games.
No idea.
I cannot wait to jump in.
I can't either, and I think that's the whole point of back there is just that NA's been crazy. Shib, you and I know many predictions wrong. Everybody didn't know what the hell was going on because so many teams got upset in the first round of playoffs. A lot of teams didn't qualify for the playoffs. I mean, this meta has been amazing. I think Marvel.
Now I really feel bad for VP.
And you know, today as well. I mean, we have the 3 teams in North America that have qualified, but the biggest thing is that there's still $70,000 for first place on the line, man. So I know that matters.
Wonder how the EU teams do against
we did have, I think Rad Esports was even sad they didn't win and get the whole, you know, get
NA.
the first place.
I reckon they kind of body them. I'm not gonna lie.
I think Berber might like roll over NA teams.
Yeah, not only is it an insane
Yeah,
prize pool, but
I
it
think
also
so too.
Like Pokey and like we have like good duelists in NA, but Pokey and Tanuki might like
just here in the Americas
hold
region,
them.
250K here.
Like I don't think they played against very good, like a very good BP at a comp stage.
For a tournament this early on in the infancy of the tournament.
Yeah,
Like this guy was dropping.
There's that one guy.
You know, all these players definitely want to win right
On,
now.
is it Ego Death?
Yeah, but he's not going. Self, he's not going.
Yeah. You said they never played against good BP.
Oh, I mean, yes. Or, I mean, that was Self and Friends, that team. But
oh, I can't wait to see these teams in person, shake hands, and just have eyes on. This is going to be. I mean, we already know who's going in for the Americas region. Obviously, we saw as well for EMEA, but this is going to be an intense situation. This is where teams are going to start standing up. Fans are going to start getting wild. It's going to be so much fun, man. And I know we're going to have more of this conversation soon once we get in with our interviewee that we'll have here coming shortly. But we'll have that discussion very soon. But man, you talked about some of the metas coming up here. Some of these things we're seeing with Cap, with Psylocke. Now
I don't think Dogman smokes, but someone get this man a cigarette.
Stuff, including damage boosting Ultron. I don't even know what to expect today because they're pulling out crazy things like Iron Man.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of insane things going on, and I'm sure J3 is going to help us break us down because that will be our guest. Currently is Jay. Hopefully he's on the line, ready to go.
J3.
I mean, an incredible start to this weekend with EMEA. Jay, you just finished that up, and then now over here in North America with us. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
He's got Nate's shot in the background. No?
Likewise, I'm
just watching himself.
Fantastic. I mean, shout outs to you guys for, I mean, what do you call it, doing a lot of casting. You know, EMEA just finished like 7-8 hours, and you know, it's been phenomenal. And thank you to Marvel Rivals for having me here.
Hashtag sponsored.
Breakdown.
That's the guy.
I like the whole breakdown.
Thank you. I mean, listen, things are wild right now. I even screwed up the PNG of that over there. Shout out to production. I mean, I literally asked them to set this up like 5 minutes before. So, I mean, we were just moving on a fly. And speaking of which, I mean, Jay, you've been, you know, there's a bug on you. I don't know if you see that, but, you know, just good to have you obviously here today. And, you know, Jay, I think you just watched the EMEA obviously today, right? What is your takeaway, I think, comparing the two regions?
What is
I mean,
these heels?
So much North America, so much EMEA. I know you're one of the hardest grinders in terms of our co-streamers out there. What's your biggest thing? What's the biggest difference that you kind of noticed between EMEA and North America?
I think the biggest difference that I know right now is that I think there's like 3 to 4 strong you know, EMEA teams out there right now. You know, Berber Patapim is one of them. Came back and the one thing I will say about the biggest difference between EMEA and America is that America, I feel like, has any team that can potentially just, you know, upset one another, as you guys saw. You know, NA had a lot of reverse sweeps, a lot of 2-3s, I believe. A lot. They've been amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, you've seen it all. 50 hours in the last 3 days. If you haven't followed Jay, go do that right now. Guy is an absolute savage, not only in ladder, but also in these watch parties. Just no sleep at all. Gotta respect it. And piggybacking off that question, just for you, is there an MVP for you, whether it's a player, a team, or both, that you have loved watching this tournament so far?
Ooh, I mean,
I'd say
to be honest with you, all teams have been fantastic.
NA Prios Mag, EMEA Prios Emma.
Player that comes to mind. Well, there's 2 players actually. I think Rye Mazing is doing absolutely fantastic on the Sentinels. You know, I'm seeing him play a lot of off-meta picks that I haven't really seen.
The whole Sentinels game yesterday was
Magik and also a lot of Iron Man. But I think the one person that I would be very scared to play against, and I think a lot of other players as well in the tournament are scared to play against, is Terra. He's
Terra?
I think Emma's better than Mag right now.
If you know, you know.
Oh, I'm saying like who they prio.
Clap for that
like one of the picks and bans.
Beautiful, of course. No, but
Yeah.
These two
stuff, right? I mean, consistently Eternity, consistently one above all. I mean, is he the guy that you're also scared to play against when you go into ranked and stuff, or is there more players maybe in that same category?
What the hell's got?
Bro, it was fucking Gollum.
I mean, a lot of people in the same category. You know, the people who I would be scared against the most is not who I'm playing against, is who I'm playing with most of the time.
True.
You know, 5 DPS, 6 DPS. No one wants to go support or tank, so that's probably gonna be my answer right there.
He's not wrong.
Anyone in the tournament, I'm scared to play against.
You're like the opposite of Necros. You're not a support strike. You just want a DPS strike to exist now because that's the only way you don't get 5 DPS in your game, right?
Exactly. Oh, one person comes to mind is Ego Death Self. That one game, I think it was on Central Park, where they didn't get to ban Black Panther, and it was like game 5 as well, and he went in. Black Panther dominated that game. That was fun to see.
Yeah, no, he's a demon as well, and we saw him change up heroes and still perform. And honestly, kind of talking about and just following that path, you're talking about different heroes that we've seen. We talk about players, but has any of these new maybe meta picks surprised you? Things that you maybe didn't expect?
Take Cloak and Dagger.
Something I didn't expect. I would probably go back to what I said is, you know, probably the Magik pick that I saw Amazing actually pick out yesterday against. I think it was against the 3 tanks, 3 supports on one of those maps. Yeah, I did not expect, you know, a lot of melee characters to come into play yet.
Yeah, that makes it. It's like weird because we're still finding new ways to handle things like these new spawn door holds, and then it does kind of bring to light some of these heroes that maybe aren't selected, right? Like in ranked or in high level of play that now have
Magik against triple tank
to counter some specific strategy.
Yeah, it's to go for the backline. It was actually really good.
And Jay, I think, by the way, just because I mean the character's been out for a little bit now, and you know after Ultron, I think that
I think it's the way you beat it, by the way. It's actually not with spam damage, but by just going flankers and just killing the supports.
At a certain point, I mean, where do you kind of rate this character from what you've seen in Ignite so far, or
does he have nothing to kill you? Like who kills Magik in triple tank?
To be honest with you, I feel like with every new character, especially like Wolverine. I remember when people were playing Wolverine, they were playing him wrong, but now since people know how to play him and like kidnap and bring him to like the backline and stuff, I think it's I think Ultron works really well in the 3 support team comp. Not really in, you know, 2 healers. I prefer, you know, 2 defensive ults at least in my opinion. But you know, he is an MVP, you know, machine. And it's nice to see that, you know, some of these players, especially in this tournament, are dropping like 30,000 damage and 30,000 healing, and sometimes even getting more limbs than, you know, everyone else on their team. So that's crazy to see.
And they're damage boosting Ultron now. They're running the triple with Mantis to give the damage boost. It's just a whole nother level of just threatening up there in the sky. Another flyer.
That's what Pacific does.
Problem. It's, you know, and that led to a lot of clutch moments.
I'm not watching by the way, though.
Had a lot of, you know, I've had so much fun casting yesterday. We saw Shroud X with that insane comeback there against Techie, that close battle.
Like Pacific runs Mantis, Ultron, and like the main heal like 24/7 every single.
That was a clutch moment for me that I loved watching. But
I wrote that down on my comp sheet because I think it's probably quite good.
Then they run a torch for the
If you pair it with a torch, yes.
I think I'm gonna, you know, I have to shout out this guy. I think the one time that my chat was out of the chair was probably Terra on Central Park. I think it was yesterday against Sentinels. And they like Sentinels pushed all the way through, had 4 minutes remaining, you know, and then it was you know, 100 Thieves time. They capped with 1 minute remaining, but then Terra was Amazing, I think, said it as well. He had to look through all the corners and make sure, you know, Terra wasn't there to kidnap him and like take him away on that Wolverine. Oh my God. So that's scary to see.
Said you got to use the shotgun more.
Nightmare fuel.
I'm trying to, but
maybe on that boat,
kind
Jay,
of
I know that you're always trying to like
not you,
a little bit. I know at one point you were like kind of not a Psylocke OTP, but somebody that plays a lot of that character. Do you think that maybe like Wolverine is now in that sort of boat where you think every duelist needs to play it, you know, whether or not you know, need to flex to it or whatever? Do you think everybody just kind of has to have a Wolverine in their back pocket?
I think he, you know, actually, yeah, I would agree. I mean, I just started picking up Wolverine right between the break, between EMEA and NA. We were having a lot of fun in quick play, but I think every DPS, not even just all DPS players. There's
what are these games?
I'm blanking on the name, but there's
Guru
one,
or any of the Z10 guys, maybe.
Well, there's one person who plays tank for their team, but then he actually switches to Wolverine for like a 3. Sorry,
Mace was doing that too.
Z10. And so yeah, there's a few. There's like 3 maybe.
Yeah, there's a few of the tank players that also switched to that Wolverine. Yeah, Guru is one of them. But yesterday they were doing that in the tournament as well, and I think that's pretty crazy to see as well. Wolverine right now is really strong.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who plays a bunch of Vanguard, it's like if you can't beat them, join them. It's so terrifying to go against as a Vanguard. You're like, you know what? I'm just gonna do it myself. And I'm going to put production on the spot here and ask you something on the spot here in terms of your predictions for this series. Obviously, we're starting off here. We've got 100 Thieves and Envy, and then we're going to find out who goes into Sentinels. Do you have any teams you predict, or even the number of maps where it's going to go on either side?
Oh, to be honest with you, okay, this is actually really funny that you asked me that. Cal came to my stream and said that they were going, they beat 100 Thieves like 4 times this past 2 months. So I think, if Cal keeps popping off like he's been doing, he might be able to see that. But I think 100 Thieves might win.
Cal versus Terra?
3-2, if anything.
Cinema.
And then I think Sentinels and 100 Thieves is probably going to be the match to see. That's going to be another rematch. I think maybe if 100 Thieves did their homework and whatnot, that might go to Game 7. Hey, maybe even Game 8. We saw a Game 8 in, I believe, the Asia region as well, with the finals.
Oh,
Not sure if he wins this. I think probably 100 Thieves.
That's why it was so low. I remember now. The Asia match. It went 8 matches because one of the matches was a draw.
Like that's
that's
insane.
that was a wild one. Sorry.
Well, on that, why do you think?
Why am I getting given these games
so good right now? Is it because of the new ban
Quick,
system,
bro.
with
Every
the
game's gonna be
bans
cursed
and
as fuck.
protects
It's all
alongside
good.
of the fact it's
just
not
wanna
global?
learn the
Like,
character.
why do you think there is such parity right now and across every region?
Get on a Smurf.
To be honest with you, it got me. It was very confusing for me.
Honestly,
at first 'cause I don't
smurfing
really
and
watch
like lower
this
ranks is
like,
so much better
Terra
for
that
learning
was.
heroes
I
than
believe it's
quick
probably the
play.
ban system. I think one of the casters said it.
Because this shit is
like,
cursed.
It's probably 70% bans
Hey,
and
Kevin.
30% the actual game. I think the bans,
I'm
unlike any other game, it prevents
Oh, nice.
the mirror matchups. It makes
How was it,
other
dude?
teams run other different comps, and it's a lot of fun to
good
watch.
fun. But I
Yeah,
can't.
it brings the coaches into play, which I think is something that's kind of slept on in esports in
I
general.
bet it was.
So
Well,
it's
you're
super
basically just
exciting. It
working
brings
for the whole
another
week.
element of
Yeah.
difficulty in the understanding of the game. And
Oh, well, is that
another
mine?
question I
Tomorrow
have
I'm
for
just
you in
gonna-
terms
tomorrow I'm
of
just gonna go
composition
home.
and stuff. I know you've run a lot of Namor. I've seen you play Namor, discussing
like a
Namor
12-hour
hella.
nap
A lot of
and
those hit
fucking
scan. It's been something you've been
play
known for.
Smurf account rival.
And something we always like to ask as we're ending
You,
up the
Back
here.
in the swing of
Do
things.
you have a specific hero in the duelist
Where are
field
you
that
right now,
you'd
then?
want to see, or actually any
College,
position
oh,
for that matter? I just know you
I'm
play a
moving
lot of
back to my
duelists
list.
that you'd like to see come into this game as we close up on this interview.
Ooh,
You going back
some
tomorrow?
people have said it before. I would probably say Deadpool. I think Deadpool is going to be a really, fun addition to the game. The one thing I would be looking forward to with Deadpool is his interactions with the other.
Me and
characters
Duck are
and
helping
whatnot. I think that
Avenox
would
get
be
a
very
Elo
hilarious.
potion
And
and Human
I really
Torch.
want to see how well it's done in the game.
Yeah, this is paid
Awesome.
coaching,
Yeah,
by the way.
theorizing, like switching between
Switching up.
pistols and swords, stuff like that could be crazy. More diving, more range, having
Hey,
that
coach, bro, it's
versatility.
And I'm not cheap, by the way.
One more, 3 more hard questions.
Oh,
Like it's actually gonna be really pretty difficult.
100 an hour, bro. They're racking it up.
I'm down. I'm here.
I
as
was
long
about
as
to
it's
ask
fun.
what, like, what rank
Listen,
you're
listen.
at,
I mean,
and I
if
forgot that you're literally playing a
J3
map
was
No,
a
actually,
coach
I
of
do
each of
get
these
paid
teams
for
playing
coaching.
against all of them today.
I'm actually getting grief by this.
I run it cheap, though. I
Right,
do
this
like
is gonna be a tough
$10.
question. I think for every
Yes,
single
coach.
team, when we talk about, let's go with
Coach
Envy
Duck,
first.
bro.
Which would your 4 bans be versus Team Envy?
So I need to watch your tank
Oh,
masterclass
man,
video.
that
I
is
saw
a
it on
very
my
hard
recommended.
question,
It was
man.
fire, bro.
Oh, so I'm banning for Envy's team, huh? I would probably
Against
get
them, yes.
People love that sort of
against them,
content,
so
though.
I
to
would
be honest.
probably get
Big
I'd have to
jail.
ban Punisher. I think Punisher has to
That's
go.
how you do it.
Bro, lock Casper
I
up.
would probably have to ban probably Loki as well.
Casper is getting
Loki
cooked
would
right
probably
now.
have to go, try to get away from those
Oh,
two,
oh.
ults.
By the way, that right there is why
And then
Torch
I would
cams his
probably
seller.
get
Like
rid
if
of
you see her
either
like off
Mag
on
or
an off
Emma.
angle,
Yeah, you
just
nuke her.
right click,
Probably
slam,
Mag,
and she just fucking
definitely
dies.
Mag. And then the last one.
That Hitler I know as well.
If
I'm
you
pretty
ban
sure
Mag, I would probably
she's
ban Psylocke, so
a
you don't get
Teddy
that combo,
player.
that Emma Frost and
I think.
No,
Well,
Psylocke.
yes, that is quick
before.
play.
Okay, J3, congratulations. You've
Yep.
been
You know,
3-0
I'm just
because
gonna
speedily
count,
played
like, just 2
Storm.
games.
The real answer was
I can, but I just can't be arsed. I hate fucking switching accounts all the time.
You forgot. I mean, put you on the spot.
Is it high enough level for ranked yet?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, do you? But if you're
Down-
saying
I'm down to level up, 'cause I've got one I need leveling as well.
Like, what would you do? Is there anything specific you
Yeah,
do for Sentinels, right?
I
What
don't
would you
mind
do for them?
leveling it.
Sentinels.
So we can-
ooh,
Because learning in like Diamond
man,
and
for
GM is a really good place
Sentinels,
to
I'd probably ban
learn
Cloak
brand
and
new
Dagger.
heroes.
I've seen a lot of
Yeah, I
already playing
agree.
Cloak and
Better
Dagger, so I think
quickly.
that would probably be good.
Bro,
Oh,
yeah, like that is
actually,
it's
answer
that's,
this
you're not
and say
gonna
I
learn
fail.
anything there.
Probably Cloak and Dagger.
Honestly, Smurfing is how I got good at Black
probably-
Panther.
It's not smurfing. It's an alt account.
Probably get rid of Iron Man.
The difference.
Amazing has been insane on Iron Man.
Sure.
You're just getting your peak on multiple accounts.
Mag.
Well,
And-
my horrendous account is almost the
Whoa,
same
my
level as my
stuff,
There's
main now.
no way.
So
There's no way.
Loki, sure.
yeah, I'm like halfway through
Okay,
Celestial
so
2. I've
Congratulations, Jay.
been
You
struggling with
you
it.
did not ban Wolverine.
Yeah. I was one
and
game
also
away
the
from
fact that you
eternity,
didn't
and
protect
now
Wolverine on your side,
Celestial
but
2.
Oh my
and now
god.
they're
No,
playing
this is
Groot and
genuinely a
because
canon
it's a
event. I swear to God, they just fuck up your
player.
ranked game and then
Nope,
make
sorry,
you.
unfortunately you failed and it's over.
I don't care. I know.
Next thing,
I know
you
I'm
got,
gonna get it. I need to
100
just
Thieves.
actually
Jay,
play it.
What's your opinion on 100 Thieves? What are you banning for them?
I got it last
Wolverine
season
4
quite easily.
times.
So
There we go. All
I mean, we
right.
got
Congratulations,
Jay.
Jay. You won the whole tournament. There we go. That's good enough.
There you go.
There we go.
Well, to be honest with you, and I don't know if this is true or not, I heard that a tank player, you
Do
know,
a slingshot
on,
as well,
on,
so.
on, you know, 100 Thieves can only play like 3 different tanks. I don't know how smart it would be to ban those 3
Famous
tanks, but that would be very interesting.
Good
he
point.
just ziplined into 4
That's the
people with a
coaching, you know,
shotgun.
I feel it already.
That's it.
Step in, man.
He's a
They need
fucking
you.
Chad.
Get up in there, get up in there.
Yeah, hit me up. If any team needs to lose and come in last place and need a hunk to, you know, balance out the age, you know, I got you guys.
Did you see the clip Nox put
Beautiful.
in?
Well, it's been a ton of fun talking to you as always, man. I'm sure we'll see you. Like I said, if you
Yeah,
haven't
go
followed
in
J3,
clips.
go
Look
do
at
it.
the Jeff one?
I'm sure we'll be
Blood
seeing more
Yeah,
in
the
these
Jeff.
tournaments to come. Have a good one, my man.
It's
Hey, thank you
fucking
guys. Hey,
hilarious.
keep doing amazing.
Appreciate
About
you.
a curse. I was gonna get fined.
Safe, good
All right, get the hell out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Fuck Jeff.
Take care, guys.
Jay. Hey, speaking of
It's
G,
like a
oh my god, I got cut
fucking
off
Great
too.
White
Used to be
thing
known as
after someone
G Threesis, so love that guy. Love Jay. You know him, Shib. I mean, he's just such a funny dude.
Yeah, good dude, absolutely. And you talked a bit about their, banning out flyers, right? We're gonna head in here very soon to 100 Thieves and
Yeah,
the
touch
strategy
it.
that we saw 100 Thieves doing, which I thought was unique, and I want your
That's
take on
what I
this,
wanna
because
see
we
as
haven't talked
well.
about this yet off.
Just minding his own
stream just
business in the
yet, is that
back.
they elected to not ban anything of Speedery at all and went pretty hard on Cal with
If you could get
Punisher,
this hero,
and then
Evan
went
Ox
towards
is
the
very
back
good
line,
at
maybe a
BP
few
as
Vanguards
well,
as
so-
always. And then
Well, he's,
they
like,
just
good
had
into
Terra
everything,
mark
essentially.
Speedery and not leave Speedery's side the entire
Punisher
time.
is maybe a
I was like,
rough
ooh,
matchup
okay,
for him,
before you
honestly.
answer that,
But
let's look at these
everything else
predictions
is
here.
pretty good.
A little bit different across the board. At least, you know what? You and Vicky
Well,
locked
each
in, and
kinda
me and
jiggled
Cozy
different things,
on
so
the
I feel
same
like
side
you
here.
can do the same.
Ooh, and I tied them up yesterday. Let's go.
Yeah, you have. I mean, we've sort of made a comeback, all of us, from what an abysmal day number one it was for basically
Biblical
everybody.
slam.
I mean, especially yeah, we're going 4. So the fact that we've brought it back is definitely big. But it's surprising to me, Ship. Nobody
Wait,
seems
He's
to
head to
think
the
Envy
moon, bruh.
Can win today, even though
Wait, let me see this.
from what Cal said, was it you or was
That's
it Jay
crazy,
that said
bro.
that how they keep winning in
Fucking
scrims?
Mag.
Envy.
I think both. I mean, he's mentioned it a few times. I mean, they're really good. It's difficult, right? And it's a lot of the time. Sometimes I'll just go out in the wind and say,
Go
if
back
I think it's going to go
smashes.
one way, it's probably going to go the other. So I'll throw the other team. But I do think 100
Happened
Thieves is
to I
just
didn't watch any.
so strong.
Well, I'm
and
gonna
even
watch
when they're
these.
down, for the most part, whenever they're down, it's like
I need
it's like
content.
Bruce Banner Hulk. We talk about that a lot. They just get so angry
Valid.
and they perform. They love pressure. So I think that I do think Envy's going to get a couple maps or at least one map and push it to maybe getting into that higher game series. But
Right.
and then they might pop off, and that's the reason I put them there. But in the past, obviously, you see
Again,
here,
twin.
100 Thieves taking that in this tournament 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, in the officials, 100 Thieves has showed up, but it's not been, many times at all. And that's the tough part is we don't have a good read on Envy on these other maps. I mean, we have seen them on Burn of the Child. It's been a tough map for them in general, I think, throughout the tournament. So, we'll see how they've kind of progressed in that department. Also, against somebody like 100 Thieves, it's going to be a good matchup. I think both teams sort of like to play similar comps, right? A lot of them like to play front to back. They don't really, do a lot of crazy stuff like with Ryan Mazing. I think in his interview yesterday, he talked about how they like to, throw the curveball towards 100 Thieves or Team Envy. So that's what it seems like Sentinels has in the back pocket versus both of these teams.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But just continue where we were before. So talking about having Terra now mark Speedery, instead of banning out those heroes. What are your thoughts on that as we look at the roster here for Envy with Cal, Speedery, Kaluge, Window, Nero, and Month? This team is so good, man.
I think it's tough because we're only a few weeks into a meta, and I think there's a few key things we've seen, right? You need to kind of get rid of Speedery on Psylocke a lot of the times. I mean, he's going to be just absolutely disruptive on that character, right? We know that as a fact, right? Also, I think Cal has sort of started to flex over to that Wolverine. That's definitely a problem too. So, I mean, maybe leaving that Storm in, like you said, could be a good idea. I think even at points, Ryan Mazing was talking about how Torch, and this is probably more of a hot take, but I personally think Torch might be a little bit overrated of a ban in general, only because it seems like Torch isn't really carrying like he used to in the previous patch or like a week ago or two, right? I think teams are starting to play around that Torch a lot better. Speedily, definitely one of the best Torch players, so it's always going to be worrisome against him. But I think you maybe The tough part is he's so good on Storm, and flyers are so good in general in this game. It feels like every single flyer has potential. I know even Iron Man people thought was bad a week ago, but Rymazing pulled it out in the tournament and now is in the grand finals. So I think all the flyers in this game are so good, and it turns out characters like Hela, for as much as you would think would be a hard counter to flyers, hasn't really been that at the pro level with how good people are with their movement. So it's a tough choice really at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think flyers have, especially when you have like an invis pocket or something to help out, there's a lot of tools to keep them up, especially against hit scan. But looking at the roster here, Terra, Delena, TTK, Vinny, Harvey, and SJP, another one of those teams alongside Envy in each individual role has the potential in the conversation of being the very best in those roles. This matchup is going to be so much fun to watch. Obviously, we know what Terra can do in the conversation for the very best in the game. Obviously, Terra the Terrifying, Terra the Terrible is a threat, especially when he looks like the game is not in their favor. He always seems to just step up and do insane things. I think yesterday we saw him 50-1 go in there with those tackles on the Wolverine. You know, you saw Rymazing even mentioned in the interview, looking around the corners, trying to find them, thinking they were safe, trying to launch that maximum pulse, and then just getting tackled out of the sky. It's terrifying.
Yeah, that's the scary part about Wolf. He's like sort of anti-flyer and anti-tank. He kind of does everything if you just play him correctly. And, you know, like you said on Terra, I mean, we saw in the Rymazing cam, I mean, they were on attack. He was on Human Torch. He got pulled out of the air 3, 4, 5 times. And you saw in that, like, I think 5th time he got pulled out of the air, there was a reaction where he just, like, put his hands on his head. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, that'd be a good gif right there of Rymazing freaking out because of Terra and how good he is, right? And you talked about how Terra kind of is just that guy who clutches up in those big scenarios, right? You talk about players who have that X factor. He's definitely one of them. I think in EMEA we talk about Pokey. I think he clutched up in huge situations when you're down ultimates. When you rely on one person to pop off, it's Terra in this case, and it's Pokey. I think in EMEA you talk about how Terra probably is one of the best DPS in the game, best duelists in the game. I think you're right. I think he's definitely one of the best, if not the best. And then maybe in EMEA, I think Pokey also has a good shot over there. But there's so many good players right now playing this game at Marvel Rivals, and that's why I think Shib, you and I mean, it's hard for us to be even biased for the North American region, just because I mean, it seems like anyone can compete on any given day, any given Sunday.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that can compete and have been knocked out, you know, you talk about potentially the best in Rivals, definitely the best, or one of the best in Ignite right now, because obviously a lot of teams, including VP, getting knocked out, right? So no longer going to be in that Ignite series right now, so that conversation changes a little bit in terms of who's the best right now. But things that we need to see here for a change of pace. Envy really has been struggling on domination, and that is going to be the first map here as we go into bans. They need to find some success here in Dom if they want to feel more confident going into this series, because even yesterday losing 2 maps to Shroud X on domination.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be some changes. I imagine Emma Frost banned first for both sides, and the Magneto Protect, so we're probably going to see a lot of that character from 100 Thieves get played. I mean, considering how TTK played, and also on Hell's Heaven, how much this character could do, it's definitely big. I think there's so many takes that you can have on this meta right now. I mean, at points, if they're running full dive, you know, you can swap to the Thing. You know, we talked about how the Thing, you know, maybe he doesn't have his place at times, but, you know, he can definitely pop off in the right scenario, especially not against a Bucky. But I think both of these teams have a very good Bucky player in the fact that I think Cal can play it. I think Speedily could play it. Obviously, NK is probably their, I would say, like, designated Bucky player, but overall, I think they have a lot of answers to that sort of comp, and 100 Thieves immediately already are moving Terra's hero pool like we were talking about, Chip.
Yeah, and yeah, we're going to see the Torch ban here, which I know you mentioned you're not 100% convinced on Torch, but Speedery is so good on Torch and has a huge skill ceiling, a ton of movement, like you mentioned, very difficult to track and tough to take out of the sky. So that makes sense to me. I'm kind of on the fence with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying that there's a lot of really strong flyers, but why not take them all out? As you see here, the hard target here for Speedery.
Yeah, I think map 1, I think Yoki said it first from FlyQuest. It's just like map 1 is sort of like a feel out period. You know, they're really targeting Speedily, like you said. On the opposite side, maybe a bit more traditional bans. But I think you just have to adapt, right? And that's the hard part of this patch is that I see like, I'll co-stream and I'll see like EMEA players, pros will be like, yo, like how is NA this bad? Like why are they trolling their bans? And then we'll go to EMEA and then NA pros are like, wow, EMEA is so bad. Like they're screwing up their bans so poorly. It's just like, I think we've just determined, Shiv, that the ban and protect phase right now is just really hard. Like, it's genuinely the most impossible thing to do, and is definitely a big skill, like you said, or how, you know, that is the largest skill in this game, and it really does feel like 70%, 30%. You need to adjust in the ban phase, and at the end of the day, you have to go out and play the game, and you have to play well, but regardless, it's very hard. You have to be ultra big brained. We're seeing even like Sentinels making, you know, decisions to ban 100 Thieves Torch because, you know, for example, like, I just don't think the Torch ban is necessary for a team like 100 Thieves because they're really good at Torch, but we've seen them swap off of Torch, right? In the middle of a series, they will stop playing Torch because they want to go to something else instead of playing that character. So I feel like that's kind of a wasted ban. But, you know, a lot of these teams, it's tough to make those decisions. It's tough to, you know, deviate per team because you have to do so many hours of research just to figure out what to ban.
71% to 29-2 on the predictions here, bud. I mean, that is as big as we have ever seen in terms of a deviation. Allowing that Wolverine through too. I know what you're saying there. Getting rid of the Torch. Obviously, maybe they just struggle as a team, or they just don't feel, they just don't want to deal with it and have their eyes up as much in the sky. But allowing that Wolverine through on a map like this, where Wolverine can find a ton of off angles, is a little crazy to me. But you know, these teams have been practicing against stuff like this as we go into the first fight.
And they go to triple, right? I think triple on this map is solid. You're just gonna have to be able to get Cal set up on these ults. I think Envy is definitely one of the best triple res teams in the game, if not the best. And they're already starting off with some cheese here, Shiv versus this Wolverine.
The kidnap. They tried to make it happen. We saw Solaris do this. Maybe the inventors of it as we start this fight. Window does get success there with the kidnap, and Deletta goes down early. What a play as Speedery and the rest of the team is now gonna try to make up for the early tackle. Up in the sky goes Kalush. Goes right down. Does he have the jump? He does manage to get out of there early on as we proceed with this fight. 100 Thieves now kind of owning this space. Wolverine in the front line. Speedery finding one early. TTK goes down, and it's back and forth right off the start here. The bubble gets pulled out from the side of Envy again.
Yeah, that original cheese sort of play with the Wolverine, or with the teleporter, has definitely allowed Envy to just gain all the space on the point after Terra falling. They were able to kind of collapse towards this objective, and then after that, you know, if Terra doesn't get that pull off the map on the Kalush, maybe he could take himself and that Strange out, but maybe that could have turned the fight. Regardless, huge position to be in now for Envy as domination. You know, that percentage can go up so fast. It's probably at 60-70% before you know it.
Yeah, I mean, getting that first fight win, we talk about the value in that, right, all the time. That early play when they're up in numbers, and they clearly found advantage through it, even though they were kind of getting driven back. They just played patiently and dropped back, used that bond to buy time. Look how many ults are up for Envy as they have 6 ready. Speedery here going to be using this Galactic Legend in no time. As soon as this dance floor goes down, but down goes Window, out goes the Eye from Kalush, finds one. Will they dunk right back with the Meteor? They do. Down goes Nero as again 100 Thieves are turning this around. Even being down ultimates, out goes the Res, and the entirety of the team is back trying to take this fight. Up goes Invisible Boundary. Out and again is the Blind. Do they find value? Not quite yet. And oh my goodness, Terra with a 4-piece followed up by SJP. Cal gonna res back, but it's not gonna be enough. But at this point, 63% here for Envy.
And that was just intelligent by 100 Thieves to save onto that invisible boundary. Envy, maybe overlaying ultimates. It's tough because you don't really know when to exactly use that Guardian's ultimate. When you use that Star-Lord ultimate, usually TTK is going to be there with the Meteor M to connect on him. But, you know, that was well played by 100 Thieves, and that's the terrifying part we've seen of Terra and on that Wolverine. He's just able to find that first pick. The res is forced. They're able to match the ultimates, and now in this fight, they're having the only ultimate in the game with Delena and his ultimate. He's no Meteor M on the other side to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Goddess of Death available, although maybe not one of the strongest quote-unquote ultimates in the game right now, especially when there's no strategist ult up, it's far more valuable and much more dangerous, especially as a second life. And here it goes. Up goes the Goddess, and Speedery finds Harvey, though, down back in number. Speedery make that 2. Do I see 3? Delena gonna find Month. Is the res up here for Month? If so, that will turn those numbers right back. Kalush onto Terra again. Envy dropping back, giving that space for a little bit, coming right through, and Month does have the res. Delena finds Nero, but still heavily down in numbers and is going to be forced to retreat back to the team.
Yeah, that's the difficult part of, by the way, interesting angle from Delena's camera. Just
smelling the screen.
Monitor. He's smelling the screen. I love it. But regardless, yeah, unfortunately, versus these compositions, versus this triple res comp, you have to get those 3 eliminations first to really equal even 1. So, unfortunately, Terra as well is disgusting last stand.
It's just so consistent with these last stands, just knowing exactly when to engage. Up we go here. TTK hasn't missed much, but he does there. Cal gonna res back window. Vinny gonna find Kaluge. Cal gonna res Kaluge right back. Numbers dead even as we go into another fight. And look here, 95% for Envy. Dance floor goes out for 100 Thieves. Can SJP bring the team in? There's the tackle again onto Kaluge, who's holding on, making sure the team is staying healthy. Now driving in once more. Bond is out. Out goes the eye, and it's big. Window from downtown, not able to land, but Vinny collapses in on Nero. TTK on a couch. Speedery is going to jump off. Delena on the window, and they are going to take this point back, but 99% here for Envy.
Yeah, it's called the Guardians comp, but it definitely could be seen as a zombie comp. I mean, it's just amazing how many times Envy comes back to the point. Terra is there, though, on Wolverine. That's the one hero you definitely need versus a comp like this, since you could just kind of melt people down, doing one of the highest damage or DPS in the game. So right now, Terra has last stand as well, having the strongest ultimate in the game, and there's no Stratus ultimates. I'd be very scared as Envy right now.
Yeah, this is going to be in their favorite ult advantage here, but it's closely going to be followed here. Speedery does have that Galactic Legend. Out goes the, invisible boundary. Immediately shutting that down is going to be a tough look. Good counter. Good idea there by Harvey. But the tackle out of the sky. Harvey! Oh, I mean, Terra, excuse me, out of nowhere. Coming in hot. Vinny going to find Speedery. Speedery going to res back up, though. The team is going to retake here. Remember, this Guardians comp, you do not count those picks too early. Got to keep your eyes on the KO feed. Nero going to dive in here. One of the strongest strategists in the game. Finds one as SJP goes down. Delena back on Cal. Speedery onto Harvey here. And this is another trade situation as Speedery takes out TTK. Will they get this first map here? It looks like Envy is doing a great job with the teleport. Likely. Oh, it cannot come through. That should be it unless this touch is crazy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, yep. Nope, that will go to Envy first round. And Shiv, I think that 100 Thieves, I mean, it wasn't necessarily their fault, but I feel like they assumed Envy had more ultimates than they did, right? They were still a little bit of ways from ults. I mean, they maybe could have followed up on that Star-Lord res. Unfortunately, it's tough to find that pick. I would have liked to see them play a little bit more aggressive, especially versus Envy, who takes advantage of that space that they have, coming in with that cloak ultimate from Nero, creating all of that pressure onto the backline. We saw SJP fall. If maybe they got onto the backline a little bit earlier before reses were even out and before Nero even had his ultimate, maybe they could have found something. So I think they gave maybe a little bit too much credit to a team like Team Envy, or maybe they just want to play a little more aggressive, allow Terra a great last stand location, and unfortunately, because they gave up all that space, they just gave up the point, and Envy took full advantage.
No, it's beautifully well put. I do agree with you. It's tough to ult track, especially if you don't have somebody who's really good at it. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say, but at this level of play, a lot of the times these teams will have somebody that is really doing that, really good at understanding damage and what it translates to in terms of ult charge and what they could output. But one of the craziest things I got to say is the ban was a tough look. I think 100 Thieves did a pretty good job with it, believing, yeah, like you said, Guardians comp and Envy, and them electing to use this composition. This is a really good choice, and it's obviously paying off from here on a mode they usually don't find success in.
Yeah, I think Envy is one of the best teams in the entire world at running this Guardians comp, and it's tough because you want to take out the advantages of your other team. Every single team in Marvel Rivals has a weakness, right? Whether that be group, whether that be not being able to play Guardians comp. Every team has a weakness, and we're surely going to see 100 Thieves maybe deviate the bans in the upcoming ones. And same thing for Envy, right? We know how good Terra is on Wolverine.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not horrible when you have a Warlock with a good bond sense. Oh, and that's a good clobbering time here from Kaluge. Are they able to find value? No. Dance floor goes out there, holding on for 100 Thieves. Kaluge very low now. Is going to fall to Lena. Good shots there, and one's up, and there's that board again. Bring the team right back. Hold on to the point. Vinny on the window now. Cal going to res window right back. Terrifying Speedery in the off angle, and another mean tackle to Lena. Going to clean that up with Kaluge, and that res will not come through again as it just happened. Speedery going to pull out that Galactic Legend. Will they be able to get any value? Not quite yet. Again, just stalling, but nobody has the point just yet. This is going to be very back and forth. Up we go with the meteor. Doesn't land. It does not. SJP finding a pick onto window. SJP doing that so frequently on these early picks. Luna does so much damage in this patch. Up in the height again. Delena using this Goddess of Death, followed up with the Eye of Agamotto. Can they combine together? They do, as Delena takes out two. Vinny onto Speedery, and again for a two-piece. SJP cleaning that up, and they will get this point.
Yeah, this time 100 Thieves benefited from playing slow again. I mean, they get to hold on to Harvey's ultimate. The invisible boundary still up in this fight. Terra with the last stand available as well. Envy deviating from their original idea with the thing. Kaluge, unfortunately, not liking that character so far. Going to go over to that to the Captain America. And it's funny to talk about Captain America because I know a lot of people will say how EMEA probably has the best Captain Americas. In NA, maybe at times can look like they don't have the best Captain America. So it's funny that that's the thing. But here comes that last stand again from Terra early on. Actually misses, but forces out the bond.
Yeah, and that is the counter, and that's where they're tracking Vinny. Gonna find Window. SJP again with that pick. Delena onto Speedery. Wow, good picks there in that neutral. Not using too much, obviously, forcing out last stand, but once again, 100 Thieves heavily up in ult advantage. Double strat ults ready. TTK gaining and Vinny as well. This is going to be a tough battle back here for Envy.
A tough fight in the 1v1 with that cloak and dagger, but right now 100 Thieves at 100% on, or 50% on the board. Envy coming up on those ultimates, and you talked about that soul bond and Adam Warlock. I mean, that's one of the strongest abilities in the game alongside the crystals from Loki, so I think we're definitely have to watch out for that in this fight. Even though the ultimates are lacking at the current moment, Envy will be up on them shortly on top of that Captain American ult, which is basically another strategist ult.
Yeah, we haven't seen Envy run Guardians a lot in this tournament specifically. They found a lot of success in the past, so it is cool to see it now, but they've been doing a lot of that Mantis Ultron damage boost instead, and now they are resorting back to this. Envy now gonna have these ults. We do see SJP bringing out the dance floor. Terra ready with another last stand. It seems like he has 100 of these things. There is some strong damage down. Goes Window early on. A tackle right on to Cal. Cal gonna fall here. Make that 2. Vinny gonna get 2. Month gonna res back. And this point, Terra's just tracking, waiting for the res to happen. I don't know if Cal's gonna be able to do it. He may have to quickly reset here. TTK on a Month. Kaluge onto Delena. And they are keeping this space forward. Nero very low now.
Yeah, Nero gonna fall or get incredibly low, but back onto the team. Cal resurrected himself and will be available in this fight. But right now they're on the back foot. We'll see how 100 Thieves reacts with the ults.
Yeah, almost 100% here in this early fight. There is that touch here from Kaluge. Kaluge going to try to dive into the back line. Ult advantage is actually roughly even. Envy slightly ahead. Speedery, it gets canceled out of the sky there, I believe, by Terra. Didn't have eyes on TTK. Going to dunk directly out of Kaluge. Down goes Speedery. Yes, it was Terra's tackle to cancel that Galactic Legend. That is insane. Double res comes up here from Cal. The numbers are even again. Delena onto Month, but what do you know? Right back into the fight. The res is there again. Numbers are even. Can Window find this dunk? And yes, Window does. That is huge. Again, with the Goddess of Death up, trying to trade back, but Envy is up in numbers, if you can believe it, even after all these KOs.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have that Adam Warlock. I mean, you only need to find one pick, and you're at a huge advantage. Terra now has to walk all the way back from spawn as 100 Thieves pushed out. Delena needs to find a pick, and oh no, it's Month to find the first pick, the carry. One of the strategist carries of Envy.
Yeah, well done here by Envy. Good patience. Even 100 Thieves, I like the positioning, retaking there, allowing them to get some touch on a point, and then trying to retake there when Terra got back. Terra finding Kaluge, who was trying to find value in the back line prior. That is a tough look. They're going to have to come back quickly. Obviously, no res there for Cap.
Have no res, and if you lose this round, I feel like Adam Warlock is actually really solid on this round with those reses. It's very easy to hide. It's going to be way harder on the next round. And oh no, Window gets picked early by Vinny. 100 Thieves doing a good job right now.
TTK is really strong. One of the best vanguards with these meatballs. Does not land here, though. The space nuke. Speedery try to put some damage out. Going to spin to win. Only 5% to ult. Not finding a ton of value there. There's that last hit again. Terra. Can he be stopped? Month very low. Going to try to tackle back here with the dash. Great patience. And there goes an ult again. Forcing that out is insane value. The team is going to collapse. And now the portal's out. Whole team going to be here as we do see some passive pops for all of the Guardians. Here is Star-Lord again. Very low on the Vanguard line as Vinny falls. Delena taking out Kaluge again, and these are again an even number fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Team Envy need. I mean, they're coming up with that ult soon. Kaluge also have to coming back, and it's fortunate that he got picked off in that fight. Harvey as well, able to find one more on a Speedily. He's not going to be back in the fight because Cal doesn't have that res just yet until now. So it's going to be another fight, an incredibly long one. But Cal with the ult does have that res to going to go up to high ground. Going to wait to use it maybe till everybody. Oh. They don't touch again because they got cleaned up off the point. I forgot about that. That was an important aspect to touch on because 100 Thieves just had Terra on the point with the claws, and that's always going to be deadly.
That's all you need, right? You know what I mean? It's all you need. Just a pissed off Logan. Put him on the point, let him do his thing. And I mean, crazy tackles there. You can look now at these stat lines broken up. Delena doing a great job there too, as well as Vinny, who's finding a ton of luck here in the Vanguard role. Not luck, but success, excuse me, as Terra as well with 12, 19k damage. But TTK 23 on that Magneto, 25 from Delena. And you look over on the opposition, obviously heavily going to be on the shoulders of Speedery because it's the main duelist there with 8 finals. But you can have a ton of, you can get KO'd 100 times. It doesn't matter because you're always going to be back in the fight.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, how 100 Thieves are playing, it's just so patient. I think this might be one of the better counter-engaged teams in the entire game, right? They kind of let Envy run at them. They pick off speedily. They allow Terra to find those picks by, you know, playing slow. You could see even when he let Vinny kind of fall back and go down into that invisible boundary, you can see every single ultimate is super passive because they always know Envy wants to go forward, right? They soul bond, they go aggressive with the blasters, they try to enable speedily. So as long as you can outlived that first engage, allowed Delena to find these picks onto the Hela. The longer these fights go, the better it is for 100 Thieves, as long as they don't lose anybody, because their backline, Harvey and SGP, do a great job of keeping everybody alive.
Very well put here, owning the high side. Kalush gonna start the fight off there with that freedom charge. Remember, stay inside that path and you will stay healthy. Kalush going directly, just walking right through him. Not walking, he's Ubering right through the back line. Will they fall? Delena, though, turning it right back in his favor. Down goes Munch. Speedery onto Harvey. Munch gets rezzed up. Delena gonna drop Nero. Window onto Vinny, as Window is keeping the pressure forward. Cal gonna res back up with the Nero, as we see up on the high side. Another one of those reses from Cal, seemingly every fight nowadays. Speedery gonna pop the Galactic Legend. Gonna be difficult to find value through the dance floor. Terra finding 100 picks, it seems like. TTK onto Speedery now, and nobody's gonna be able to be res through that, as 100 Thieves through those ultimates. Still hold on to the points. Come on.
And that's the tough part. I mean, Cal used his res, but there's nowhere to really hide on Adam Warlock when you're against the team who reads Adam Warlock so well. Envy switching compositions now. I mean, it just makes a little bit of sense, just considering that this Adam Warlock is so hard to run on this point. That maybe he's still going to keep running it because they have that Mantis. No, Cal's going to go over to the Hela now, and that makes a lot of sense. I just feel like on this round specifically, it's so hard to make Triple work. Maybe Triple can work on more maps with more cover, right? We have to go to Araco, some of these other ones, but right now Triple's not working, and it's a smart idea to switch off it.
I'm with you. That was a great call last map. I think it's a difficult spot. It's more open and it's more readable. Obviously, there's a little bit of off angles on the right side, but you're in a horrible position on the respawn if you go underground there. TTK very low on HP. Vinny gonna find one, but Cal takes out Delena. Speedery now going to be taking out TTK on Logan. There is going to be almost a complete switch in comp here, getting rid of that Guardians composition like you had mentioned. And there goes the boundary. Well done. Cal again onto Vinny. This is a difficult thing to put out. These eternal bonds are on these moving platforms. Terra takes out two. Speedery and Cal. My goodness, back and forth for days. Not quite sure who's up anymore, but it doesn't matter because Envy has the point and they are pressing forward.
Yeah, and this is an interesting variation of the comp as well. Window over to that Venom to go with these dives. We know Window prefers that character as well as Cal. Oh my God, gets tracked down by Terra. Even though Envy has that point, 100 Thieves kind of just march in.
And here we go. Speedery, look for this. Oh, it's Mean! Onto the back line, doesn't find value. Great bubble there to slow up the pace. Delena gonna take out Speedery, and it gets returned right back. Return to center. Delena, make that two. Pop it off in this game. Terra, down goes Window. Kalush falls, and wow, 100 Thieves returns and answers instantaneously.
Yeah, this is an absolute banger already. You know, both teams, you know, back and forth. Just so many plays on Wolverine. This is definitely a star-studded matchup with Speedery and Terra playing that character alongside Cal and Delena. A classic matchup between two aim gods. And right now, I'm curious to see which team kind of comes up on top. We have that Doctor Strange difference and the Venom difference alongside the Loki and the Invis difference alongside the Luna Snow and the Cloak and Dagger. So it's a backline difference a little bit, but I think it's going to be even up for both teams.
Seems like both teams shook hands and said, hey, how about we go to season 1 again and restart these compositions? And here we go with an immediate feast. Does it find any value? Not quite. More like a snack as they retake the height. Delena gonna drop back, and oh, that meteor. Oh, it was huge from Kalush, and it does get one with a follow-up from Delena, but they weren't able to get much more. Terra is angry, and there's that last stand. Down goes 2. Make it soon to be 3. Will they be able to retake this point? And up goes the meteor again. Downtown, TTK weaving it like it's his job. Down goes Month with that ult out, and that's a ton of value.
A ton of value indeed. I think it's going to close out. I mean, Window's going to have that portal. They're able to come back maybe with Nero as well, sustaining on the point, so they'll have a chance. Welcome over from Vinny. Oh, can't touch the point as well. And 100 Thieves win map number 1 on Hell's Heaven.
You can see the frustration on Cal's face in the bottom right there if you had eyes on the camera. Just the touch at the end. Although it was a tough fight to win, just being down in numbers like that, obviously you hate to not at least give it a try by not being able to get on that point. But what do you know here? Logan himself, when he loses the map, actually gets angry, gets his charge up in real life, and just starts sweeping and is the MVP and takes map 1.
Well, let's take a look back at the bans as well. I mean, this is really how we got on that comp in the first place, right? We had that Emma Loki ban alongside the Cloak and Dagger and Torch ban for team Envy. We can sort of dictate how that went wrong, I feel like, a little bit, right? The Cloak and Dagger protect was big. It was also nice to have that Loki because it wasn't protected, or sorry, because it was banned. But we can see, I feel like so many backlines in this game are so strong, and it might be more important, honestly, to focus on duelists, right? That's the biggest thing, is that you can ban out Cloak and Dagger, you can ban out Loki, Envy, but the problem is you still have Invisible Woman and you still have Luna Snow, who are two pretty much as good support, strategists. And, you know, we talk about how strong Loki is, but sometimes it can feel like it's a bit of an overinvestment to get rid of him just because you have so many good backlines, right? So many good strategists. So I feel like that's a slight overinvestment from Envy, but, you know, it's what map 1 is for, right? We're in a first to 3, we're in a best out of 5, so you can make those changes, you can adapt. But I feel like in North America, there's not a lot of teams that make those quick adaptations. Envy, I feel like they're going to feel confident going into map 2 running that Guardians comp, but it depends on what map they take us to. Sometimes Guardians comp, I think, cannot be that strong. I mean, there's certain points like on Convergence where I think Guardians comp is strong, but we saw what could happen against the team that knows how to play against triple. They'll just look for a Cal, they'll make sure he never has a good res set up, and then you're forced onto a different composition in which I don't think they have a massive advantage because you have the Invisible Woman to counter the Wolverine. So there's so many like things that can change the game, and for 100 Thieves, I feel like they sort of played it well, especially around Terra, like you said, just really gave him all the strategy or all of the support that he needed.
Yeah, I like that call out. And you mentioned there in the beginning, talking about strategies, kind of being a little underlooked. SJP, if you looked in that feed, yeah, you saw a lot of MVP plays from the duelists doing what they do, including the Vanguards of 14 finals, 11 finals, really good from TTK and Vinny. But SJP, if you looked at the feed there, was getting KOs before a lot of these plays were made. And that goes to show you the strength of Luna. And that's why you see Luna banned a ton in these maps, because Luna is not only an incredibly strong healer, but does a ton of damage right now. And if you get those picks early, the value in that being a strategist, being able to find picks is more than you can ask for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now 100 Thieves are in the driver's seat, and I think as long as they keep getting that Wolverine through, it's going to be great, because we've seen, I mean, Shib, Wolverine is one of the most disgusting characters in the game. I think it's sort of getting on most people's tier lists, like slowly climbing up. I mean, you saw, this is what we're talking to you about Human Torch, right? It seems like on Human Torch, if you're just sort of like just marked all the time in the sky like we saw with Terra, I mean, is it even fair to say that Wolverine might be the best duelist in the game?
You're asking me, I say yes. I want to ban Wolverine in every game I'm ever in, so you're preaching to the choir.
That's because you're an Emma player. That's because you're a Vanguard player, okay? Bias mofo.
100% bias. No joke about it.
No way about it.
No, even so, it's just so difficult. You know, you talk about the passive having essentially an iframe, a second life, and then just the raw damage output, gaining those colossal 100 charge. Your last stand being a super impactful ultimate that finds a ton of KOs. I mean, this is, and I'm going to be honest, man, this is like the 3rd game in a row with Terra that you've found 50 limbs. So, oh my God. Like, in my opinion, just like Sentinel said, that's got to go every game.
We'll talk about it later because I think we have to throw to a break in a second, but I do feel like, you know, this Wolverine is definitely the strong suit of North America in general, and that's because of Terra, like you said. So we're going to go into map 2 in just a second. We're going to do a short break. We'll be back for game number 2 in just a bit.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
100 Thieves taking the first map against Envy. Envy in that domination looked a lot better than we've seen in the past, though. It's just that final map, it kind of faltered a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still going to be back and forth between these teams, and I think in the Ignite series, we've had the best series of Marvel Rivals that you can watch, right? I think there's a reason why most people are like in chat being like, hey, tell your friends about this, because right now, $70,000 is on the line for first place, $250,000 prize pool for Stage 1 Shib, and this is only game number 2, right? Obviously, these players have punched their tickets to China already, but everybody wants to win because this is the most money anybody's competed for, and we're only in Stage number 1 of the Ignite series.
Yeah, we talked about top earner. We mentioned that earlier, and you know, this is nothing to scoff at. This is 70K. This is money that's going to help you. This is going to help your setup. This is going to help you succeed in the future. This is going to help your life. And you know, we talk about getting to land. That's already locked in now for the Americas region, so a little bit of weight off your shoulders. But the prize pool, right, first to second is 35K difference. That is huge.
Yeah, and then you know, you build that momentum moving forward. You can maybe get more sponsorships for your team. You know, a lot of things definitely end up succeeding for you. You know, we saw so many unsigned teams that look very good. Ban phase, by the way, not coming through, but over in EMEA, you know, Burr, I think this team definitely could have been looked at, definitely could have been signed before Ignite Series. Now they won EMEA and they're unsigned, so they're about to make a huge bag, I'm pretty sure, from a bidding war, I imagine, behind the scenes. Meanwhile, for Team Envy, they're banning that Wolverine now, Shib, so they're taking some priority in moving it into their hands, right? Taking that Envy out of the game, taking the Punisher, focusing a lot on Terra's hero pool already.
Yeah, and that is a strategy that has seen success in the past, and that's what I was mentioning. It's just a smart decision here, I think, for the side of Envy, who is now trying to change some things up. You can't let that Wolverine through. If you get 4 straight 50 bombs in a row, we're all in trouble.
So who do we protect here? It's the Punisher. What do you think about that, Shib? The Punisher protect alongside the Magneto. I mean, both those characters synergize well. They also got rid of 100 Thieves Punisher, group ban on the opposite side, but what do you think here, Shib? What do you think about this ban phase so far?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think this is what Envy needed to do to change things up, and I think Cal on that Punisher is really, really, really good, and that's probably what they're banking on here. I'm assuming, yep, we're going to see Speeder potentially on Wolf or in the sky. You know, actually, they don't have much options for this guy, so, ooh, look at that. Maybe an Iron Man, but yeah, definitely Cal on the Punisher.
Yeah, we've seen it's viable. I mean, you know, like we've seen with I think, was it with Gurus, or not Gurus, sorry, Jay even today said maybe you have to ban out Iron Man versus Sentinels, but yeah, what about versus Envy? Because I don't know, at least in terms of what we see from this ban phase, personally, I would actually favor Envy in terms of their bans, right? The Groot had to get banned because you didn't have Wolverine, right? As we've seen in Sentinels, if you don't have Wolverine on your team, you just can't play against Groot. It's so hard. I mean, you could say Bucky, you could say some of these characters, but I feel like anything besides Wolverine feels like it's very hard to play against Groot from what we've seen. So that's definitely a good counter ban, but I would argue, Shib, that Speedly's hero pool, just based on how it is, because it's sort of not off meta, but maybe not the strongest picks at the current moment, just with the Storm. I know Human Torch is still good, but don't get me wrong, I just feel like Punisher and Wolverine, 2 of Terra's best characters, are definitely more scary, in my opinion, than those as well. And the Psylocke also still goes through, so there's so many things that have happened in that ban phase, Shib, but personally, I would favor Envy in terms of how they approached it.
I'm with you on that. I think that's a great call out. I do think that we can see Speeder on Wolverine, you know, good Wolverine as well, but not electing to do that just yet until they, oh, just kidding. They are electing to do that right now. Excuse me. You saw a little switch there, but, oh, no, Psylocke, what do you know? Rock, paper, scissors, month now. Gonna be pressing forward on the Luna too. Just checking things out in the beginning there. We are gonna see that damage boost comp here as Cal isn't on the Punisher instead. They're gonna go down that path. They saw what they were dealing with. This is really smart, and went back and traded up compositions to try to find more success. Terra gonna be on the Winter Soldier though. Bucky Barnes, love it.
I gotta be honest though, like I feel like, you know, I want to see this comp do well on Envy's side, but I feel like this comp is sort of outdated. You know, I feel like we've seen this like a week ago in Asia, we've seen this in EMEA. Personally, I feel like this comp's overrated unless Delena, oh my gosh, just gets picked early from Nero. That's kind of a weakness of 100 Thieves. I feel like Delena has not necessarily been performing to expectations, I think, on Psylocke, although he's still a fantastic player.
Yeah, last map he absolutely popped off, but one thing we got to call out is Nero here on Ultron. In my personal opinion, one of the best Ultrons in the game. We talk about that on the Cozy cast and already finding value. Kalu's going to take out Vinny too, down a few numbers, and out goes a few ultimates. They're going to have to retake this fight. Not going to get 3 full fights here, so well played again. Nero finding a second. Do we see 3 up into Delena here? Delena going to have to go back and reset with the team. Is going to have that Hella, which is difficult to go into Ultron, but Ultron's movement in that sky very, very quick. Tough to land shots on, and you know you can ultimately track their window. Going to find TTK. That's another pick. Will they get this point this quickly? And here comes the dance floor to buy them some time. Up on the point they go. Eye of Agamotto right at the door. Doesn't get value. Window going to drop back. Good positioning using that to send. And oh, must have been a crystal play or a shield. Didn't see much value, but good idea there from Window. We're weaving that thing with the descend button.
Absolutely. Here comes the dance of butterflies from Speedily as well. Just cleans up the back line. Fantastic work from Team Envy. Just finding the staggers now, but right now Envy just kind of finding those picks on Delena, forcing him over to the Hella. I think making 100 Thieves uncomfortable is definitely their #1 priority. For Envy though, this comp is still solid for sure. It's just difficult, I think, to make it work versus specific compositions. 100 Thieves on their side. They've got the Bucky, they've got the Hella. You would think maybe Bucky would do well, especially versus Triple Strategist, because you can just kind of burn through all of that health pool, burn through all of that healing. But right now, Envy pushed through first point so fast, and we know second phase is hard to defend.
Look at that dash over to make sure team's a little bit healthy. There's a ton of ults here for 100 Thieves as we see. Caps are running directly at the team. They're going to follow up right onto the back line. Cal holding on to that all. Good patience. Nero as well, already on his second with Ultron. Terra, TTK, Delena. It will have ults ready as the numbers will be in their favor in terms of ults for this next fight as Harvey's going to be there too. Team's going to reset on both sides though, and we do see that Ultron bot on Strange, who does a great job healing. And there, you talk about, Vanguards that can find success with Ultron if there is a duo. And I would say Strange, just being able to dance around that shield because it does give you time to have more delayed healing. Good positioning, way to drop back and make that ultimate almost a moot point there. Moot point, I think. I don't even know anymore. Terra, Perception using this Kraken impact on height. Here goes the eye. Does land on TTK and SJP. Down goes SJP. Does this meteor land? It does. Very weak there for Delena. Way to drop back onto the dance floor. Good vision there from the side of Harvey with that copy to make sure the team stays healthy. Terra going to drop back, try to play together, but that's going to be 2 more. Speedery, Window, Month, finding a 4-piece. Vinny very low now. Make that 5 as they walk in.
Yeah, I suppose, whatever Envy does, just play harder on Speedily in this Psylocke. We've seen so many Psylocks pop off. I think this has been a difference maker. By the way, portal block coming through from Kaluj, and SJP the only one to walk out. I mean, 4 on cart, too. They're going to just blast through this, and SJP might get staggered.
Yeah, that's a great portal block. That is insane.
He's on cart, though.
Oh, wait, excuse me. What's a portal block? I don't even... I'm so...
They did, but he made it through. I mean, they're still touching, though, and other players made it through, so eventually Terra's going to be back here on Iron Fist out of all heroes.
Yeah, there must have been a little bit of a window to sneak through there, as I think everyone got out. I got to get eyes again towards the back line. No, there is somebody locked in. I think it is Harvey who's locked. Yeah, Harvey's locked in back there right now. Nero going to use the Rage of Ultron directly onto the front line, putting that damage out, and it's eaten immediately by the meteor right to the back line. You see there, you got to love the controller. If you're a controller fan, definitely viable if you can get the job done at this kind of level. TTK, one of the strongest Vanguards in the game, using the sticks. Up in the sky we go again. Vinny dunking, does land. Excuse me, TTK dunking. Window goes down. Vinny gonna fall to the side of Nero. Numbers even down here again. And another dance of the butterfly. Will it get value for the side of Delena this time? No, it does not. A freeze out. Terra playing Iron Fist. And that's more unique. Only seen this a few times in this tournament. TTK on a month, doing a good job following up on some of these picks, just trying to get some help up there into the sky, and directly onto the back line is Cal at about 50 HP. Delena gonna take out Cal, and they're still down in numbers, so 100 Thieves figuring this composition out. TTK with 2 more, and that is a really well done and patient fight for 100 Thieves, who are just dancing back and forth with picks.
Hey, where's Samito at, man? He's talking about how this character's not very good. Look now. I mean, Terra on this Iron Fist, we know how good he is on this character, and it makes sense versus these flyers, versus a lot of the health pool, right? He's going to do more damage with that over health, the percentage damage that Iron Fist provides. So Terra, and then also on top of that, Shiv, SJP gets the team up to boost people back away. It's really good when Speedily comes in for those dives. Underrated team up, that team up between Iron Fist and Luna Snow.
You know what? That is a really good call, and something, honestly, I forget a lot. Very valuable team up for Luna with that push away, and I believe it slows, too. I'd have to double-check. Don't play a ton of Luna, but that is a really strong anti-dive team up as Terra going to try to take that space. Is holding on to this ultimate here, ready to start punching for days. Some strong damage. Kalush holding this doorway with Dr. Strange. You know how strong those eyes can be, and out goes the Eye of Agamotto. Does it land on the back line? It does! A ton! TTK, though, going to find Cal, and not much off of that eye, as it is matched here for the opposition. position as we do see SJP bringing out the dance floor.
Yep, and they're surviving for so long. Ultimate's out. Agamotto didn't connect, like you said, and now everybody falls over to Delena and Terra. I mean, you get the freeze and slow down Terra, but right now, I mean, 100 Thieves are looking so good. 15 seconds left to go, Shib, and the Iron Fist, a character maybe a lot of people doubted, is looking good, but that's the kind of that's what we've noticed so far from this tournament. It feels like characters that are underlooked, underappreciated. Iron Man, Iron Fist, you know, Magik. So it can be viable in the right situation.
Oh, he does get there. What? That is insane. I'm with you, though. You know what? You can't count characters out. These pros know what they're doing, and finding a ton of value. Who would have thunk it, right? Like you see here, Psylocke, Iron Fist, Luna. Like, what a combo, and it's just working. And as I'm saying that, they are getting pushed in here now, buying some time, playing patiently. You don't need to get in there until it's close to the point. Remember that. It's not about holding it early. You just got to get there before the last 0.01 meter. Delena gonna find Speedery, though, and again, 100 Thieves back in numbers. Terra finds window. TTK out of Kaluge. Will Delena clean these up? Terra gonna be there. Does fall to Cal. Cal, good shots there. Month very low and not able to touch, and it looks like 100 Thieves hold them before .2.
Wow. I mean, I was sort of doubting the Ultron composition, but not for that reason. Not for the fact that we would see Iron Fist out of all heroes come through from 100 Thieves. So what a play from them. And 100 Thieves just switching to a sort of hard counter dive. And, you know, unfortunately for Envy, they're not like in a hard dive composition, right? They do have that Psylocke. They can send him in there. But because you don't have that Captain America, because you're not going for that hard dive, it's kind of tough. And you don't really want to hard commit to it either, because SJP, like we we're talking about, has that shift to kind of push everybody away. Harvey, so good on Loki, able to sort of just keep everybody alive. So right now for Envy, I mean, they've been struggling with this composition. I do feel like the Ultron's sort of outdated, but that's only because of, you know, there's sort of counters to it, like what 100 Thieves are doing. So right now 100 Thieves looking so good, but we've seen this team kind of struggle on a Digital Path before, on attack specifically. So it's not over just yet, even though they did do a really good job on defense.
Yeah, and look, you're actually seeing a change here. It's no longer going to be Nero on Ultron. It's going to be Speedery. And yeah, I'm with you. I think it just depends on location of the map, right? I do think .2 Ultron definitely not is nearly as successful in my thoughts, just simply due to the tight angles, and there is escape points virtually everywhere, you know, straight ahead to the right side. There's height on the right side. There's an escape left in the doorway. So it's just easy to kind of get away from the height. Although there is a lot of points to dance through, you just don't get as much value as something more brawly in that tight quarters. So I'm with you on that. In that map, or in that point for sure, it definitely felt a little outdated.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here on the attack, we're gonna go against this triple Vanguard composition that Envy loves to play, or yeah, that Envy loves to play on their defense. And 100 Thieves, their counter is put Terra on Iron Fist, Delena on that Storm.
Yeah, get that damage boost out there. We have seen Cal find a ton of success here on his rarely used Magneto, just pulling that thing out 3 games ago. He said for the first time in the second game we had a 5-piece with not even an ultimate, just standard clicks. It was so smooth. So definitely can play the hero well. Delena dancing around card here. Good idea, keeping that damage boost. Notice playing low so that it's widespread, but Speedery taking Delena's dome off. Window gonna punch right through Terra, and the hold is still strong here for Envy. Doing a good job with this triple Vanguard. Triple strategist strat.
Yeah, I think last time they put Speedily on that rocket, and I think it was Nero over to this to the Ultron, but because this Luna got through, because the Loki got through, they're able to play this sort of composition. Now both dance floors are out.
Yeah, that is true. It does change things up. Agamotto goes out. Can they collapse off it? Not quite yet. Good idea there from Kaluge, but it does force out a ton. Up in the sky we go. TTK is different with these meteors. Down goes Nero. SJP onto Cal. Terra taking out Window, and now Kaluge falls, and that is everyone, as the entirety of 100 Thieves are going to get out of their spawn door. We will see likely a teleport back here quickly to guarantee 3 fights.
Okay, can you maybe stop it?
He's going to kick him back into the doorway. Yeah. So you actually can.
He has to, Shib.
Yep, you can with Fist. Fist is one of those rare abilities that can actually punt you back in the doorway. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Just missed. He missed a little bit right. It went a little bit right there. But wow, that would have been insane. That would have been crazy. Good idea. Just didn't come through. But now you're going to be in a tough position. Now we'll go right through that portal on the other side if possible. Speedery up on the high side. Here comes another one of these meteors from Cal. This one does not connect. Nero going to pull out the dance floor. Nobody with ults now. Going to be a neutral. Delena going to be very close. And that'll be a good time here for 100 Thieves to use that Goddess of Death. Oh, goodness. Terra out of the sky. And that's why you play Fist. Anti-flyers for days.
I mean, the underrated player there, Delena, finding the pick. They were down so many ultimates. Envy had every single ult, and yes, he didn't get that boop like we talked about, but regardless, Envy portaled, had 4 ultimates, 100 Thieves had nothing. Terra goes in, Delena comes back towards that point, at least a little bit of confusion, and then finds that
Bro, I'm
Delena
so annoyed.
As one of those top players
My
in
dog.
the game, definitely gets not enough respect on 100 Thieves, and you can
Dog
see
underneath my
pop
fence
off
and I
right
go
now in
chase
the
you.
neutral.
Yeah, I think one of the, you know, it's rare to say, I will say one of the few people that's getting a ton of value still with hella good eye, but the crystals get pulled out to match, but great idea. A ton of people getting knocked out there to buy some time on point. Up in the sky again, we talk about the Lena using that goddess of death. There's that damage boost from Harvey. Good communication. TTK, how is that possible from downtown? Terra gets two there. Vinny on to Cal. Vinny is so good on Groot 2, getting enabled to play that Groot right now is going to help out 100 Thieves with this second point. And will they push through here? They've got 3 minutes and 30 on as we go towards the second point.
You know, I think 100 Thieves took that Amazing interview personally. They said they throw 100 Thieves is more of a basic team. They you kind of know what they're going to play. 100 Thieves took that really to a next level by playing Iron Fist, right? He said, Amazing said they throw the curveball at 100 Thieves and they don't react usually. Now 100 Thieves are the ones throwing the curveball towards Team Envy, who are running more standard composition.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I do think 100 Thieves is a team that if you get in their head and you get mad at them, they come back stronger. It's one of those teams that love the clutch moments. They don't want
streaming,
to be,
so don't see anything crazy.
They don't want to be assumed for the W, and that's why they honestly don't play as
Bro.
well when they're in those situations. But when they're
My dog dug underneath my fence and I had to run fucking 2 blocks. Holy shit. That's why I was like, bro, I was like gone for like an hour with my stream. Dude, oh my god, my dog, bro. Guy's on drugs, bro. I have a Great Dane. He dug under the fence and fit through. How? How? It's like the smallest hole too.
Ooh. Terror's on BP. Chills.
So we're throwing.
It's probably better than Iron Fist.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You're saying? Huh?
We are behind, so no spoilers.
How are you behind?
I'm on YouTube.
I'm on Twitch.
Oh, put it on 2 times speed, Robert.
Why?
Because it just catches you up to like.
Watch on Twitch.
He waits it out perfectly. He knows when it ends. It's almost frame perfect as both go down.
Bro, I swear to God, damage boosted Mangle has won 100 like 20
Here comes that dance floor from Nero, it looks like.
Yeah, and here comes another
I get an advert, I'm gonna be sad.
Give us
Also looks so much worse.
Give a sub on my channel, bro.
Why is Terror's making this video? Stop it. No.
I mean, like,
This looks worse. This looks worse, right, Kev? Like, this is worse than YouTube, or?
They all look terrible. I'll be
Feels
honest.
like it.
It's like
This is.
it's like it's good, then it comes back, and then it's bad, and then it goes back. Yeah, they need to like fix their bit rate. I don't know why it's so bad.
I'm going to YouTube.
Oh my God, Cow is in fucking God spot.
God spot, he's in the fucking trenches, bro.
Yeah, bro, if I can't see you, you can't see me.
Can he land this? Nice idea, does not connect, but that could be enough.
And when you play Luna, like,
And he's
So actually, it's a portal line, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, 100 Thieves take that through and end this first on the second map, 2-1.
Are you kidding me? He looked like he tried to touch Cart with the last stand as well. Grabbed everybody. It was 2 meters away. And I mean, what a cinematic way to do it too. Unfortunately, I mean, just coming down with the last stand, slamming.
Is it
Sentinels are winning $3 million.
Well-deserved MVP from TTK, like you said, Shib.
not 3 mil,
What a play.
like 250.
Well, they even shielded him. They even bubbled the
Oh.
guy. I think it was
Yeah,
Cal,
it's 3 mil, but it's split amongst the regions essentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the land that's in July is
It's
going to
1
be
mil.
$1 million prize pool.
Oh,
So it's probably like,
July?
so it's probably like
In
it's
China.
probably like 500 for the winner, maybe.
Every single time you talk about him,
In China, I was surprised.
gross.
You can't say it enough. 15 finals. I mean, look at
It's kind of messed up because
look at all these stats and then finding 15 on a Magneto with almost 30 damage up there with the top in the
was
game
it
right next to Terra.
North America and
Yeah, you might be saying,
Pacific got 3 slots and EMA got 2?
Yeah, that's so dumb.
Shots and you treat him almost like a mage, right? These shots do a ton
I'm like
of
trying to
damage.
figure out like why. I just
Pacific is
don't know.
actually going to be
Combo with
smoothing.
left,
They
right,
got no
left,
jet
and
lag.
You can take out flyers instantaneously. It's all about patience, understanding. If you get value with your shield, remember.
I like how you said like this guy's gonna be insane on VP. It's just funny because like literally the second you said that on my screen, he just got insta frozen and killed. It's like, okay.
Your right click fully as you see TTK even on this feed as I'm saying that get 2
Bro, I'm actually so excited for the Superman film. It looks so good.
during that
Oh,
fight.
what,
And,
James
oh
Gunn?
man, finding so much
Yeah.
value with this meteor out.
Yeah, that shit looks good.
Yeah, I thought that Envy had
Wait, Henry Cavill isn't there anymore?
And Fantastic Four as well. It's gonna be fucking.
It's just, unfortunately, I think
Say-
sort of
say
the
that
phase of Ultron has sort of passed.
Yeah, I mean, the Fantastic Four film
Unfortunately,
better
I
be
think
good.
Ultron can be good maybe in certain circumstances.
Okay.
But right now, I think when you
I mean,
switch
it's
to the
Disney,
Iron
right?
Man,
Well,
you
that-
switch to characters that have such advantage. It's
What are you
very hard to
threatening?
really make that Ultron work. And
Better be good.
Boycott?
we heard how when Ryan Mason talked about how you want to throw curveballs at
Boycott?
teams,
I don't know.
that really is true. I think that he had a
Wait,
bunch of switches from Terra
what?
there. They're starting to get a little bit more
Casualty
loose,
is
and I think that's good,
the-
right? You don't want to be rigid. You don't want to be stuck. in
Because
your
they
It's a
can't-
KO and casualty.
They can't say,
But I think you have to be ready to switch at a moment's notice.
can't say the-
considering,
I think you
not
can
a
say
lot of
that,
time in the bank, especially on Convoy,
China.
and especially against a team like
Oh,
100
fair
On
enough.
video
as
games.
good as they are at figuring out, poking, prodding,
Casualty is
kinda
so
doing whatever.
funny.
Well, it's just like in China, like they like CS:GO, like just not like or something. There's no skulls, it's dogs instead.
Of switching, right? I mean, you get back to 50% when you switch characters if you're over 50%.
Valorant's big in China,
so
and
it doesn't
like they
seem like
said
there's a
something
massive
like
negative
it
to switching. It's
sparks
just a
come
matter
out
of
of your
not
head
being
if you hit a
hard-headed and
headshot.
sticking to the same comps.
It's actually really goofy
I
looking.
think that's perfectly well put. I think
They also got the
really
game like
good
2 years
defense.
later.
Just think about the
They had, like
stream
do all the
teams, right?
cheats.
Teams that are running more obscure compositions. They're winning because teams don't scrim against stuff like that. It's weird to go against it. You don't have the comms. That's more of a set base. Like you know what you're going into with Punisher every time. You know exactly what's going to happen. But you maybe don't know
and
with an
we
Iron
please
Fist
do
how to handle it.
something,
Although saw some good freezes, some good counterplay. It's still difficult, and you're like, what do I do into
They
this? I
don't
understand.
look good.
Gotta get more practice into this. And like we
I
said,
know,
you see the stream
man.
team doing well because
It's
of things
like,
that.
oh,
You see
we
these
got the
teams,
bag,
you
we
see
don't care
Saturn doing
anymore.
well, changing things up because it's just difficult
Like
to
honestly,
understand how
they
to
might.
handle it, and that finds value.
And this is exciting. I think this bodes well for our grand finals. I think both 100 Thieves and Envy have to
Where are you,
adapt,
Kevin?
have to make changes. And if 100 Thieves were
I'm home,
2-3-0
like,
Envy, we'll see. I
at
mean,
my
Envy's looking pretty
family's,
good. They
parents'
have a
house.
chance for sure.
I'm
But
moving
if
back
100
to my
Thieves
like.
are doing stuff like this,
place
mixing it up,
tomorrow.
I'm really excited for this grand finals because I think whoever
Is that why
makes it
you've
there
been
is gonna be
gone?
one of the most creative teams
Yeah.
we've seen
Oh,
in
no,
North America.
Okay,
Don't
I don't.
make Envy
I don't-
angry. I
there's
have
like-
seen them do some
there's like my
crazy
dad's
things, so there is
business, he
potential
sells, like,
for the
model
comeback, but
tanks,
we will find
and, like,
that out right after this break.
There was like a military Comic Con over the weekend, so he was running like a stall when I was helping him.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
where I was. Bro, I was literally just in the like rural England, like no service. I was sleeping in a fucking tent.
Bruh, that's
Like,
insane.
bro, tanks would roll past my tent at 6 a.m. in the morning to wake me up. Like, I like, bro, actual fucking army life.
Okay.
could have seen Meatloaf if I wanted to.
Bruh. Like he went and apparently like he wasn't supposed to get called or something to go.
That's so.
It's like crazy. Like a lot.
That's so crazy.
When he's still there, but it's like
It's like them, bro. It's like asking someone to pop up the scrims, and they're like, "Oh my bad, we got someone already."
right, chat, I'm gonna get water. Be back. Oh. I've returned with a bottle of water. No, no, no. Bro, it's so messed up. I get copyright striked because of the song. Across the world,
That's insane.
your rivals till the end. This is revenue sharing with rivals till the end. Marvel Rivals.
Remember to let the last one like go. Very nice.
Do you know how like YouTubers will like just sing over copyrighted songs
Yep.
in their own voice? That's what you should do.
I just mute the stream.
Is it going to be a sweep? I know.
I'm not gonna
What
lie.
the fuck is Call of Duty?
You should as high pitch go beyond rivals until the end.
So it's all about coming back with the reverse sweep now.
Yeah, I mean they have to, and I think
Reverse sweep. Oh boy.
For 100 Thieves doing some wacky stuff, right? You have to adapt. I think sticking with the
Gonna be up till 7 AM.
did not pan out for them.
Oh
We'll
no.
see what happens in the future. I mean, there's still a chance that maybe the map will be better for it and stuff. You know, I think that there's a potential for it, but. I mean,
Once the finals hits like 5 matches, I go to bed, bro. Like, I can't like, bro. I like pass away in bed.
Counter swapping. Right now, we're entering the phase of Marvel Rivals esports where teams will counter swap even after the ban
Bro, I
phase.
can't
There's so
lie,
many
I'm asleep
things.
happy
There's a
knowing
lot
that
of
Sentinel's probably gonna beat both of these teams, bro.
Variables rather.
It was very close yesterday between 100 Thieves and Sentinels.
So you have to start thinking out the box.
I think it always is, right?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Sometimes. Like for a while though, Sentinels didn't look good, and it was like 100 Thieves dominating it. Then all of a sudden, 100 Thieves looked terrible. Like 100 Thieves looked so bad at the beginning of the season for so long.
So again, going to be
Yeah.
in their favor if you're looking for Envy to come back here. So we will see how this looks as we progress.
And then terrible for me.
They just didn't adapt to the meta.
In the
Good.
stat line, just simply because Delena switched to Strange there for the portal, but Delena 10 finals, they're really showing up. We talked about
Was
Delena
this
maybe
back when
being a
Torture
little
really
overlooked.
busted? Or was
You know,
this
Terra
after?
is a talk of the town, quote unquote.
I mean, when it was like season 2.
That hell of 10 finals,
Season 2 was Torturous Hitler, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like
Torch Iron Fist and that.
I mean, I don't know. They struggled though.
He needs to step up for sure if this team wants to succeed. I think
Torch Iron,
different
bro.
variation.
Terror Iron
They're gonna go
Fist.
for the
Fast?
Emma again. Okay, they're gonna go for the Emma banning. I mean, Emma, we know how strong Emma is.
Yeah, he was getting like
I feel a good change-up for
Gomez
Emma
was beating him just because he actually had a team.
We already know 100 Thieves are a great team, but we haven't seen them play
Gomez
this triple
and
stratus
that's
comp
crazy.
too much, like with
Gomez's bench,
with,
bro.
Adam Warlock and stuff. So I mean, that change-up might not be a bad idea, right? But it's kind of too little, too late. I mean,
Vector is kind of a demon. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's been playing
I
insane.
honestly agree with that 1000%. I think you kind of take advantage of how strong TTK is on some of these more.
He got picked up as subs and got put to active roster.
Obviously, a very strong Emma as well.
It's just a good bet from
You know, taking out some of these duelists, some of these vanguards.
They're just like my King of Light, bro.
But I just don't think it's worth removing Emma right
Bro,
now.
I felt so bad, bro. I was like talking to him.
And now we're now we're going to the Punisher.
Like,
ban.
yeah,
I just think Envy's playing
the
a little
characters
bit
in the
too
meta just
straightforward.
don't fit.
I mean, we'll see.
I felt
I
he
think
was like so sad when he was talking. Felt so
I mean,
bad.
for sure, we saw Nero with that freeze in the last
Who's
play.
Light play
We've seen
again?
lot of
He
good
plays a
force
lot of
physics
Torch,
from,
right?
from month
He
on
no,
back.
he was
Invisible
Spider-Man.
backline is
He was playing
huge for
Star
this
Lord
team.
for
I think they have
them.
one of the best strategist backlines in the game.
He was like their flex DPS
Going for the
essentially.
Human Torch ban again. 100 Thieves don't even play Human. I'm actually getting pissed. They don't even play Human Torch. They literally don't. Shib. What are we doing in this ban phase?
Wait,
man?
yeah.
Like, please. I mean, if they win this map, that's crazy. That's good. Good for them. But like, damn, they suck at banning.
Yeah, I just don't like. I'm with you. I just
Damn, they suck up banning. He says.
You know what I mean? It's like what you see in ladder, right? It's just the consistent 4 or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
at the time and just gonna keep going down.
Yeah, I don't get the Human Torch ban.
This is affecting their comp. Obviously, the Wolverine ban makes
Torch is broken.
Yeah, but 100 Thieves doesn't play Torch.
He does have far more in his kit as he's showcasing.
Terra's a pretty good Torch.
Yeah, but like
it does enough to them.
they wouldn't.
Wait.
Oh, they're doing the
I mean, we'll see if the Iron
Ultron,
They have
Mantis,
like
Luna.
analysts and stuff who would know that he does play it.
Like, this is bad. We're just gonna see them play the same thing again.
From what I've analyzed.
And they're just, I mean, maybe Envy's just ready to go fly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, the
they're
Venom.
done with the tournament.
Nice.
They're fine with the 25K. You know, maybe they're just ready to go to China or something. Like, I don't know.
Bro,
But
NA
they
love
have a shot
Venom.
Still, even with the
Yeah.
Venom, it's how you
Sucks.
play, it's not
So does the
fun in
EU.
phase.
I'll be honest.
But, man, I'm
True,
pissed.
true.
Like, I would be really
Is
pissed
it?
if I was
I feel like
Envy.
Was it Nevix? I seen Nevix on it like so
You know, it's,
much.
like, terrible.
Yeah.
No, it's
They actually just know something we don't.
Somber?
Yeah, there's a few guys.
definition of insanity. Running the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is just not the way. So I'd like to see something different, but maybe we're not there in the comms. So maybe we see something or the conversation of what they need to do to change things up. I do agree that I would have liked to see a change.
Rad Esports gonna what?
Rad Esports are gonna win everything.
Nah, they got rolled in the finals, by the way.
Oh, did they?
It's not even close. No.
Wait, did BLB part Pan like win?
Yeah, they just steamrolled them.
My God.
I mean, they did not look good at all, Rad.
But Tanuki all over them, or what? He busted all over them.
I mean, I think if Captain America's banned, you can like dive Venom.
And
Burst.
Wait, they're on the death trap.
I mean, this is kind of like what I've been noticing from like literally like all regions. It just happens like everybody defaults going down there. Not really sure.
And well dead.
It's because where they hold. W copy. So Kevin VP pulled a U.
Oh yeah. I mean, Russian #1 with
crazy, yeah.
Saipe copied Emma Frost and they lost the game.
Wait, did he actually?
Yeah. Like it wasn't all his fault, but it was like one of the factors.
That's my go. I actually intentionally missed copy so I can be Saipe.
He's on Iron Fist again, bro.
Bro, what the fuck is going on? I'm getting grabbed by a Hulk.
I think it's not.
I played against a fucking top 500 Hulk player for some reason.
He took him out the sky in the middle of the Ultron's rage. They're still in this, they're still fighting it, but I mean, if Terra's swinging on Iron Fist right now, I'd be scared after these ult end.
Yeah, very close to ult here too, and they're just waiting. It's just terrifying to be looking forward and to see
Super Town Hall?
fury coming at you. Speedery on the offense.
Yeah, it will actually go crazy, yeah.
Oh, he's meditating in the open. Super Town Hall. Oh, here it comes.
You got his hands, bitch.
Whoa.
Oh my god, the Ultron is so dead.
Oh my.
my Captain America just got diffed by a fucking by the Mantis. I'm gonna what the
Man, this fucking character is so goofy, man.
Ultron just got solo ulted, bro, and I still don't know how to play, bro. I don't know like what's happening.
Bro, watching Iron Fist trying to fly now is so sad.
I mean,
He just actually just fucking falls to the floor like an apple.
Yeah, it still kind of works. It's not crazy as he used to. Oh, that guy's meditating. Oh.
Yeah, that was a smart decision. You talked about counter swapping. This is a good example of that.
Oh.
Try to make that too, but there's a good escape there.
Bro, swap the thing. Still has to swap.
From collusion, likely going to switch as well. Just to, there's no one really to take out of the sky. I'm assuming we might see that, especially only being at 25% of the alt charge, keeping the pressure forward again. We will see.
What I've like noticed is like Envy and Fly, like they have good individual like players, not individuals, like player-wise, but suck at banning.
Pressing forward with the last final judgment, excuse me, not able to get anyone just yet. Good dance.
Yeah. Like they're like Loki and shit get through, and I don't know how the fuck they. I don't know.
You don't want to do it too early. You want as much time as possible, but that is a difficult decision to make because you don't want to lose anyone.
They actually just gotta hire someone to do the drafts for them.
Like, I think it's like instead of like, whoa, wait, what?
That was a sick zip line to take that height up on the right side. Terra gonna keep the pressure up, staying here on the fist, and a dive in directly from window onto the back line. They are weak. Speedery.
I think banning out Strategist line is sometimes better than banning out Vanguard.
And that was close, but good dive play there.
That's why I wanted it first, was to ban all the supports.
I mean, you definitely have to like for Town Hall.
I just think Mag and Emma are like so overtuned this matter.
Yeah.
Get this guy off. fucking Mantis land.
They banned Wolf, they can't play anything else.
Would you consider Emma buffed or nerfed this season?
She got nerfed. I mean, technically she got nerfed. So I think increasing her beam was like the biggest.
Damn, Rubber sounds a lot like Duck.
Because what, like the beam change seems pretty nice.
So
she's very good.
I think she's better. I think she's a lot better in neutral.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you like in game, yeah, but if you look at like stat wise, like on the sheet, technically she's nerfed. Her diamond form.
No. But you have higher ult charge because you have an extra 3 meters.
Yeah. Honestly,
Oh
like,
yeah.
her diamond form's nerfed, but overall she got buff.
Yeah, but the diamond form still one-shots people. Like,
I mean, yeah,
it's
yeah.
fine.
It's just
I
like
think she's better.
can't necessarily get like, some abilities off. All the, like,
Yeah. Because like, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to think about like the diamond. You're either using it to bully a tank and CC them, or you're using it to one-shot support. And it's still one-shot supports, and it still CCs. But she got a buff to her beam, so she is better.
Yep, absolutely a lot better from Envy. I mean, they were just able to kind of continue with
like I said, to me, it's like
now we're on the third phase of the map, and I don't feel like Envy's chances are too bad here. I mean, the combination of window diving, I know he probably doesn't play a lot of Captain America. That's why he likes the Venom a little bit more than most Vanguards. But I think that tandem allowing
because you see the diamond form because like reduced numbers, it's a good nerf. But overall, the character. Still S, like regardless.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. The character is like literally one of the best things in the game still.
She was probably like she was already one of the best last season. It was just Groot was just Groot.
No. She literally like, was insane.
No, Groot was Thanos last season.
I mean, yeah, we just banned it 24/7.
Yeah, but that means
I think Groot
he's
is
the best.
Yeah, I think Groot is still very good. This Magik.
And also, Wolverine is running around the fucking lobby, so have fun, Groot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how people said like Wolverine's dead. Like, at the beginning of season 2, they didn't do anything to the character. Like,
Bro, Wolf was like top 3.
No, like a lot of people were saying that. A lot of on the other content creators, they're doing tier this. Like, there was like, character's still like the character's amazing. Like it's still S tier. Like just like I can't.
People were
see why.
saying how his grab was bugged as well. Like it didn't grab people properly. Like, huh?
It was bugged a little bit.
Is my Loki always dead?
The down hall. Hey, why does this guy always have a block over? Guy's like dead. Dead. Not. What? Happening. Don't let this. Why is this guy not on Winter Soldier or something?
Dog, do you have gas mutant?
Do I? No. Oh, he's on 10% for me.
That's why he's talking over me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was like, this motherfucker won't let me talk.
I'm so sorry. For some reason, you're at 10. Wait, Kevin's at 10 for me. What's happening?
And you can still hear me. That's crazy.
Oh, maybe because your phone's dead. Bad.
Envy are so back. We're so back.
Absolutely dumb by me to freak out in the ban phase, crash out. I mean, disgusting work from a professional caster. I'm gonna type up a 50-paragraph essay about how he's so wrong. But actually, that was really well. I mean, this is kind of the counterpoint to what I was saying from Envy is that realistically, when you just come together, you.
Oh, it's a bit late. I'm gonna head off.
On these hard dives, I think with your Psylocke, we've seen success
in
other regions
with the
like that, right? In previous games, we just seen that kind of come through with Window on the Venom instead of on other characters.
Look
I
at
think
this.
this is a lot better, right? Captain America, maybe not his hero of choice. I know it's not even banned, but you know,
I just
usually we see the
vomited.
Captain America dives
That's
through with the Psylocke.
fucking
You could do the
criminal.
Venom as well.
Level
I think it's
100.
easier to
That's
play.
fire.
Considering
That must be
I think, like I
the
said
max
before,
level, right?
Envy got picked up on this roster
Yeah,
before
I
they
think
picked
it
up Window
is.
to this roster.
I
He
see
was
what
also like that
what's the-
Magneto, Dr. Strange. He
Oh!
plays
Oh,
all those same heroes as
I wanna
Bruce,
throw
so
up.
he's had to pick up this
That's it.
brand new Vanguard role, sort of like that
Hell
dive
nah.
Vanguard role, and it's been difficult for him. So I think playing that Venom, getting
How many
that
hours?
dive speedily to set him up has been
184?
huge. I think he is a huge reason why Envy's as good as they are. Yesterday, Envy's match versus Shroud X, he on
That's
the Venom
in-game.
was amazing, one of the best Venoms we've seen.
Bro, if I have this many hours in the game and I am not Eternity or top 500, kill me where I stand. What?
Made some changes, and that's huge going forward.
Well, having your back
I mean,
How much have they paid this season?
wait, it's only 200 competitive.
I wouldn't beat yourself up too much. It was the right call. They used it for a point and they switched off and found value with another composition.
God, 1,300 games played.
You're right. I do think this change was huge, and I do think that Window with the dive from speed.
They got passion.
70 of it in quick play.
Well, where's that large number coming?
Able to juke like they want to. It's much more readable.
So you did all modes.
With Psylocke, so well played there, and they do follow
All
up on
time.
every single pop-up, allowing Window to keep that damage up with Venom.
Like, where does that number come?
Allow that right click to pop on everyone that is getting
What do you mean?
I don't know. Go to all, keep all season. Like, how much like time is it?
On that Captain America, tearing out onto the Bucky, so they're going to be really targeting Window right now as he goes for these dives. He's going to have to be careful.
I mean,
to make sure he gets full use of
100 and-
HP and getting healed.
We're seeing this a lot with the teleport play.
I mean, even still though, like this is even still. I'm sorry, if you have this many hours in the game and you're not.
Wait, why are you flaming quick play players? Did you get dunked on? Did you get dunked on?
No, this thing was on my team.
Oh.
This thing.
Who got the most healing on the Mantis? That guy carried.
I should hope so.
What? A Mantis? A Mantis?
And level 100 with 1,000 hours in the game. Yeah, yeah.
You shouldn't be out healing a Loki. That's Mantis.
This is true. This is true. But this guy was throwing. He was dead perma.
Are you kidding me? 61% already?
But even still, I mean, 1,000. Like, what the?
Oh, and here comes the meteor, but waiting that oh, good idea by TTK to throw it around. And
Guy plays a lot.
Gets two. Will they be able to clean it up? Make that three to let on a rampage here with the
I'm just really curious as to what people's ranks are in this game.
Why is Terra and Spider-Man now?
This is the reason why we talk about Captain America
What's
and
happening?
Venom dives being so crucial for Psylocke. In this patch, it's been very important on Psylocke to have somebody to go with, right? You could play counter dive as much as you want, right? Vinny on the thing, TDK on Magneto and some of those characters. It didn't really help Delena out. He needs somebody to dive with. He needs to kind of go aggressive to find this back line of Invisible Woman.
Diabolical.
And Snow, because you've targeted that Loki. That is no longer available for Envy. So because of that, you need to set up these
Demons.
dives and allow
Yeah,
Delena
that's
that
enough of
space.
that, I think, for today.
here we
Jesus
go with the
Christ.
next set of fights. Alt advantage here for Envy on the defense. They will have that invisible boundary and
Right.
Dance of the Butterfly.
We
Gonna keep
learned
that pressure
today
off, and
that
they're
we
holding
cannot
high
play
here. Look
quick
at that
play
position
on
there
the
by
way.
Venom player. That is the
As
spot
the
where it
characters.
cannot be broken. You always have a
Yep.
free dive, and it's very difficult to see the top of your head. And there's that dive. Window right onto Harvey. Harvey gonna hold on. Great
Because,
ball there. From the side of TTK,
the game
Team
hates me.
Healthy gonna retreat now, but Terra finds
I'll never understand why there's EOM in quick play. Makes no sense.
It's fine in well, I think in like low player count games you need some sort of matchmaking. It can't be random, otherwise it's just gonna be shit.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. When there's low player counts, it makes sense. But like on this game, you just don't need it.
Yeah, but this is the low player count, like 66s. Like you want matchmaking.
I have to make these nuts in your mouth.
Yeah, brother.
That's what it's ranked for, surely.
Do I see three? Up goes Window. He falls. Down he goes again. Delena with a three-piece. So well played. Has been popping off
Rome wasn't built in a day, but this 9mm certainly was.
I think Captain America's better. Okay, he's gonna switch on over. It's just because, unfortunately, Captain America can stay in these fights longer, right? Venom relying those cooldowns is a bit more easy to hit as well. There's a lot of variables resulting in Venom taking a lot of damage, feeding ult charge, right? The shield doesn't do that as well.
Great little buddy.
So I think the switch to Captain America.
Yeah, okay, man.
I wonder his comfortability.
Thanks, bud.
I know he's probably pretty solid at it.
Yeah, okay.
He's definitely a lot better on the Venom, and
That's great, Risky.
liking that character. It can work, but right now we can see why Captain
great
America.
little buddy.
I think is
I heard like literally one of my first interactions, like we were playing like a scrim. Risky started saying something random. And he's like, "Ask you something." I was like, "Okay." Cool.
So fucking, I was like, dude, this guy's not having it. I'm fucking crying right now.
I mean, it's like we're in a scrim, and this guy's like, I don't know what he was saying. I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Sure." I wasn't trying to be mean. I was just like, okay.
But why is your stream in 10 FPS? What the hell's going on?
It's bad.
And Cal's a huge confidence player.
Oh, the bit rate? You can't do anything.
No, that seems my action straight.
Oh.
It's very easy to sometimes feel like you're not good enough for your team, but Cal definitely is and can be that star player to match Terra on the other side.
How have you got gig internet? What the? Who are you slobbing?
I get paid well.
Oh yeah, your stream just bolts, mate.
No, it's bad. It's bad calling.
No, like it's stuttering bad. It could just be Discord, to be fair. I thought it was mine at first, but I don't think it is.
Should I try and drop the FPS maybe?
You know, 1440p or 1080?
Isn't it not like stopping for you, Gasman? It's just me then, I guess.
I've done 30 FPS. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, why is Terra on? Hello.
Bro, he's
why have I
fucking
got
nice on that.
200 ping? What the fucking what? Oh, there we go. Nice.
Balls.
What the fuck was that? Why was I on 200 ping? Okay.
Guys, stack, guys, stack.
Wait, I think someone just downloaded. Ah, good. Thanks for that, Steam. I love you so much.
I agree.
Aha! Thanks for downloading.
Oh my gosh, that's such a long stack.
Oh, G6, absolute cancer.
I didn't know, like I had it on for a while, and then finally
Yeah,
just
Stagger's
like,
coming out. Delano though found window. It was a little bit too much of a stagger there, but regardless, I think what happened was Harvey used his greens earlier, using those crystals too early at the end of the last fight, so they know that cooldown was up.
Yeah,
They had to
it'll
hard
do
play
that.
around their
It does many
dagger
things.
with the
Mouse
dagger
input,
and unfortunately,
low
wasn't enough too much pressure
FPS,
came through from the dance to bottom.
everything.
Full-time was speedily-
G-Sync is
Super
awful.
hyper
Yeah,
aggressive.
that thing is. You have to check it as well every time you do like a NVIDIA update. So just be careful. Yeah. And VSync? He hates you. It really shouldn't be. The guy had VSync on in one video game, it was BF5, and I didn't even know it was on, and I was like, why have I got horrible screen tearing?
Yeah, they're stalling. They're trying to do so much. Allow Speedle to come back with the ultimate. I mean, no support ults on the other side. No Stratus ults. Window goes down, but there's going to be nothing here. Do they play in that Dagger Storm? Do they play in the green
grow up,
right now?
Gasman.
Because Speedle can kind of close it out for
No way, bro.
Team Envy in overtime.
You're gonna stack.
there needs to be like a classic Captain America.
I agree. Yeah, I said that. I've always wanted something like that. Ooh.
Nice.
Makes sense as well, because they've got the new one from end game.
Do get the point and push this to OT.
Holy crap,
Oh,
are
whatever
you
those
kidding me?
Infinity War.
That was so intense back and forth. Envy gonna be tied up 1-1 minute-wise on the clock. We head back to the attack of Team Envy. And that was almost so good from Cal. I mean, he found those picks somehow onto SJP, and I think another backline of 100 Thieves. So almost well done there by Cal, and I think he's also beating Terra.
Okay, I go
Ella
sleep.
has been something of an evolution for him to play onto that
we can queue
but Terra
account or
definitely
something
a great
tomorrow.
hit scan player in his own right, super flexible. That
Sounds
is
good.
the strength of Terra for
Yeah,
sure over most
Alright,
players
good
in
day.
the entire world.
No.
But for the side of Team Envy, you know, speedily dance to the butterflies. He kind of had to do it. Got poked out early. Was also the kind of in charge of touching the objective. So a little bit of, I don't know, miscommunication, but sort of mispriority of objectives. They needed to force out those greens early, get the dance to the butterflies afterwards, because there was nothing else in the bank, unfortunately, for Team Envy. But now we're going over to the attack of Envy, and they could snowball it again.
Apparently if you curse in the interviews or whatever, you get fined.
This is the strength of it here. First point,
I'm not surprised.
is incredibly strong.
Valorant.
Adam, whether it be triple strategist with
Minus 5K.
Ultron, I think this comp can be really good here as you need to sustain. There's also not a lot of cover on attack or defense, so because of that, you can take advantage of the healing provided from your team. Also, the unexpected ability to play these heroes against the 100 Thieves who are going to be
Solo
on
duelist.
that Bucky instead of Terra on the Iron Fist, which for them countered it before.
I'm with you. I do think the follow-up there by Nero on the Ultron is huge, because when you go in with the window, you pop
Yeah,
up, you have
it's-
speed dealing damage, and then Ultron just needs to land a single damage boosted shot, and there's no doubt that that person goes down, gets KO'd. You see him on the feed. So really cool composition, unique for sure.
I don't know if I like that.
I love seeing changes up. Still at this level of play, finding new ways to play together.
This is what OC running.
Game, though. You gotta run, bud, and he does escape. Great tracking there.
Oceanic or Pacific?
Who is really showcasing the power of their play today. Delena's playing so strong. And yeah, you're right. Terra is taking
Pacific's like Korea, like Genji and
Yeah, you see.
Oceanic is Australia. Whatever.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any Oceanic matches. I don't think.
Taking the space quickly. Terra trying to slow up the pace here. Does have that pull and the slow there. Not able to land either, but consistently using those abilities to get HP. Delena going to drop back. Good utilization there of the invis, and now the re-engage.
I didn't realize how good Cap is now. I guess. I'm seeing him play.
It's just because Psylocke's back.
Psylocke Cap dive.
Yeah.
And Ultron's rage is out. Here goes the dance out of the back line. Support dance.
Nice.
Do I see more? Make that 2. Will there be 3? Bang! 4. Come on now. This is
Good disband on Bucky, not on Iron Fist, bro.
Are you kidding me, Terra? What an unbelievable end to that map, onto that defense. Envy, they try to do with Ultron.
Imagine they draw.
Maybe felt enough confidence in the healing from that ultimate, but we know
I would get
that so many
massive.
people talk about how Ultron's ult can't really be used all that defensively. It's difficult for that ultimate, you know, over ults like Lunasto Dance Floor, over ults like Captain America Freedom Charge. There's so many of these ults that are really good at keeping their team alive. Unfortunately, far too much damage coming through from Delena and Terra. That combination, that tandem between these two is the reason why 100 Thieves are so good. Delena and Terra have been together for so long as a duo, and you can see exactly why there. Envy, now what do they do, Shib? Over to defense. Is it the same thing, or do you have to mix it up? I mean, they could rely on.
Wait, isn't this guy supposed to be on a boat? Why is he?
I like it, but
Why is he buying
I think the Captain America's a bit more
pop figurines, bro?
Yeah, good call.
Honestly,
Immediately.
that.
Yeah, no, that was genius. I mean, you saw that switch literally as you're saying it. Caster goat, not gonna lie, that was a great call. It does give them more sustain there, and that's definitely what they're looking for. But wow, I mean,
Fire comment.
momentum seems to be shifted, bud. I'm curious what you're thinking. I don't know what needs to be done. It's all about these neutrals. Cal is finding a lot of picks early. You see, look at these, final hits on the whole opposition of Envy. They look so clean across the board. Everyone doing their part, and it's just, and then you look at 100 Thieves, very much playing around those duelists. Obviously, very strong across the board in terms of every position, but goes to show you how Terra and Delena are playing right now. 18 and 19 finals. Speedery at 16, very close behind. But this is a momentum issue, and will they?
Ain't no way.
Potentially, they're not gonna do it. Instead, they're gonna try to kidnap somebody.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, it's always an option. And also, by the way, not to jinx it, but we definitely, he's just scouting, I guess, for a little bit. We definitely saw in Asia a draw, right? So anything's possible. A draw can still happen. 45
Won
seconds
8
left to go.
matches, bro.
I know, we always want long series, at least as viewers. So we'll see what that happens. Again, Vinny as well over to that group, knowing they don't have Wolverine that's so smart.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
That guy died so fast.
That's huge for Envy.
I broke couldn't even press shift. Oh my god, it's actually gonna draw.
For 100 Thieves if they want to reset completely. So that might come through as they're going to need to.
It's too early to say.
Yes, I do think we'll have to see that unless they want to just collapse together. That could very well happen as well. But
100 Thieves probably win just because they have cloak and they can just get this cloak out really early.
Maybe if it doesn't.
And this is why I think cloak is very strong.
That's a touch though. That again. That was C9.
Does get the grab there, but a beautiful disguise, beautiful jump there. Nero gonna take out Vinny, and this is looking in Envy's favor. Speedery on its TK, out goes the eye on Kalush. Not able to find anyone, but they're not going to hold for long as we do see the dance of the butterfly, and that is a difficult situation. The teleport comes through from Harvey now. They are going to switch up roles, but Harvey gets deleted.
Delay not altered nothing.
You might get pushed by Invis.
Oh my god.
For sure. It's amazing that we get a tie after all of that.
I don't know, it's like Harvey was getting dove,
get fucked up, yeah.
And he greeted runes, whatever reason.
Yeah, it seems like he greeted it twice.
Yeah, instead of just using it, I think it's way more important just to live.
So not die, especially the second time. The first one, like, fine. But... yeah, the Captain America burst is no joke.
My Cap Psylocke. First time, but Captain America.
We get Terror some fucking teammates, oh my lord.
I mean, they're not that good.
I'm not going to say they struggle on domination, but it's a bit tougher for them. I think they're going to have to make those last second decisions very, very quickly this time.
Right, so good to bed as well.
Swaps, right? So I like the idea out of the side of 100 Thieves, the group swap, the fact they don't play that Wolverine. I think all of those things could enable you a little bit better. But unfortunately, Harvey just got dove on too quickly, and I don't know if that's whether due to ping or something like that too, because I know Harvey is on ping playing from the UK, I believe, right? Oh no, he's at the boot camp. I forgot today, so never mind. Ping is not an excuse for Harvey. Unfortunately, I'm looking for some sort of cop out for my boy, but unfortunately, he was the target every time of these dives. Needs the green a little bit sooner. Needs to use those crystals a little bit sooner, or play in the dagger storm. A few of those things can enable them a little bit more, but that dive from Speedily and Window is so hard to react to for sure.
Yeah, Harvey's an absolutely disgusting Loki, but honestly, I feel like it's likely out of practice just because Loki's banned so frequently. I doubt he's been practicing a lot. Like a lot of these teams aren't practicing much. Emma, maybe a little bit of Mag, simply because there's just no reason to really play them. So if you put all their time in them because they're going to be banned out, you maybe don't do it. So I know Harvey's been finding a ton of success with a bunch of different stuff, but now having to force to run that Loki maybe just isn't working as well for them right now. A ton of damage still though, but yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think they did a great job on the side of Envy of switching up composition and getting value, and they just kept switching to what was going to work for them, and this is what they found success with yesterday. Just changing up compositions until it's working, and then don't worry until it stops working again, and then switch again.
Yeah, we heard when Ryan Amazing was in the comment. I know I referenced that one a lot.
You know
but
why?
It feels like, you know,
We
you
are
have
ducks,
to make these sort of changes
fly
even
together.
if you haven't practiced them much.
That's
I mean,
right.
we saw Cal in his interview talked about how he didn't play Magneto before that
Should
match.
follow.
And, you know, sometimes you just have to make those things on the fly. You have to do it because whether the circumstance calls for it, right? And that's what we're seeing in this game right now is the ability to just switch is so crucial. Taking a look back at the stats, I mean, Harvey, Nero, what a battle it's been between two top-tier strategist players. Nero's sort of getting the better of it, and I think this is honestly a true fact is that I think Envy's backline is so good in Team Envy.
15?
We know how good Nero is. We know how good Month are, and I can say the same thing about SJP and Harvey. I just feel like for Envy right now, their backline is playing so strong against the dive from Delena and Vinny. So right now we'll see how 100 Thieves react in the future maps, especially on domination. It does not get easier. That's why, listen, Jib, I used to play strategist professionally for like 6 years. I would never want to play strategist in this game. Okay, I'll be honest with you. Like that's the reason I switched full time to Hella, Psylocke, whatever. I can win above all on those heroes. I don't know about strategists because like those guys are literally elite. Like it is the most hard job in the game in terms of, I mean, you could say mechanically maybe not as much, but in terms of what you're asked to do, saving your team, healing your team up at all times, not dying to dives, it's very, very difficult. And I don't think anybody, at least at a casual level, understands how difficult it is to play strategist in the pro scene.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on strategists. It's such an underappreciated role too. So shout out to all strategists. I got to show you love. I mean, You know, people will give you crap about Dive, say Dive maybe isn't as good, but in a team situation like this with a practice team, Dive is incredibly strong. It is something you need to keep in mind. So as a strategist, not only do you have to burn all your cooldowns, but you have to know that right as soon as your cooldowns are burned, somebody's coming for you. So you got to dance, you got to do the strat dance, you got to heal each other, you got to be ready to press that Q button. But if you use it selfishly to keep yourself up, that's already negative value. There's just so much pressure on the back line. And I do think you're right. Month and Nero have looked so good. And I just think it's a lot of it is because they're playing a little more aggressive strategist that, you know, they're not afraid to go up with that Ultron, which, you know, it has success on certain points. They did switch off there, obviously, only able to use it on the first point, which I think makes sense on that map. But they're just doing a great job. I think Luna is another one of those strats that has the ability to freeze and deal a ton of damage. So it's more risky to dive the Luna.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many things, there's so many variables for sure, including that, like you mentioned. So it's hard to play this game at a high level, at the pro level, and I don't envy the job that is all the pro players having to switch compositions so frequently as well, and you know, get good at certain heroes. Considering I feel like in hero shooters it's difficult to, you know, get at the top level of the game at multiple heroes. So we'll see what happens now moving forward, as that was our first draw in North America. Map number 4 coming up in just a second, Chip, after the short break.
Huge.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Welcome back. The first tie in America's region. You said there was another one earlier. That's crazy, but hey, they're pushed to another game. 100 Thieves are not gonna get the dub yet. Envy looking to turn this around.
Yeah, I feel like I've been losing my mind the further the day goes on. I mean, yeah, like you said, in Asia, tie over there. I mean, Ship, how do we cope with what the hell is going on in the esports scene of Marvel Rivals, man?
It's been intense, especially in this region. Teams are so close. We say that all the time. Don't want to beat, beat a dead horse or whatever the hell the statement is at this point. But dude, look at the wall behind. He has me cracking up. By the way, it's so funny. But honestly, it's just like it's like these teams are so close. It's any given day. I think Envy can do. They can get the job done there. You look at their stat line: 18 finals for Speedery, 14 for Cal, 13 Window, 11 Cluj. All of them with a ton of value. I mean, 100 Thieves, 19 finals for Delena, 18 for Terra, then it's 8-8 for Vinny and TTK, and then Harvey, obviously Stratline 2, SJP 3, even a little less than the opposition. The whole team of Envy looked much better, especially honestly, that entire map, just not on defense as much.
Oh yeah, I mean it's getting so intense right now. As 70K still on the line for either of these teams wanting first place. They've already qualified for China, but at this point it doesn't matter, right? They're focusing on the main objective, and that's winning. So we'll see what the adaptations are on the next map. I don't mind the Wolverine ban and stuff like that. I don't mind some of those changes. I don't think they're going to change away from their ban system, honestly, at this point. I mean, they're just so used to it at just going after the same bans, which is totally fine. I think while I think I do agree with the game can be won or lost as a ban phase. To push back on it a little bit, you still have to play the game well. You still have so many characters to make adaptations with, right? Even if it's suboptimal, like we saw with Terra onto Iron Fist, I'm sure he'd rather play something like the Wolverine against that. But sometimes you have to make those sacrifices to play a character that's maybe suboptimal.
Yeah, I mean, because it counters something, right? It has value into something that you maybe struggle with, and we saw them make it. We saw Terra making a big problem there for Nero up in the sky, just not able to get a ton of value with Ultron. Immediately had to switch off, and then Terra then did the same once that wasn't finding value anymore. These teams are now starting to learn what's working against certain heroes that they're struggling with, and they're able to shut that right down before they get destroyed by it.
Yeah, for sure, and. Just to ease it up a little bit, his air's a little tight, as this match goes on because it's so intense, right? I mean, I can see your bow tie. Hopefully don't choke yourself out there, Shiv. I know is it clip on or is it? No, it's too late. You've already been choking this whole time.
We can pretend it's not a clip on, but
okay, good. Yeah, I was like, if you choke out right now, you look a lot like Shroud X, so I don't really want that to happen on broadcast. Unfortunately, that could happen. I love those guys over Shroud X. Sorry, that was a bit mean. Low blow for sure after a team that really played well. Honestly, by the way, just want to shout them out real quick. I mean, Shroud X played so well to even get top 4. That's like just impressive in itself. But like I said, we got to ease it up the tension a little bit. I mean, maybe. I don't know if we have footage of it. Obviously, it's so probably buried and stuff in the footage of EMEA. There's I was talking to you, Shib. I wanted to get your take on this as we wait for the teams to pick the map and stuff. I'm sure they're deciding what there is, but I know I brought to you about the muting stuff, Shib. Have you had the opportunity to find out what that is? Right, I know that it's awkward to bring this up, but what's up?
No. So what's the statement about it? I know what it is. You're saying like
it's these Zoomers, bro. It's these like modern day esport players, dude. They're just doing these crazy things. Like it's not even that interesting. It's just literally like in their camera, like they'll like get an elimination or something. And Jerky, for example, in EMEA will go like. Like go point at his jawline and stuff because there's this guy called Dr. Mew that like he chews bubblegum and does you have to put your tongue at the top of your thing or whatever. I don't know. I'm too old for this stuff, but like regardless, you're doing it, kinda. You're doing it, yeah.
I don't want to do it. I'm gonna get clipped.
Yeah, you're the TikTok guy over here, Shib. You gotta embrace the cringe, buddy. I'm sorry to say, it's important.
Yeah, we're streamers, man. We do. But honestly, that's so funny. I would love to see more of that in NA. Stuff like that after big plays would be so funny. I mean, we saw a little bit yesterday. Shroud X, like when big plays happened, they would be leaning back in their chair and shit. That was so funny. But
Dogman and stuff. Yeah,
that was so funny. But
he was freaking out, man. I mean, it makes it. They almost did it. They almost beat Envy, bro. That was so close.
Yeah, that was so close. But looking here, man, look at this 2-0 tied. Nothing on the board. No -0, nothing. Just didn't even count. So I guess that and this is something I need to get some word on production. I think that who chooses the next map, I'm assuming it would stay with Envy.
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same that loses. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, losing position. Producer Michael, shout out EFG for telling us that behind the scenes, but. For sure, yeah. I mean, it would be kind of, honestly, a little bit bullcrap if the winning team gets it again. That'd be crazy. Imagine it's like you draw on a map and you just lost on the previous one. You're like, oh, yeah, by the way, now the winning team.
Yeah.
Flip a coin. Hey, maybe. Roll a dice, D1000. Who wins? 100 Thieves have 100, but not 1,000, I think. That's
a little bit, man.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Human Torch. That's simple indeed. That's simple. Human Torch banned for 100 Thieves, Shib. I mean, they did this before. It feels like they're doing the same thing, banning out Speedly's hero pool, except that Psylocke.
Yeah, I think it's going to be consistent for 100 Thieves. I mean, they don't have a loss yet, so there's no real crazy strategy change they need. I do think They were, you know, it was anyone's game there in OT. That's just how it always is. It's all about that hype moments. They usually show up in those moments, but
you don't have to. You know what, Shib, you don't have to make a crazy move. But how would you feel about like a Psylocke ban? Because I feel like Storm is the only Envy's the only thing that plays that Storm. Like, how would you feel just going to the Psylocke? I know Speedly's really good at Storm, but I still feel like, I mean, they figured out the solution to Flyers. No, like they put Terra on Iron Fist. They go over to that dive comp with the Psylocke. That could be good.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think that's not a horrible idea, right? It's changing pace a little bit. The question is, it's like, you know, I say this a lot, is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They haven't lost yet, right? So it's like, do we need it yet? Yeah. But I do think if something does change for them, it's like, all right, we gotta eliminate that. Let's get in their heads a little bit. Let's start getting tricky with it. And like, that is the goal. Your goal ultimately is trying to force them onto a comp that they practice the least, right? That is what this ban phase is all about, because it definitely, games can be won and lost in this phase. Absolutely.
And I think the difficulty as well for teams' head coaches, or at least the person that decides the ban system, is getting the trust of your players, right? Because, I mean, when you do a different ban, that can for sure mess up. Like, maybe that's why Envy keeps doing the same bans every time, right? Because if you just give them the set, like, kind of focused bans and the same thing every single time, you can really do a good job at just like upsetting the other team, or at least, sorry, not upsetting the team, not upsetting your team, right? Your team wants familiarity. Your team wants to play against the same stuff every time, because that helps you play better, right? Consistency is key, I think, to improvement in this sort of environment. And that's why, you know, a lot of teams will run the same things over and over again. I think when we went to MRC, when we had these global bans, we saw a lot of mirror compositions, right? Because if you just play the same thing over and over again, composition-wise, you get better and better and better at that composition, at that hero, because each hero is just so hard to play and master, especially at a macro level when the sky is limitless, right? So that's why I think the parity has been so big this season as well, is because there's so many different sort of play styles you need to adapt to, so many heroes you need to play. So it feels nice for both teams, honestly, to not deviate the bans too much, because, you know, you get to play against the same stuff over and over again. You get to kind of figure things out a little bit easier, maybe.
Yeah, and you kind of touch on it, but it also speaks to the validity of all these different compositions and heroes. I think that's a good state of balance in the game. We've seen a ton of different stuff, man, and teams are willing to change it up and make unique plays and have unique compositions still at this stage in the tournament, and across regions seeing even more crazy things. So, you know, and just speaking on that, it gets me hyped up for LAN. I want to see some stuff that I never thought about. You talked about some of these unique, like, just double damage boost, no real healing comps that they just play ready com, dive comms, and go all in and not worrying about sustained fights and try to get picks every single time. Stuff like that. I can't wait to see how it plays against more traditional stuff.
Yeah, I mean, regions each have their own identity, right? I think over in EMEA, only today, I think we saw some Groot. Over here, I think we see a lot more Groot against non-Wolverine compositions. So I think there are small stylistic differences that really is going to matter at the international level when we do get to that LAN event coming up in China.
Okay, and we are going to start these fights now. Terra going to be back on Bucky. One of the few players that stay on Bucky very consistently. We will have Speedery on that Logan, who is very strong. We can't talk about Logan enough. What a pull immediately by Terra. Do I see a pick? No, great crystals. Great work there from the side of Month. Just ready for that action. Always hold a clone when you're playing Loki and be ready to pop that ability, because it's essentially a reset button. Great pull, but it was negated instantaneously. Well done, as we will see a forced reset here. Both teams going to drop back to Lena on a crazy off angle here, constantly keeping Cal back, who is going to stay on that Hella, and here goes the copy. Out we go now. Does it land? I thought I heard the copy. Yeah, it is out for Month. We do see that Dagger Storm. Team's going to fight inside of it. The pressure is now on point. Teams are going to walk out. Good retake. They drop back as a unit. They come back again. Oh, what a... Oh, out of the pull after the stun. And here comes the resets again and again. Everyone's low. Reset once more. Oh, my goodness. Make it 4. Do I see Terra on the 5-piece? Oh, and they're going to hold up what should have happened there, which I think Terra maybe is going to give his team a little bit of, information about, as they wanted that clone for the reset. Buy a little more time to potentially come back, but they cleaned up that clone before his ult landed.
And I'm a little worried right now for Team Envy. I mean, they're going on to this competition to play around this Punisher super hard, which Punisher is really good, don't get me wrong. But I feel like, enabling Speedily is the sort of route to success right now. Maybe through these hard dives, maybe through window on Captain America. I would like to see that again. They found some success earlier. 100 Thieves on the defense. I mean, the onus is on Envy to break through this point, and they don't really have a lot of dive comp to do it.
And up we go. The Meteor M not able to get value. Good idea there. Speedery onto Delena though, and that's going to be back in Envy's favor. Now taking the space. Here goes Vinny with the Thing. Thing has been a little bit of a controversial topic between casters and just curiosity about the value. He does play well, and the damage reduction is very valuable, but just stat-wise, it doesn't show up. So that is, but stats don't mean anything in my opinion. Cal going to find Vinny, and that's a nice pick there again. And it looks like Envy are going to be able to get this point unless the teleport comes in here quickly. We'll see. TTK does get on. Nope, not able to touch. And that means Envy already has point 1 with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, they just got carried by Speedily there again. I mean, Speedily able to take down Delena, does have that Luna Snowflake, right? That's sort of a big deal as well, considering they don't play that Luna Snow on 100 Thieves side. So getting that Snowflake allows Speedily to just kind of go in, take those duels with Delena, and Delena not expecting that. And this is what we're talking about, right? You need these Psylocke players to pop off for you. Speedily is that guy on Psylocke. I think that character has been crucial. On the opposite side for 100 Thieves, I think Terra as well with his ultimate. But here comes the last final judgment immediately by Cal.
Cal going to press forward and is going to try and value. Does pull out a bunch of abilities, but no ults in return. Cal still finding Vinny, though. Didn't see that pick. That was at the very last millisecond of that ability. Good shots there by Cal Delena. Great off-angle positioning here, forcing eyes in a different direction. That's what you want to do as a duelist. Does land there with a Kraken impact. Unfortunately, shielded out, so Terra not going to be able to reset. Yamamoto has potential. Is going to be matched by some strategist ultimates, which then get turned right back again up with the Meteor M. Does the meatball land? Good shield there. Way to stuff that from the side of Kaluj, who is an insane Doctor Strange player and is consistently showing up on the stat board. Delena gonna find Month and Nero. Terra gonna clean up window. Vinny on to Nero and Cal. Wow, as a team, they just use that damage there. They coordinate. They see that little burst damage coming from Delena, and they clean up the rest. The whole team gonna fall down, and it is going to have ult advantage, actually even in the next fight.
And I want to shout out Vinny. I think in that last fight did go down, but got eyes back. Right, Cal on that Punisher had to come back towards. Also, Cart wasn't pushing because he touched it, because Envy went back through main. So even though he went down in that fight, it got some cooldowns out of him. They had to come back through, sort of panic. Maybe that slight bit of deviation from the game plan resulted in 100 Thieves with a big advantage. And now in this fight, they have Stratus ultimates.
And here goes the punch from Terra. We do see all the abilities being popped window. Gonna force this all just due to the nature of being grabbed. It does not find value. Good idea. Speedery is gonna pop that Dance of the Butterfly. Just burn through Cap shield, and they are gonna have Harvey pulling out the bond, keeping the team healthy. Again, 100 Thieves doing a good job with patience here, dropping back Nero. Uses the dance floor. Terra trying to find this off angle, looking up, seeing where Speedery is. Here comes the dive. Playing great around that natural cover. Notice there, going over towards those walls, playing around those when you know there is eyes on you. Do not have to burn down cooldowns when you have a natural wall in front of you, and waiting that out, landing on a Cal, potentially shoving him right back in the door, but they will walk back and hold on. Oh, turned around, landed directly on. Will they find Speedery, who's trying to escape? Good idea, not able to land those shots, but what a chance at it. That would have been crazy. Terra going to drop back with the team here, and the entirety of the team is going to play around Vinny, who will have that freedom charge soon.
Yeah, this is how you know how good Terra is, when he's looking for Speedily all the time, marking him. Similar to what we saw to Sparker out of EU, rest in peace VP. I think that general playthrough, gameplay on Bucky is clean. It's super smart, right? Just constantly mark the Psylocke player, make sure they're uncomfortable, and right now Speedily just dives on in there, goes low, but does have the support from his own backline.
And this is what I was talking about initially. I do think there is a strategy for 100 Thieves if they need it to not worry too much about Speedery and just have Terra mark, and instead try to ban out some of the, the people that may have less of a roster, just because, it may have more value. I'm not sure that it will. It's all going to be dependent on what they decide to do. Delena going to find Month here. Again, 100 Thieves up in numbers so far. Out goes multitude of ults. Just kidding, as Cal. Window Cal again, and Cal again with a 4-piece is going to put the pressure back on, and 100 Thieves are in the danger zone, but Harvey going to pop out that bond and just buy time. Try to get the point and wait, and that's a good, good utilization there. A lot of the time you don't want to burn all when you're down in numbers, but if it means that you hold on to point 2, it is absolutely worth it as Terra puts out more damage.
And I think a big change from 100 Thieves, it's a small change, but an important one, is what you talked about last map, Shib. SJP's over the Loki, Harvey's over that Cloak and Dagger. I think a little bit more comfortability for Harvey on that Cloak, and SJP has been doing so good on this Loki. This is the reason why I think 100 Thieves are a lot better in this map against Speedily.
And we will have ults up here for Envy, who have Nero and Speedery ready for action. There is going to be SJP and Terra to try to match that here, and we'll see who gets more value in this upcoming fight. Delena, again, on this off-angle Terra in the sky. Will it land? Kraken impact. Ooh, look for a clone. I think, no, it did land, but does get picked immediately after window. Great shots there to get that pick early. Up in numbers now, shoving them in. There will be no res by, there's no rocket or anything on the field right now. And TTK takes out Kaluj. Numbers up are even, actually, for both sides. We are seeing Q's pop for days. It's an OT now. You got to stay on point. And we will see who comes out on top. Delena on the off angle looking for Month. Month very weak. Good escape there by Delena, who was very close on that pick, but not able to get it done.
well, after this ultimate, I mean, he'll be free, right? They use the greens. They also use the ultimate in the copy. So I think right now it's all on him. Here comes also in the high ground the cowl. But oh no, he gets fleeted by Vinny and the Meteor M.
Oh, that was a great pick again by the double wombo combo. Out go Crystals, and now Delena is going to try to keep the Randy, but unfortunately, great work there from the side of Nero and Mom to just dance inside those crystals to stay healthy. But Terra on the Panther just going to start dashing. Will we see more? Did not land that dash. Is not going to have that reset. Good idea there. Trying to play on the back line and never leave their side so they can't look forward. Vinny going to try to collapse as well, and that's a great dive, and that's where that coordination comes into play. There goes two, but Window takes out Harvey. Is anyone on point? Yes. Terra goes down for Speedery, collusion on a TTK, and that may be enough here for Envy to take point two. They do.
Yeah, right now, Window has been the best player in Envy. I think that Speedily is a great player, don't get me wrong, but I feel like 100 Thieves have an answer for him. The one person they don't have a massive answer for is Window. This man, we've seen him previously pop off on Venom, also on that Magneto. These are his two best characters for sure, and I think he's the reason why Envy's going to win if they cap out on this map, but they are against the 100 Thieves, who are doing a good job setting up everybody else. You saw that dive with Vinny, you saw with Delena. If Window can keep anchoring and kind of keep getting ignored, I feel like he's in a good spot as well on that Magneto, considering he's doing so much for his team right now.
You see Nero's positioning here. Great line of sight to be ready for the dive and head back towards Crystals. But as I'm saying that, the dive is different. Nero takes down Terra again. That is the second time in a row we've witnessed that from Nero. No freeze there, but just raw damage. And that was great positioning. And that was a fast dive too. Just shuts it right down. Not sure the Panther's getting a ton of value just yet, as Terra is going to switch off. And there will be ult advantage heavily for Envy, who are just riding this momentum.
Yep, the counter got too good. Met by the Fate of the Worlds. Also, Harvey, or SJP rather, with the copy, commits his Eternal Bond. So a lot of Stratus ultimates are going to be built up. We're going to see how it happens afterwards. TTK in the sky now with the Meteor M.
And here comes the Meteor, waiting that shield out. Tried to. Good idea. And it gets returned right back. Will it land? Return to sender. Holding out that shield. Tried, but not able to land it there. Delena is going to have ult with Vinny. Harvey going to use that bond to take space. Actually, head back towards the back line of the attack, and there is Eye of Agamotto does get shielded up, but still TTK actually turning that around. Delena takes out Cal, and again 100 Thieves are now taking this space and owning it even through these crazy back and forth fights. Terra gonna walk in. Here comes the dance of the butterfly onto Delena. Good shield there to keep teams healthy. Still finds Delena. Vinny on a Nero, and they don't touch.
Yeah, I mean, those just too well played, I think, by 100 Thieves. They kind of pressed off Envy on that main side. Huge Terra Cape, huge commitment by the Eternal Bond. I feel like the strategist play of 100 Thieves has been so good. We saw it on the previous map, even though they lost on Burn It or Hold the Jolly rather. There was everybody playing slow inside those dagger storms, right? Like you said, Shib. I think they're just playing hard around Harvey, playing hard around SJP, getting those strategist ultimates, allowing themselves at points to take damage as long as you're not going down. Just getting these small kind of micro changes where they're building up ult charge for the strategists and building them first. So right now, I think 100 Thieves maybe. I think Envy's backline is great, but at the moment they're having to deal so much with Delena's dives alongside Vinny that it's been tough, because on the other side for Envy, they don't have that aggression. They don't have Speedily set up with a diving character, because Window and Kaluj are playing Doctor Strange and Magneto. When all those characters are great individually, I think they're one of the best characters in this patch. We can see how much Vinny's doing on these dives, allowing Delena that space to find those opening picks. And look at Speedily's eliminations, 8 and 3, 4 final hits, and it's all himself doing that, right? He's matching Delena with the Luna Snowflake. You know, he's doing a lot of that stuff, but on the opposite side, you can just see Delena's so free. I mean, 16 and 5, he's able to play around the team a little bit more, 8 final hits as well. So I think that's the biggest reason. But in the side of Envy, they're just wanting to switch to that Cloak and Dagger as well to match that backline.
As we look at the Squirrel, little known fact is actually Squirrel Girl's room. It's a little tree house there. You will see some of her favorite things around there, including a board game as they press forward here. And I think that was well put, man. I do think, I mean, that kind of is a testament to how good Speedily is. Speedily is just dominating here by his lonesome on these dives. Cal, a very strong Hella, going to be holding that Hella. We do see Kaluj still on that strange double shield comp inside of Envy. They are not going to like to do that here for 100 Thieves. We're going to use the haymakers to just punch right through those shields for Vinny. As we start up this next fight, Terra going to try to take this high. Good dive here onto Speedery. Not able to do so, and continuing to keep eyes on. Just noting every single movement here by Speedery. Cal finds Harvey, though, and that's a massive pick to start off this fight with a good headshot there on the high side angle. Delena going to try to find an off angle to keep pressure back onto the back line and even out the odds. But no, does not happen just yet. Going to retreat together and try to stack, letting that ult just fizzle out.
Yep, month with the copy, that will be gone. Stratus Ultimates will be in their advantage, but Cal, you called that he is the X factor for Team Envy. We know how good Window is, we know how good Speedily is, we know how good the backline is. Cal has been that guy in Hella before. Can he do it again? 100 Thieves, you would think they have the better comp because they have the thing against no Bucky. We'll see how it works out. Early engage coming from XJP.
And out goes the Kraken. I'm not sure it got a ton. Again, great positioning to drop back, but it doesn't matter. Down goes 2. Terra trying to make it 3. And yes, CTK cleans up the other 2 again. 100 Thieves playing like a unit. They're just walking right through. Perfect comms, holding on to ultimates, not overcommitting, and they will get this point.
And I'm gonna need somebody in chat to clip that. I think Nero's ultimate got canceled. So that was the only way back into that fight. And even then, they were still down trying to his ultimates. Window maybe could have hit a huge meteor, but they did not have the survivability because Nero had his ult canceled. So that's brutal. Sometimes it is that like that on Stratus, and that's why I said don't envy any of these pro players because your ult matters so much in this game. It is the most important part of Stratus kits, so it can feel really daunting to have the perfect ultimate, especially against such high damage compositions that 100 Thieves has.
So what do you think it was? Was the TTK right click into the standard shot from Terra?
Yeah, something happened like that. I don't know. But now into this fight, man, Delena's already found Nero early again.
Yeah, well, here we go. The next fight, Meteor M goes up. That does, oh, yeah, does land from Window onto Delena. Didn't even see Delena there. Thought it was going to be, oh, Terra onto Cal, though, putting the numbers back in their favor, up by 1. Keeping the pressure forward. They still have ults here. Terra onto Mons. Get inside that Dagger Storm. You see that play? Such a smart move. Oh, that's crazy. Terra finds the pull onto Speedery. For those who don't know, when you see Psylocke using that Dance of the Butterfly, if you look down on the floor, you'll see a little circle. That is where Psylocke will end, and that's where they'll be as soon as that ultimate ends. Make sure you're using your dash, make sure you're using your Emma grab on that circle, get used to the timing, and you will always be able to get value as you see Terra do there with that pull.
SGB has copied to match Month into the side. Clobbering time also comes out. Here comes the meteor, but it's blocked in the sky. Terra still finishes it up, though. Oh my goodness! With the Terra cave, deletes 2 off the face of the earth.
That's a 4-piece, almost 5. Wow, I mean, how consistent can you be with these Kraken impacts? And they're already pushing to point 3 with 5 on. Envy's got to stay here. They've got to figure this out. Yes, they're already on the land, but the prize money is on the line, heading their way to 70K. 100 Thieves wants this W.
And I feel like the idea to put Cal over the Punisher is good, but I feel like versus the Thing specifically, and maybe like the Hulk, maybe Bucky does a little bit more damage. Regardless, I think Punisher is definitely a counter to the Thing, and what 100 Thieves are doing with a super counter dive composition. We'll see if it pans out for them. They're gonna need to build those ultimates.
Yeah, it's just an Speedery falls off map there after taking out Terra. Yeah, used the dash, I believe, probably to clean up that KO, and then fell right off the map. That's kind of unfortunate as this is a final fight territory. Delena, Crystal's already out, and there goes another ult there, so that will work from Harvey. We do see the Ivagamoto get popped in from Kalush. Cal gonna clean up SJP, and that's a good pick here to slow up 100 Thieves, so they will even the odds here, and they are trying to stall. Out goes the Dance of the Butterfly. Vinny onto Nero, TTK on a Month, Delena on a Speedery, Delena again onto Cal, Kalush on a Harvey, Terra now on the Panther on a Kalush, and will that be enough to win this fight? Vinny on a Widow, that could be it. We'll find out shortly as they try to get back here. I don't know they can, and that is an incredibly well done job by 100 Thieves.
Whew, what a game, and they do it. They get it done. They're going to the grand finals versus Sentinels. Envy going to be your 3rd seed out of North America, and well-deserved by 100 Thieves. They played it phenomenally throughout the whole series. I think there was a few mistakes from Envy. I mean, the patch is going to be totally different, I'm sure, when this whole thing goes to LAN. Everything's going to sort of change. But right now, I mean, there was a few small changes in the ban phase. I feel like that could have gone a little bit better. It's these micro adjustments that need to be improved upon for teams like Envy, for other teams that aren't adapting on the fly, because the 2 teams we have in North America in the grand finals have adapted time and time after again. We see this team, 100 Thieves, switch up. Terra, Black Panther, Terra, Bucky, Terra going in for the Wolverine. Delena playing that Psylocke to a high level. He's getting better and better, going with Vinny on those dives. This team is learning. They are not an algorithm, not a machine. They're human beings that are constantly adapting to the meta and to what's best. So this team, alongside Sentinels, I think are well-deserved for this top 2 slot. Envy still also deserves a shot just through sheer mechanics alone, but I think there are some things they need to work out, kinks they need to work out with these ban phases, because I think that there's definitely some room to improve, and same thing for 100 Thieves. So every team can maybe perfect the ban phase as it goes on, as people learn what happens, because it's only been around for a few weeks, and I think that as time progresses, every team is going to get better at banning and protecting.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And folks, we have our grand final matchup. Very passionate fan bases. Another rematch versus 100 Thieves and Sentinels. What a matchup. What do you know? This is going to be an intense one as 100 Thieves get the job done. Tara, as we look here with 18 finals, what an absolute demon. So difficult to go against. We talk about the success of this this player, just, you know, finds value with anyone that he is on, and when he's angry, seems to always clutch up. Just like you can't win against him because he will turn it around. But Sentinels, they did the reverse sweep. Let him get comfortable last time they saw him. Let him get comfortable, switch up the comp, get unique with it, and try to bounce back. And we'll talk more about that later on as we head towards the grand finals. But wow, well played again by 100 Thieves, who looked clinical on this attack.
Yeah, this is a team. It's not all about one player, but I mean, Tara on that Bucky was different, right? I mean, we saw some incredible Bucky play in EMEA with Sparker. A lot of people calling him the best player in the world. I think that's totally fair. That's a warranted opinion. Tara as well in the West Side. I think that he in North America definitely is a standout for sure, if not the best player in North America, and well-deserved from him. I think some love in EMEA, by the way, since I'm talking about it real quick, definitely deserves to go to Pokey. I mean, that guy on Psylocke is disgusting, and I think it's one of the best Psylocks in the game. But for Tara, I think that he's well-deserved of this position to go to LAN, to go against some of these top talent in the world, because every single time, even in losses, it feels like Tara is just him.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The whole team popped off there. Everyone played well. You see 13 from Delena. Delena's been playing lights out in this series. Really, really, really strong. And then you got TTK with 7. You've got Vinny with 8. But I do hear we're going to have Tara. What's going on, brother, as you head into the grand finals? Congrats, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
How you doing, bro? Is your hand better? Are you feeling a little bit recovered from the other day?
Yeah, my hand's feeling perfectly fine, you know. Grand finals in a messed up hand. Like,
yeah, what else?
What it is?
Yeah, maybe this. It is what it is, bro. The story is great. I think you guys are looking a lot better as well. I think you guys are like adapting a ton more. I mean, was that Iron Fist pick? Was that just on the fly? Was that just improv from you guys, or what's the idea there? Just to counter the Flyers?
I mean, second 2 maps that we just played, the Use Yourself Path and Hollow de Jolly, we were just having some fun, you know. We didn't get a warm up, so we had to give Envy one more map, get another good warm up map in. So, you know.
I love it. I love the confidence, man. And I mean, they were definitely going hard to try to ban out some of your main heroes, but obviously pulling out Panther, pulling out Fist, you know, Bucky, which I think, you know, there's a ton of people that are talking about Bucky, but no one really seems to be playing him at this level of competition. A few people are, but, you know, what's your take on Bucky in the meta? You think he's still at the very top here?
It depends on where bans. He's still high. He's still like, it's probably high A tier. But there's obviously more DPS that are more powerful, like Torch, Punisher, Psylocke, and all the other ones that are mainly played.
Yeah, it's definitely been a shakeup, I think, as we've progressed through this this patch and stuff. And speaking of which, because you guys are going against the grand finals, you know, maybe to sort of deviate the conversation away, because I want to hear your opinion. I know that there's talks of like all-star teams and stuff like that potentially for this region. So I want to get your take as you guys enter the grand finals versus Sentinels. I'll let you prepare obviously pretty soon and just relaxed. Who would you say is your all-star player per role, not your own team though, across the entire world potentially?
All-star player. If it's not for my own team, Kaluj as a shield tank, so Magneto Strange. Crimzo for off tank for Groot, Cap, and all those things. Sparker for flankers. Are we counting myself? I'm guessing. I'm guessing we're counting myself too.
No, not yourself. You can't. You're counting you. Yeah, you're part of your own team. I mean, obviously we think.
Yeah. So I'm my own team. Right. I'm part of the own team. Yeah. So my other DPS would be Sparker. Right. My other support would probably be Saipe, and so I don't know it's between Kurova and Aramori. I need to hear comms from them. So
nice. Love it. So you're heading in. You just talked about Kurova Aramori going into the grand finals against him, best of 7 last time. Obviously,
why is bro holding the shield?
And they use
the remix
comps to try to get a little tricky with it. They mentioned that that's the strategy against you guys. Have you guys put thought into that? Maybe, you know, seeing more unique stuff in scrims and trying to progress forward, preparing for that role?
I've had the plan set out since we lost last night. I stayed up for 4 hours, threw the mental health out, hit the hit the brainstorm, and we have the perfect plan to go into it.
Love it.
All right,
Awesome.
sick. Well, you know, we'll let you get to it. Is there anything you want to say before we let you go? Anything from? Looks like Captain Puerto Rico is trying to get involved somehow.
I think Captain Puerto Rico wants to say something.
Yo,
he wants to say something.
MB, it doesn't matter what you do, brother. You will never beat this team anymore. You gotta do better than that draft. You need to do way better, bro. You're not beating me, bro. You're not beating us.
I love it.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Absolutely love it.
I love it. Speaks for the team for sure.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add before we say goodbye to you? I appreciate your time. I'm sure you want to get ready for the grand finals.
Nothing much. We're just all here. I think this whole team wants to prove themselves after what happened yesterday, and we're just gonna give it our all. Doesn't matter that we win or lose. We want to show our all and what we are as a team.
I appreciate it.
We are going to win.
Consoling Nade Shot.
I swear we are going to win.
Lost a lot of money.
Oh yeah, yeah. He made a lot of money yesterday night too.
Yeah, I saw him win it back.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's making money off you guys winning your guys' tournament instead of LA Thieves flopping out or first round. What the hell's with that? Anyway, sorry, that's a little bit side topic, but you know, congratulations to you guys, Tara. Obviously, good luck in your match, man.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Tara from 100 Thieves is always a pleasure to talk to. I think he's one of the funniest guys in the scene for sure. Check out his stream. All of them, the whole team. Shib, what a match that was. We had a draw, but it was still a 3-0.
Yeah, and I love the conversation. We just wanted to have some fun. This team is very confident, right? That's what you need. I talk about confidence all the time. Very confident in pulling this out. They say they think they've got it. They've been practicing 4 hours to try to figure out a way to handle these more unique compositions. I'm looking forward to seeing what that means as we progress to the grand finals coming up here shortly. I am excited to see it. Any thoughts, man? I think you put what'd you put, Sentinels, right, as your prediction?
No, I think I had 100 Thieves. I put 100 Thieves. I think did we all say 100 Thieves, or did we say Sentinels? I don't know.
No, wait. I put several the other day. I don't know if you're the same with me, because they bounced back yesterday.
Because remember we went over this and you said I need to go the opposite of whatever you pick because you're always wrong. So, which is fair. I mean, that's totally reasonable for sure. But we're gonna go to a short break. When we come back, we will see you guys for that grand finals. Definitely show up because this is gonna be a banger.
Banger match. I should be here. Turn into a video.
Struck down by living chi.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into the grand finals. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, who just progressed through Envy. And you saw the confidence. They think they've got this. And I'm excited to see the rematch that we just witnessed yesterday.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be incredible. I mean, this is going to be an absolute barn burner based on what we've seen from Envy in the previous game. Sentinels, or sorry, 100 Thieves just shut them down, right? It was one map where it was close, right? We got to a draw, but 100 Thieves, every other map really brought it to Team Envy. They wanted this rematch, and you talked about how Terra in that interview, he said he was on that 4-hour break, man, just kind of just chilling, mental reset, and they know exactly what to do today versus Sentinels.
Yeah, and he was kind of speaking out for those who don't know. Yesterday, Sentinels, they were down by 2, and then there was a reverse sweep. They won 3 in a row against 100 Thieves, but they were running really unique compositions. We saw Amazing on things like, we saw Iron Man, which was unique. We saw during the triple, they were trying to hold early on. Typically, a lot of these teams are running triple, 3 strats, 3 Vanguard, and then Amazing switched over to Magik, which finds value into those compositions, just going after the backline. And it was just unique, but it was difficult to counter, and it seems like 100 Thieves has been doing their homework, but somebody's going to be taking this W for 70K, man. That is insane.
Yeah, this has been a long tournament. Over the course of 3 weeks, we got to just this stage 1 playoffs, right? This isn't even including Group A and Group B, which was also a double elimination tournament format. So we got rid of 8 teams. Then we headed down to this entire format with a total of 8 teams as well. So it was just, you know, getting rid of those top teams, or getting rid of half the teams, and now we're down to 2. So this was an incredibly long tournament. We had teams from open qualifiers, from MRC, from the Invitational, a lot of esports orgs invited, a lot of unsigned teams that are invited with that made it through the qualifiers with Ego Death, and then on the opposite side with Techie XD, who made it super far. So many incredible things happened in this tournament, and it's all culminating today.
It's crazy to think about all these teams that didn't quite make it from the LAN. I know how passionate everyone was. We saw a lot of emotion in some of these interviews. We saw a lot of emotion. We've seen, you know, emotion after the fact on social media. These teams that maybe got knocked out that really wanted it, and that is going to drive them to get better and better. A lot of these teams have the talent. We saw how close these games were, right? There was no team just steamrolling everyone. It was constantly a battle. There were teams that were showing up. They were taking underdog stories. It was almost consistent. Even the top 2 seeds coming into this new style of bracket, the top 8, got knocked out first game. It was so difficult to push through.
Dude, it's insane how hard this patch has been. But you know what? I'm sure everybody on social media, which we were talking about earlier, is watching right now, specifically on Twitch, right? If you're in that Twitch channel, you're applicable for these drops. It's your last chance to get them as well, because we are, I believe, the final region, right? That needs to wrap up besides China in a few weeks when they play in their tournament as well, in their own group stages. So, or rather their own playoffs. So make sure you guys are watching for this Magik skin ship, because I mean, everybody wants it right now. Everybody wants that bad boy and wants to look like Rymazing currently with that Magik skin exclusive Twitch drop.
Yeah, the Will of Galactic skins I've always been a fan of. I love how they're constantly, hitting different heroes. And, the cool thing about Magik and with this drop is that it changes Darkchild as well. That little art change, I talk about a lot, the art team, big props. These skins are awesome. Big fan of a ton of them. But this one, it changes Darkchild. That is crazy. And it's cool that this is just a skin. All you got to do is park here for 6 hours or any of your favorite streamers, and you will get those drops. But we are moving forward, man. I know you and I both on two different sides. I truly do think it can go either way. These teams have met up in the past a ton. And I think now that we're in the Ignite stage, these are getting real. I think these are going to start counting a little more, especially due to the prize pool.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I believe in both of these teams right now currently. I mean, the read on the meta, the read on the patch has been phenomenal, but it's a matter of who can do better, in game and out of game when we go to that ban phase. Because I don't know, Ship, I don't know about you, but I feel like it's sort of been going back. The actual gameplay itself has been creeping back into it almost, because right now 100 Thieves, they have the mechanics, they have one of the best players in the world in Terra, and everybody else has played phenomenally. I mean, we've seen Delena, you talked about him earlier, dude. Like, this seems like a team that is kind of peaking at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, you got to show love to Delena, TTK, Vinny, Harvey, and SJP. We talk about Terra a lot. Obviously, a very strong in the conversation for the best. Still in Ignite right now. But these players across the board have done insane things throughout these games. Every single one of them has had the carry potential needed to push forward. Delena today has really shown up and absolutely popped off on the Psylocke every game, which I don't anticipate being banned, but maybe we'll see something different. But a team we haven't witnessed today, but did show up yesterday. One of the more exciting matches I have ever watched. Very similar to what we saw there with Envy and Shroud X, was the reverse sweep here from Sentinels, who just played 100 Thieves. So you may be saying history repeats itself, but you do not understand how close those games were. They were wild. So I can't wait to see it in a best of 7 series now, which is what we will be transitioning to. Crimzo on the cap, Techie, one of the strongest vanguards in the game, Rymazing, playing a ton of different things. Gomez, Kurova, we see Aramori, she is disgusting as well. The strat line in the back, they're just all incredible. It's difficult to really focus on any single player.
100%. That's a good point, because I think even that interview we had with
not playing Gomez,
Terra, he was shouting out both Kurova and Aramori, right? He said they are some of the best players in the game. He also thinks Crimzo is as well. So there's a lot of praise going from 100 Thieves to Sentinels, which is honestly kind of cool to see, right? I feel like most of the time there's definitely banter and it's cool and it's awesome, but
I'm gonna turn this into a YouTube video.
Every now and again, so 100 Thieves immediately banning out Cap. Speaking about respect,
Rand finals for Marvel Rivals Ignite, we have Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Who would have thought?
Really kind of get in the head there of Sentinels, who are going to
so set on the top,
and go right into Human Torch.
100 Thieves on the bottom. So we see the ban onto Emma, the ban onto Torch for 100 Thieves, because you're banning for the other person and saving for yourself. Don't know why it's laid out this way, but it is. So we see the ban on the cap. See the save on the Mag, which is a very good save. We have the save on the Emma for Sentinels, so that's a very good save. They're all very good saves. So we see a Psylocke ban.
And a Psylocke ban coming out from them.
We see the Wolf ban, especially on Burn Ninja Child with Dom. Wolf is very good. Terra is insane at Wolf, so it's kind of hurts him. He'll probably play Bucky though instead of Wolverine, so it's not the end of the world.
At least as a unit, all that much, but obviously.
See the save on C&D. Pretty good save. Again, the blinding cape does 28% damage increase to people that are hit by it. Interesting. Iron Man ban.
I absolutely love it. For those who don't know, just a shout out for those who are questioning where Super Gomez is. Super Gomez, he is on an incredible DPS. Obviously, the duelist, he is insane. But Nectar, they came over, took the spot, been very versatile, and the team loves the way they play. So decided to keep them on. So those, obviously, the talent of Gomez. You must think, how good can they be?
Loki's save is good. The fact that they let Loki through is insane, by the way. But no Loki ban, so Armory is going to be getting Loki. See a group ban, which is very good. Very good, very good. Oh, we're going res comp. Instantly.
Very interesting. We're going to domination first and going to burn into Chala
They
specifically.
let.
I think triple res, it's solid on this map. It's not the best map for this composition.
It's not the best map, but it doesn't matter because Sen is playing res comp. They let Sentinels have res comp. That's not good. But in theory, Winter Soldier Hela is the counter to res. In quotations, the counter in quotations. High burst damage, quick damage, instant eliminations is what you look for when you're trying to counter res comp, and that's what they're going for. So those are great options. Hela's great on this map. I'm not sure why it's showing the convergence map, but it's the Dawn map.
Versus that character.
So very good.
Wolverine's not in the lobby because I think that dictated a lot of the match. A lot of that reverse sweep from Sentinels yesterday was off of the back of Crimzo on group.
I love this right
Shall
here.
see how this goes.
I don't think we've seen that one.
Someone swap the Invis.
In this tournament, at least not with my eyes, and that is awesome. Fans in the chat standing.
So again,
both teams ready
to
see who takes
any
it
team
home.
up that I've been saying, any team up with Rocket, 50 extra HP opposed to just Rocket where you get 25, so very good. We're going for the portal play that we've been seeing. It's good, so we're cutting their ability to push out the main, but they're forced to rotate to a different choke.
This is a better point, I think, for this triple composition as well. When we head to this one, they got a little lucky, I think, in terms of the map pool.
Yeah, res comp on this map is very good.
And also, oh my God, TTK and a Crimson.
Oh, they are warm. They are warm.
And that is
They're doing very good, 100 Thieves. Nice. Like I said, this is the counter essentially to res comp. High burst damage, quick eliminations. This is what we're looking for. These are the two X factors when it comes to playing res. So we have Bucky ult already, like before anything, like we could just Bucky ult here. But we have Temple ults.
And it will come out soon.
Couldn't think. We would probably rip Aramore to push the point. Then we'll reactive try to go for a hook, then ult. Yep.
But the res comes through. Kurova will have res ready as long as they didn't use it.
Very good.
So that's one down, but immediately back.
I mean, we got the res back though.
Sentinels really strong for them. TTK up in the sky, waiting for the dunk. Bang! Does go down, but doesn't find value on the pick there. Good idea. Crimson.
That was a lot of damage, but no fall. Yeah, they might have to look to swap res comp here. I mean, we get the res, which is good. We have the pressure of the res.
Not the best. In the game, up we go again for Delena. That's just going to be burned. Nectar very low though. Were they able to find the pick? No, Delena is going to walk them back towards their spawn or release into that.
I mean, in this situation, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I like this from Vinny, but to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of the thing for Sentinels right now. I mean, it's not really countering much on 100 Thieves side, but we'll see what happens.
Thing doesn't really make sense here.
Nectar in the sky though, like a Magneto would.
Yeah, I think that's that smart ban of the cap, right? It kind of messes with the brain a little bit. It's a cool ban.
So we should have definitely Emma. I mean, we're getting picks, but hindsight, I think we Emma ult and we Star-Lord. I mean, we're managing to get the picks, but if you wanted a cleaner fight, you would combo those two.
And ult advantage will be even in this next fight.
Fine.
And the respect towards Sentinel's hero pool has allowed them to play this. I mean,
again, I mean the res comp's working because it's res comp. But I don't like res comp here into this. This is literally the counters. But Emma ult.
Now they come through aggressive with a side seduction. Oh my God.
That is a scary one. TTK gonna find Amazing through that though. Might
you should get res. By self-res. I don't know, instant Mantis ult probably. To keep Kurova up so he can build ult charge.
You gotta take rid of them multiple times 3 because Nectar also actually he doesn't have that res. Kurova also doesn't have his up, so they're gonna be missing the Star-Lord this fight.
Are we going to copy up? Out goes that boundary, keeping the pressure on from 100 Thieves. They are at 80%, but still holding the point is Sentinels, who we do see.
Born again.
Cracking it back. Make that 2. Oh
Uh
no!
oh.
This could be detrimental. Will they? Oh great! Oh, there from Aramori to keep the team healthy. That was dangerous.
Nice.
And they do follow up. Amazing is a mean Mantis, one of the duelists, not afraid to pull out the Mantis if need be. for this composition. Plays Mantis like no other, but does fall there from Harvey, and they keep the pressure forward to Lena. Gonna keep raining. Will there find
Got
value?
hit.
Yes, Nectar goes down. Is the res up from the passive? We'll find out shortly. Keeping the pressure on in the sky. 99.
Yeah, I don't.
Touch. They do not. 100 Thieves take point 1.
We gotta swap off a res.
What an incredible .1 for sure. And
The res comp is not gonna work here.
The cocoon tried to come back and touch the objective, but it took a little bit.
Like you're playing res comp into the res counter.
I mean, it kind of worked out as well. It does negate
In my
some of the
opinion.
damage from Dilemma's
Again,
ult.
not sure why we're on thing.
Also coming back to
Into
do the damage
hella
to the rest of his
Bucky.
team on Crimzo's side. But now we're on arguably the worst map for this triple res composition, I believe, as we enter a more open map.
Please swap,
It's going to be interesting to see
guys.
how it pans out, because I feel like that's one of the harder maps to even
Guys.
make that composition work from 100 Thieves. In fact, I feel like we're playing a little bit too fast at sometimes. Like Terra didn't expect that Eternal Bond, I think, to come out from the side of Sentinels. I mean, they tried to come back through Aramori into that objective with that ultimate.
This is like
but
bad.
Terra,
Like they need to
got
swap.
caught out in that one
It's like
instance.
bad
Most of
bad.
the time he's been playing perfect, so we'll see how Sentinels
Res
does
comp
moving
doesn't
forward.
work
They do
here
have
that
an
well.
ultimate coming up soon with Nectar, but it's going to be matched surely by Harvey.
Like
because these
res
struggles
comp
go
is
so
good,
fast.
but not into what 100 Thieves is playing. And again, the thing doesn't make sense at all to me. You're playing thing into Winter Soldier Hella. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Nectar's going to be close for the Galactic Legend, but you got to know TTK is going to try to match that right
You're
now.
going high ground or low ground, sorry. That's good reaction. Again, I'm not a fan of res comp right now. Especially into Loki. Loki, Hella, Winter Soldier, and playing res comp. You have to deal with the regeneration domains from Loki. That's a good, I mean, that's a good clobbering time. I mean, sure, that's the one instance thing works, right? Again, not a fan of it. So we swap to Strange instantly so we can get a 6v6 again. But it doesn't necessarily really matter because we're playing res comp. Now we just wasted res, or wasted TP. Like, I understand why he TP'd, like, so he's trying to turn like a 5v6 into a 6v6 as fast as possible, so that's why we're TPing there. But again, you have to keep in mind that even if we get certain picks with that TP back, they just res, they self-res. Like I said, on paper, this comp loses to this. Uh-oh, he found them. Instant Mantis assault, that's good.
Will the bond come out to keep the team healthy? Yes. Oh, once again, what a turnaround onto Terra. SJP on a tech, trying to even the odds, but it is. Oh, good. TTK on a right, amazing now.
Yeah, we got a little too greedy there from Terra.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I mean, a force physics from SJP got Techie off the map, so that's so much pressure removed and brought back from that res.
No. What are we doing?
Push off the map. Excellent
Whoa,
job
whoa, whoa.
from 100 Thieves backline.
That res is so tasty for the Kraken impact, but it did not.
I mean, the TP there would have been fine if they didn't flip the point, but the point flipped, so the TP was dead.
To stop it, and that was beautifully well done there again by Korova.
Again, I hate to like say it and repeat, but again, I think we need to swap res comp.
You can play differently, just like he does, and they
If we just mirror.
trying to press back, but 100 Thieves right now trying to gain that percentage, about halfway to them. Going to keep the pressure on. Aramori going to have ult here shortly. Crimzo trying to work towards that. No, the switch here. Going to get off the thing, and I think that's a smart decision. I know it's difficult sometimes to play groups.
Standing up in the back, is that the coach? I guess so.
Pulling you away from those walls that you're trying to set up.
Absolutely, I think that change up is going to help them, but this map is still so open. I mean, it's
Now we're playing Groot into Winter Soldier. I don't know, these picks are like really bad.
And Harvey both ulting with the Eternal Bonds. Harvey gonna find Korova though, and that res will come back if need be. Harvey,
nice.
Great position here. The Loki might get two. Harvey popping off and right back into one of the strongest Lokis. Really practice Loki. We talked about maybe.
They're relying on res comp a little too hard.
Harvey with 4, make that 5.
Nice.
Are you kidding me? With this Loki flank right now off of the Eternal Bond copy, just built differently.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, Harvey, one of the best Lokis. It's interesting how often they switch up SJP and Harvey between roles. You know, definitely something unique about this team. Sentinels, though, they
Just not a fan of the res.
Fight ship, so they have a chance. It's just
not getting that much value.
Both Vanguards with ultimates as well. Kurova's gonna have to sit perfectly with this.
Like the whole point is to stall on the point.
Again, this is the momentum. You know, this is where you start that momentum push. You start the wave going. You want to win early on, so the pressure starts getting off your shoulders a little bit. Play a little less nervously. Let your heart
Might have to look to back ult now. Yeah.
Ooh. Onto Kurova, right to the dome. What a throw there! Right after.
Wait, what?
Oh, that's unfortunate with the fall. Right after almost getting a few in the trance and return right back.
Fell. Ooh, good.
Off of that clobbering.
Might be dead though.
Finds SJP though, and now Crimzo and Nectar cleaning that up, and well done again.
They still did 99 though. It's very good. For 100 thieves, they still did 99.
On that front line to stay alive, considering that was so bad. I mean, Kurova getting picked without the cocoon. I mean, that's going to be so difficult to stay alive in that fight as well, because you just need that resurrect for the upcoming fight.
Can the,
right now,
I don't even know how the rules work. Can the coach just like talk the entire time?
Alongside Crimzo with a huge trailing prison that's available. So, I mean, now they're back in the advantage, and with 63% on the board, I'm feeling good about Sentinel chances.
Yeah, they're in a good
I don't know like what the rules are for coaching. Like can we just like game plan the entire time or what? Get an invis.
Already at 70%, almost falls there, and yeah, Crimzo does. And that's the difficult side of that invisible boundary. You get slowed, it can be aggressive. Terra finds Techie, now they're heavily up in numbers. We might have to see a TP back. Out goes Kurova, falls here from SJP, and now they are very low. Rymazing takes the Lena though, good pick there by Rymazing. Nectar and Rymazing trying to hold with all their might for the teleport back. Kurova comes back with a res though. Kurova does have that res for the team. If they want to retake, they're still holding on to this.
Nice.
Yeah, but Kurova's dead. I mean, he's been so focused by 100 Thieves. They find him every time ship, and now, I mean, they have to clutch up with his Guardians in Nectar.
Yeah, and this could be what they're talking about with these unique.
Just hops through and insta-reses. Yeah, he made it back to point.
Can they shove through and push this to map 3? Crimzo on the Stranger, the teleport. The Stranger gets matched on the opposition. Now it is behind them, but Kurova.
Wait, Kurova's killing everybody. Never mind.
The king of the hit scan strat. Will we see another again? Holding on, and there goes Terra, and that should
Still unlucky.
And they do
I mean, again.
as Sentinels pushes to map 3.
Oh my god. I don't know how they keep doing
Like,
it.
res comp should not be
Fights.
working.
I mean, maybe
It
this is from
upsets
what
me.
Rymazing told us in the interview to play the Emma. Like, that character could do so much. I think the value in Techie and the front line of Crimzo on Groot.
It upsets
has
me
enabled
that the
them.
res
There's
comp
no
is like
Wolverine on
kind
the
of
other
working,
side. Right
but
now,
it's
Crimzo
not.
onto the Doctor Strange at first, maybe for that play like they did earlier. Going back to the group.
It's like you can play
I think
so
that's the play.
bad
I
on
mean,
res and it doesn't
there's
matter.
No counter on the opposite side for 100 Thieves. There's no
The
Wolverine to
deaths.
potentially negate what you're doing. So I think that the group is definitely a better play than the Thing, especially since 100 Thieves comp I think is built to deal with a Thing with the Bucky. I mean, you don't have Wolverine, but I feel like Bucky does so much damage to the Thing. It's so hard to really negate that damage that comes through on that character. So right now, the shutdown play is just Crimzo on Groot, and Techie on the Emma has just been feasting.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves, they have a great banning phase. They did what they wanted to do, but I think they forgot one thing.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube and if you haven't gotten the Magik skin, you can head over to my Twitch for it. No, I appreciate you watching on YouTube anyways.
Even during that one that he fell, almost got 4 in that trance, and that kind of value allowed
Go back to
him
Invis.
especially at this level with this kind of team play. Any sort of trance like that with that psionic seduction for a moment is so invaluable. Here we go with the next fight. Delena gonna press forward. They are gonna own this space here. Hella, this is a very good Hella map with that height on the off angles. You can find 3 different points of view here.
And res comp.
Retreat back into those cave systems. Nectar gonna ult up. Meteor M gonna eat some damage.
Soul bonds.
TTK finds no one. Nectar holding on. Does have that bond. Bond gonna keep teams healthy. And this is an aggressive
Nice.
play. The mini stun from Delena. So clean as Nectar goes down. Cracking impact hitting the entirety of the team. Nectar reses up though. Numbers even.
Oh, that's a big Emma charm.
The 4Ps walk. Do they get value off it? Yes, they do.
I mean, that's what happens when Emma's in the game. Ooh, my.
And will they proceed or will this turn back on the side of 100 Thieves who do have ult advantage?
Nice.
Out goes another strategy for that invisible boundary.
Oh, SJP pushed
He
off the map,
ulted.
That means he can't get brought back by this res, right? So it's just Aramori.
He
brought back into the
ulted.
fight. Right, never mind, he does come back.
Oh, wait,
into
never
it,
mind,
so
they're all back.
That's just the passive, obviously. Regardless, Sentinel's now on the point. Everybody together. They pushed off 100 Thieves for now, but they're still kind of anchoring here.
Yeah, I mean, how is this happening? These teams are so good. You just see this level of play, even being down numbers like that. Just the perfect utilization of cooldowns. Nectar, you can see the spin there. They are different on that ult charge.
Nice, good movement.
Having an ult again.
Yeah, Nectar's been so good on the Star-Lord for sure enabled, but now Harvey, they found Rymazing again, does have that self-res, so every time they pick this Mantis, it seems to be...
Wait, we have a Punisher?
Rymazing with the self-res coming in. Terra going to use that Q, the final judgment. a very strong hit scan player in general. Obviously, Terra known for having a vast hero pool, hero ocean, if you will. Up in the sky we go. TTK eating some of that Galactic Legend and throwing it right back down on Amazing, who no longer has that.
And since when have we had a Punisher?
TTK, though, numbers evened out. One strat down, though, for Sentinels and one Vanguard down for 100 Thieves. Alt advantage heavily on Sentinels. But what do you know, folks? Nobody still has the point.
Oh my god. This is first fight still.
Nobody wins. Counterpoint by Techie now coming through, needing the healing. Does get it. Also connects on so many people with silent seduction. And now coming back in, Amazing. Kurova has yet another ultimate.
Wow, this is so crazy to watch, dude. Finally, Sentinels get
They finally capped.
I love to see an aggressive Mantis like this. Amazing, a very strong, you know, duelist.
He has res again.
You want your duelist on the Mantis when you're running Guardians comp, because Mantis is a very strong damage dealer as well, and the damage boost. You got to be kind of all over the place with what you're doing at the same time with great focus. And we do have a reset fight here. Terra gonna pop this ult again. What do you know? The next fight already.
Whoa.
Having this ultimate final judgment goes out. Does it find a pick? Yes. Nectar goes down. Do I hear two? No, as the map breaks here.
Man, how's this guy dead?
Nectar gonna res back and immediately take out Terra. Oh my goodness, these fights are so back.
How did Terra die?
Come in with the Eternal Bond. No ults here for Sentinels besides Kurova, who's ready to res.
Oh no, here we go again, guys.
You're gonna see him immediately walk forward. Knows exactly what he's doing on this.
Wait, this guy just ran out and insta-died. What?
Play here. Again, SJP gets a two-piece push off the map there.
Yeah, I mean, this ultimate from Delena, perfectly timed.
Good movement.
I mean, his ult just a little bit around the corner, but it's like, where else are they going to really go? And these fights are absolutely insane. So long right now, 100 Thieves.
Yeah, again, if you're watching, like, it's Marvel Rivals Twitch and YouTube, their bitrate is very bad. It's out of my control. So they flipped the map. Good. We're still playing Thing into Star-Lord, which I'm not a fan of. DK's dead.
The raw burst damage is so difficult to press through. Here we go again from the height. Great turret placement there. Look at Terra's ult charge in that turret already. Back it's almost 70. Gained 20% in milliseconds there. Nectar gonna find. Oh my goodness, Terra goes down.
Why do we swap off of Bucky? I mean, I understand why he swapped off of Bucky to break the group walls, but I feel like Bucky is just 20 times better into res comp.
On this percentage, these teams are so well matched.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the difficulty of playing against this triple res.
Shouldn't be losing res here.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if they just self-res, if they find one back. And every time 100 Thieves lose somebody early, I mean, that is so detrimental because you're not going to.
I hate res comp. It's such a slop fight. A nice pick. Don't matter, bro. Bro's res. This guy's like insta-dead.
We'll be back in this fight again.
Yeah, and these picks, man, you got to keep your eye on that feed. You got to know that it's still even. Maybe a little tricky to keep track of.
It's so annoying.
There, but no value on the pick instead. Potentially just
it's all bond so that he won't die to mag ult. It doesn't even matter if it misses or not.
Doesn't there, and here goes Delena again in the sky. Looking directly at
nice.
The backline, immediately burned out, but does find our Amori, SJP,
oh, here they come again.
Gets one, and here comes the res again. They cannot get back to the point in time to hold, but they're already at 88%. Just going to reset as a team.
Yeah, reset, wait for also Amazing to build up towards another Soul Resurgence. That's going to be a difference maker in this fight. Can 100 Thieves find a pick as they walk in, as those cooldowns have been forced, as the reses are gone, and how many passives are up on the Guardians comp? We'll see what happens in this fight. 100 Thieves need a pick early.
Like, you have to get rid of them fast.
On. Sentinels halfway through, grabbing this point right back. Out goes the clobbering from Vinny. Does it find value? It does under Amazing. Great ult there. From the backside of Sentinels, are Amori going to use that Eternal Bond. We now have Amazing who just finished up with that ult.
Oh, that was really good movement.
It's a great combination there with the wall behind. It will consistently smack them. Techie with a ton. Trance there as the team cleans up. Will they be able to grab this point back? Teleport play is going to need to come through. Can they clutch up his ult advantage?
Oh my god.
In this next fight, though.
Terra's first bond, he has to give up his ultimate. They're going to have to come back. Delena's now over to the Punisher. He had to give up the final judgment. Doesn't get here in time. It's about to. 1 second off. Can they get there? Yes, overtime pops.
That was just picture-perfect timing right there. Frame perfect. Up goes TTK. Doesn't land. Techie finds Delena. One number down. And that is going to keep Nectar trying to pull out the Galactic Legend, looking at the back line, dealing a ton of damage, but the bond is out, does not do much. Instead, is going to just be just damage for nothing. Going to spin to win here shortly. You'll see a ton of all charge gain back. TTK now has the point. 100 Thieves, very close to owning this.
Don't see nine.
On and holding as the team does retake. Crimzo is down there. Nectar gets Harvey. Numbers are even. Down one strap for 100 Thieves.
Oh my.
For Sentinels, Crimzo will
Good eye.
back though, so the team will be able to retake. Great bond.
Good eye.
Will it be enough? No. As Hero finds Aramori, Vinny on a Kurova, Delena on a Amazing. The teleport should come through any second though.
Oh my god.
Good play.
Wait, they're still trying to win it. I mean, they still have the point back, by the way. Rez is coming back through, and oh my gosh, Techie as well.
He's him.
Shuts down TTK and Vinny.
Yeah, he's him. No, that's just different. Again, Techie just finding so much value. They left this open for Techie, potentially sleeping on the power of this Vanguard, who does not relent
Res comp,
at all.
bro.
And Sentinels will now take map 1.
This just goes to show, I think no matter, I mean, it was close, don't get me wrong, but it feels like for 100 Thieves, they've still not solved the Groot puzzle. Also on top of Emma existing, right? I mean, that's just facts. Like, this Emma Frost is just doing so much at the moment, and you can see why that character's banned so often, right? It's because of things like that. I mean, they just kind of sit on point, are so aggressive, they do so much damage at full charge. So if we look at the stats, I'm sure we would see a lot of damage out of Techie. It looks like the backline as well kept them alive very well, but look at that, 31,000 damage for Techie, most on his team, and then the follow-up was there from Groot on Crimzo. So they haven't figured out the problem that is Crimzo on Groot and Techie on Emma Frost.
I mean, do you see 90k healing there for Aramori too? That is wild. I mean, are you kidding me? Obviously, it was a very close match. Next closest on the opposition, 53. We see SJP at 39. I mean, Aramori just having about 500 ultimates. The plus side there being that when you have this Guardian's comp, there's a lot of rezzing, obviously, a lot of healing up, especially during the res, so you do get that extra amount, but oh my goodness, that is insane.
Yeah, and there's so much damage output potential as well from that character. I mean, you toss out the Terra Cape. I mean, Aramori always had perfect ones where it would connect on the Vanguards at the perfect time and just remove them so fast. So, I mean, honestly, I thought they sort of got they ended up on the right map, right? Because they won the second map, right, the second round, where it's honestly kind of hard to run that sort of Guardians composition. They came back through and they were able to win on that third map on Warrior Falls. We saw how long that first fight was. That's partially because of how Guardians comp works, as well as on the opposite side for 100 Thieves, their kind of composition is super bunkery. They don't want to go down. They play around Vinny. They play around TTK, and that's sort of why these fights were so long. But that was so back and forth, an absolute banger of a match. But at the end of the day, 100 Thieves still haven't really beaten Sentinels with Crimzo on Groot when they didn't have a Wolverine. So that ban has been crucial for them. I wonder if they'll take advantage of that cap ban first, maybe protect Wolverine second in terms of 100 Thieves, or rather, because it was Emma Frost banned for them. I wonder if they try to protect the Wolverine upcoming, because you can't really play around Groot when you don't have Wolverine.
Yeah, I mean, Groot, obviously, especially with Crimzo on Groot, is just different. As you saw a big ult right there on your screen as I'm talking about it, followed up by this Psionic Seduction, which gets 5. This is just insane. I mean, Techie, you can't shout out enough. 14 finals there. Very pointed damage with 31k, the most on the team. Aramori with that MVP, though. Like I said, I mean, 15k damage alongside almost 90k healing. Wow. What a masterclass of Cloak and Dagger there. And this team, I mean,
I think in that scenario, you literally just have to ban Adam now, unfortunately.
I think Sentinels are right up there with them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of good triple res teams, I think, in North America. We'll see how that pans out at the international stage, because I think we're in good hands when it comes to this specific composition. We'll see if that even gets touched in the future, right? Because there's always a potential in this game, between patches, between character releases, Shib, that they just remove team-ups. So, I mean, anything is possible, right? We had freaking Jeff NATO, and it still is a thing, added to the game. So, really, who knows what's in store for us in the future?
Yeah, the cool thing about the devs in this game is they play the game, so they understand the problems. They'll let it run for a bit, but they will.
I don't think the devs
change things up. Like, they did nerf that Jeff NATO, making it far less valuable. That's why we haven't seen it since the beginning of the tournament. But yeah, I mean, always so much more coming to the game. You got to be so versatile when you play, and Sentinel's definitely versatile after that ban phase.
Yeah, I know you and I have always talked about how it feels like in terms of, we're not game developers, we're just, dumb casters, obviously, but at least I am. I know Shib's obviously a smart guy here. But like, realistically, it does feel like for a game development and design of balance, you don't really want to go for that balanced approach. It feels like just, make things broken for a little bit, but then, maybe nerf for the next patch or buff something else the next patch, right? So as long as there's a little bit of variety, I think us as, ADHD, hero shooter fans, it feels like that variety keeps us interested in the game.
Yeah, and that's what everyone is looking for. It's just new content. And I mean, guys, for those who don't know, a new hero every month. We've got another season coming up here. Who is it going to be? New heroes, new maps, consistently being dripped every month. Are you kidding me? You've got to be so versatile as a pro. You've got to not be a one trick. You've got to be able to rotate, because if you're one trick, you get banned out. Team's not going to want to keep you. You know what I mean? Not going to want to keep you around. So it is just tricky, but we are going to move forward in these grand finals for map 2 right after this break.
Let's try gag. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I turned this into a video uploaded Tuesday. Full breakdown. Oh.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Against the falling shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains.
Welcome back, everyone. Sentinels take game 1 of the grand finals for 70,000 and bragging rights. What did you think of that match?
I mean, it was incredible. I mean, what a game number 1. I think it was back and forth. You know, we had a map, 400 Thieves, and then the immediate comeback from Sentinels. I mean, that could be a potential future look, considering it was a reverse sweep in the overall series, and a small reverse sweep, but it was a reverse sweep on that last map.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it, yeah, like you're saying, in the entire series last time with unique picks. The ban phase definitely different here for 100 Thieves, but I will think that they, you know, they've practiced this. They know that if that doesn't work, I'm sure they've got something else. Sentinels, though, it's hard to ban them out. They've got a ton of different compositions they're willing to run with a ton of different heroes they can pull out at any moment. We saw even switches there from Thing to Groot, which found a ton of value.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw Captain Puerto Rico himself boast about how Envy would never beat a team like 100 Thieves. I wonder if today, maybe Captain Crimzo, Captain not DMCA in the background after in the winner's interview, UFC, you know, maybe just a small thing that happened, but maybe he has the answer to 100 Thieves. So it does feel like there's that sort of rock, paper, scissors match over here in North America. But right now, Sentinels are just a hammer, man. They just dominate everybody, it feels like. But it's still a good fight between these two teams.
So 100 Thieves pick to Sentinels 1, and they picked the side that they want to do.
And here
Sentinels on the fence, 100 Thieves on attack, Loki Convoy.
Yggdrasil's path. And they
So,
do play very well
pretty
here,
solid
as
map.
again,
Personally,
we
my
see the
favorite
cat
map
ban.
in the game. Let me know what you
cat
think
ban,
in the
torch
comments
ban
down
on the
below.
other side for Sentinels.
We have Sen on the top.
I
Just make
guess
it
we might
easy.
have to
100
keep
Thieves
the
on
bans
below.
right now anymore because I don't know. I figured
Then
maybe we could
bans
protect as because Sentinels are
Emma.
banning Wolf. I
They
mean,
ban
after this,
Torch.
Emma protect, right?
Whereas
And the
100 Thieves are
we'll
banning
see if they
Cap.
change anything up. I think last
So
time
you're
they
kind of
banned
not
Mag
having to
here.
deal with the Psy
Maybe they go for the
Cap
yeah, they
dive.
go for the Mag again,
Mag
and,
save
I don't know,
and a
Sentinels
Mag
surely
ban.
go for that Wolf
That
ban
means
again.
100 Thieves
Yeah, I think you need to ban
can
Wolf
play
out, but I
Mag,
mean,
but they
it's just, you can't let Terra
Sentinels
have Wolf. I think they
cannot
said that
play
yesterday,
Mag.
so they're gonna stick true
So
to
we
that
see
and
a
buy
Psylocke
Wolf,
ban,
which I'm wondering if there's a
which is
conversation
good.
here. If you know you lock Wolf early on, I know it's going to put you in a difficult spot Vanguard wise, especially as they're still banning out that Emma. So I don't know, but I do think there's a conversation to maybe changing things up. If it gets a little dicey, you got to switch it up.
And we
Kinda
see
similar to what
the
Sentinels
Wolf
does to other
ban.
teams.
C&D safe. C&D is good
I don't
right now.
understand the cap ban
I think.
because you're going against, you're gonna have a
Kinda
Bucky
like
on your team
slot
who could deal with
fights.
them. Like it just feels that way, but they just go for the group ban at the
We're
very
not
end. So at least they're
banning
changing it
Adam.
to some degree. And right now, 3 Vanguard prioritization ban for 100 Thieves on the opposite side. Sentinels making sure they get.
I'm
to
not
put that
sure how
cloak and
I feel
dagger.
about that.
Loki protected on the other side. We'll see what the
I
last
mean,
ban
it's
is for
Loki
Sentinels. I wonder
Convoy,
if it'll be
it's-
towards that cloak and dagger or something along the lines of more targeted heroes like Bucky or Punisher.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think they just really respect Crimso's cap. He mentioned, even Terra today mentioned that if they had a choice between where they would
Root
put
mirror
in
ban.
the Vanguard role, they'd put Crimso there. So I don't know if that will change. It seems like that's their game plan today.
This
They're gonna
standard
stick to
comp
it,
at
but it's just a
below
matter of,
for 100
you know, maybe the
Thieves.
thought process domination can go anywhere. Let's see what
Oh
happens here as we
no.
go to Convoy and Convergence.
No,
Yeah,
no,
both
no.
teams ultra good at this group composition. You can see the respect towards each other with that comp.
No,
I
no,
know we've seen Wolverine counter the group composition, so Sentinels don't really play Wolverine anymore. I mean, you could say, you know, who's on the bench of Sentinels? You talk about Super Gomez. He's an incredible Wolverine player, but I mean, there's a reason why you kind of
Oh,
put
not
the same
Rez
people
again,
all
please.
the time. It just feels like you build that
Please.
synergy together. And sometimes when you put in players, it's already so hard as it is to adapt to each meta, to change on the fly. So it gives you some semblance of consistency when you're not changing players out that frequently. So I think that's probably the biggest reason why Gomez is kind of on the perma benched on the streamer role. Shout out, he's probably co-streaming right now. But I think regardless, that's probably the biggest reason why Gomez is benched. I just feel like you kind of you lose that opportunity to build synergy together. And Shib, I think this is going to be an interesting first map because if we go to, so we're going to Idrisil Path, right? I mean, you were talking about something interesting, I think, earlier with this triple Vanguard composition that a lot of teams, specifically 100 Thieves, like to do.
Yeah, I think they're just really practiced. I mean, they found success with it in multiple tournaments. Yeah,
Again,
they are.
Sen on defense. They're playing Res comp.
Okay, but they still will
100
have
Thieves on
yeah,
attack, and they're
gonna
playing like the
have
anti-Res
res
comp.
here. Krover on Sentinels on defense for sure. But yeah, 100 Thieves, they will elect to keep
Res
it
comp
very
is
similar to
predominantly
what they ran
best
last
on
game.
defense or Dom maps.
Maybe works
He
better for
insta
Cloud Dome,
picked
but that is gonna res
onto
right back. Don't forget.
Nectar.
Yeah, as Nectar is back
And
in
he's
the fight.
back.
They do a great job on off-angle pressure, and they will not have that bubble, right? So it's more difficult to get a ton of value. But what a unique Vanguard lineup here with Crimso on the thing. And then you've got Techie out there on Emma. No
Thing
major
Emma.
shield tank, as TTK will be running that Magneto.
Nice.
Yeah, they've sort of banned out the hero pool of Crimso, and I think that's a smart play from Captain
Wait,
Puerto
what?
Rico over on that side. Also,
He has
immediately
ult already?
met into Crimso's face. This is what I was talking about, Chip. I do feel like Bucky does a
Oh.
great job of countering the thing, but on the backside, Rymazing trades it.
What a sleep there by Rymazing.
Come on,
Turn
he
that right back.
killed
Nectar
Terra, please.
with a nice shot there to SJP, getting rid of that invisible. Oh, excuse me, no, because it was a res. It actually stays up there. Just kidding, it wasn't a copy. It was Harvey's ultimate there for the copy. Excuse me. So that's why it stays up. Even if you go down on Loki, if you use that invisible boundary, it actually will stay up, which is a little known fact there. Rymazing got a res back. Sentinels still healthy. Full team up, holding on defense as the portal comes through from Techie.
And Crimson's now over to that Emma, so they just got to have that Emma out there. And Techie, meanwhile, on the Doctor Strange, they're going to use the Soul Bond, go aggressive with the damage boost, blasters, build that ultimate like you'd like to talk about, Chip.
Terra,
Nice.
shot there, and that's two as Rymazing goes down. Shouldn't have the res up
Oh,
now.
born
They
again.
Take out Crimso, Terra, and Corova has the res. Excuse me, no passive res, but a team res up here for Warlock. So well played again. Great positioning. The team will be able to touch instead of electing to run that Vanguard front line. Just know that you can just come back with one of those reses instead and guarantee
Nice.
fights out. Go TTK. Glory after the ult, and that is a ton of value.
Wait, what?
There is Nectar though. Finds Selena even through crystal placement. That's going to be a pick.
Is that guy
Will they be able to
AFK?
come back and find more value out of the back line? Yes, they do. SJP so low, no. And they're doing the strategist dance there. Look at each other, heal each other up, and unable to find value. Great work by the backline of 100 Thieves, who now take out Techie in the front and have a better chance of getting this point as the portal is gone.
Yeah, the portal is gone. I mean, that was the only way that TTK and 100 Thieves win that fight is if he hits that dunk from across the map onto Aramori. There's no bubbles because they banned out the Magneto to save
That's
Aramori,
how it should be going.
So she just tried to kind of go
Like
as
I
far
said,
as possible away from that meteor because
100 Thieves comp should be beating Res comp.
Right. Same thing with Soulball on the opposite side for Kurova.
When you're facing Res comp, you're going for high burst characters that will instantly get eliminations.
Wiped after that as well because part of that
Ultra, Hello, Wolf, all good.
Yeah, I can't stress how clutch that was, right? It's not only value for the pick, but value for the canceled ultimate to Lena.
Like that.
Again, under Amazing. Will that res be up? We're not sure yet. And Nectar goes down from Terra. Crimzo here on the Emma this time. Trying to look for the backline as Techie is now on the Strange. Nectar gets res back. Here comes Arvid Dangerous. The Kraken Impact looking for one. Gonna go inside of this invisible portal, trying to get the pick, but no, inside of that Dagger Storm stays healthy.
Nice.
Is the pick in time. Kurova goes down. Nectar goes down. Aramori, Crimzo, the entirety of 100 Thieves sweeping here with a ton of time on the clock. 3 minutes 16, pressing through this first angle.
I wonder if they're swapping something else. It looks like Crimson's hovering the thing. He's going back over. They want Techie back onto the Emma Frost because he did so much in the previous round. Crimzo, I don't know if he's as practiced on the Emma Frost, considering he does play that Cap. He does play that Emma. I know he played the Groot. So because he was playing on that Emma, it was not allowing Techie to be on that hero, which he can carry incredibly hard with.
Yeah, that was good.
I mean, this is going to be Final Fight
good swap by Sentinels. And very good bans for
great placement of a shield there, right
whoa.
into the wall, weaving it in the door frame. Doesn't matter.
Airball.
Outgoes invisible boundary to counter that. Sentinels heavily up and alt here. Will they win this? They do. Amazing with an early pick onto Lena. That should be enough here, as they do have ult advantage. They might be very smart. They're not going to overcommit here. Armori holding on Kurova.
I mean, realistically, 100 Thieves should reset.
Ready. They have a ton of strats ready to counter up should anything happen, but Vinny finds Nectar. Will that be enough to sway them in the opposite direction? And shouldn't. At this point, they're held back towards their spawn.
Yeah, I was wondering if
nice.
would try to pop the ultimate, but now here comes a counter again.
Burn him. Nice.
Rye goes down, Crimson goes down. Does that call
nice.
The res from Kurova?
Yep, here it is, and this is another one of those Kraken Impact moments. Will they counter back? Everyone gets hit.
Good ult by Armori.
No, just gonna have to drop back. Good idea there again by Terra, but not able to get much. That's the third time. Goes to show you how strong these backlines are at keeping their team healthy even through those reses.
Yeah, this is why you
Wait, Terra used ult and has it back already.
You need to have another strategist ultimate.
That's insane.
They need to rely on Soul Resurgence, which Nectar falls down, and here comes a clobbering time under Amazing.
That is going to be huge. Delena goes up. Harvey going to counter up and use that strat line. Vinny going to find Amazing again. SJP with the invisible boundary. Terra trying to find one. And Kurova. Techie goes down. Terra gets three.
Nice.
Make it 4. Do I see 5? Terra.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. Sweeping the entire team and shoving them to point 3.
I mean, this targeting banning Crimzo's hero pull, forcing him onto the thing, is panning out. I mean, Amazing is finding those picks. He's able to find the eliminations on the Mantis. It's awesome to see the Mantis do that when they can, because it's similar to a
I like this angle that Terra's taking.
But right now, Crimzo on the thing. I feel like it's sort of soft countered, if not hard countered by Terra on the Bucky. I mean, this character counters Hulk. Also the thing.
Yeah. I don't like the thing pick here at all. Playing thing again into Bucky, hella. Pure damage, and you're the biggest hitbox in the game. Good kite. Great ult.
TTK 2 for 2. Aramori cannot escape these as they don't have the bubble to keep her healthy. Crimson trying to use that damage reduction thing prior, but not able
we
to
gotta swap this, no?
Your only bet in countering up this meteor. You need to hit prior to the dash, but once again, another throw there by TTK from downtown. A half-court
Terra has
shot,
another
and
ult.
just landed
Terra and
every
friends.
time.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're coming back. Incoming Nectar in the sky, and everybody's kind
Great
of
runes.
making sure they can play in these Loki greens to stay alive. We gotta re-engage now.
Ooh, almost.
And Nectar on height here. Gonna keep the numbers even, but 100 Thieves heavily up in ult advantage. SJP slowing the pace here. Remember, difficult to engage through that boundary because it does slow the opposition. Terra gonna drop back into the boundary, stay healthy. Good bubble there. Again,
I don't think we need to do match there.
this map right now, and Vinny gotta show love to the damage reduction on virtually everyone in alt as Harvey is gonna match that invisible boundary again.
Just popped ults for no reason there.
Uses the clobbering, but it gets matched right back by Vinny. Do they find value through? They do. Port again goes
Nice.
off. Will the team be able to touch in time? Nectar, right, amazing. Everybody right in front. The bond's going to come out here for Crimzo. Will they be able to touch? It is in a dangerous position.
Full bond.
The res again on Crimzo, and they're back.
Terra almost has ult again.
Finds one. Terra finds two. Do they keep it going?
They do. I'm surprised Aramori actually went for the copy onto that Mantis, because now that ultimate's about to run out. Maybe they could have used it on Kurova to bring everybody back in this fight. We've seen it done in EMEA, but right now Terra is going insane. The follow-up damage is here now from 100 Thieves. The Kraken impact as well is out from Terra.
And Kurova with the self-res, right? Amazing with the self-res. Harvey finds Nectar. Harvey getting a lot of these picks in the neutral. Techie gonna take out Terra. That's a good pick there, but it's matched right back by Aramori and Harvey again, who is just popping off
Self-res.
damage from those Loki clones. Remember, please burn those clones when you have 3 of them out. It is so much damage and burst potential and healing burst. TTK trying to build back to that ultimate, only 29%.
Nice.
Here doesn't even
Well done by 100.
as they push through and take a full 3 points here for 100.
So it's so hard to play against res. Like zombies.
Composition. And I can kind of see the idea behind the thing. I mean, you play it like it's a pseudo Magneto, right? Just trying to kind of keep everybody alive with a damage reduction, kind of like a worse version of the bubble, honestly, with his E onto Nectar in the sky in that Star-Lord. But honestly, I don't think it's working, right? I mean, right now Terra is doing way too much on the Winter Soldier. I mean, the strategy just to get rid of the hero pool of Crimzo is perfect. And right now, Crimzo and Techie, they're discussing what to do next, because I would too. I mean, most people understand right now. I think against this front-to-back composition, you could do some sort of stuff. I mean, you could make it even more annoying. You could do something like the Rocket Raccoon, like we've seen in EMEA. There's a chance you could play those heroes, right? Especially in the front-to-back composition, but they're still deciding what to do.
No, beautifully well put there. I mean, but dude, I just got took it aback. Look at this stat line. This is a masterclass. 100 Thieves looks flawless right now. I think their ban change was huge. I think it was the right call, getting rid of forcing the thing play. And now we're going to even see even more
From
change.
Magik?
Try to find some sort of value. Obviously, things are crazy right now here. The side of Sentinels on attack. I don't think it'll stay that way, but it was quite the show, at least off the rip. Techie looking like they want to play the Venom. We might see a little more divey composition from Sentinels, but they're not afraid to play the little more unique things. We'll see what happens on the defense as 100 Thieves trying to match it with their defensive triple. No, they're not. Electing to keep it 2-2-2 and hold at a distance, just trying to keep up this pressure that they are providing, because it is gross right now.
Slightly off topic, but what do you think about Ghost Rider coming in and changing the payload? Like, what if they become like Demon Goats or something, you know? Just off topic, a little bit slight change of pace right now as 100 Thieves on their defense, playing a similar comp that they did earlier, Ship.
I think Ghost Rider was the most voted for early on in the Discord, for the Rebels Discord. If you haven't joined that Discord, definitely check it out. So that is, potential for Ghost Rider to be a sick hero for sure. Even one of his maps, like you're saying, bringing you down into hell. Maybe you'll see something like that for the payload. Good idea. Kurova gonna res back. Those Sentinels are starting to have some pressure. Bond, when you see those little circles around the allies, you know to
Good disengage by 100 Thieves right there.
very difficult unless you're Emma, because you actually gain laser charge for everyone when you land on somebody. Little known fact, if someone plays a ton of Emma, if you see Bond up, try to just use that laser to get an instant 100%
Terra
charge,
ult.
which does deal double damage.
Lucky ult.
As they press forward, we're going to see ults match on both sides. Nectar going to get rezzed up. Crimzo on SJP, and that's a two-piece, and that does drop to
grab.
So well played. Techie is going to find Harvey, and that is a good start again.
You got TP.
Looking really clean, finding 4. Will they keep the pressure up, or will they be able to touch?
Nice. They can't. I don't think they even TP.
They'll be TP back. It's actually a P TPing back though. So kind of interesting that you would make your support do it, but regardless, he was the first one to die, so kind of makes sense. 5 minutes now in the second phase of the map, and this change Doctor Strange off of the thing has been perfect. The double shield now is out there because you have Techie and his shield alongside Crimzo and his, so it's a little bit harder for Terra to chew through all that. Also, same thing for Delena. So I think this slight change is going to help them a ton, as we see Doctor Strange players usually do a lot better, I think, in this tournament than in tournaments past because of those changes that happened recently to this kit.
And 100 Thieves will have ult advantage. As I say that, Nectar gets all pops it immediately. Techie, no, I lied. Everyone on Sentinels will have this right now. Right, amazing. Only one off here. Terra going to be there for the Kraken impact shortly. Delena, Harvey, Vinny ready to launch ults. We do see Sentinels press in. Techie, oh, clobbering time. Tries to get a few to walk into it. Doesn't find that much value, though, unfortunately.
Nice.
Match back there to the side of Harvey on that copy. Well played. Kurova reses. Techie finds one. Terra finds one on Crimzo. Both sides getting pieced up. Terra, all right, amazing. Finds Harvey now. Not even sure whose numbers are up from these reses. Delena going to take out Aramori. And the res back for Harvey. And that is one of those slept-on team-ups you see. Crimzo gets 2, though. On the straight, make it 3. Crimzo showing up here. Right, Amazing makes it 4. Wow. Sentinels are matching this with 4 minutes on.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves are going to look at changing something in this third phase. I mean, this swap, just to putting Crimzo on to that Doctor Strange. Also, they use the portal, so it's not going to... Oh, and they get portal blocked, so catch you later. See you in the third phase of the map. Wait, they made it through, though. Some of them, they're actually coming back with the Eternal Bond, and last second, they're touching the objective.
This is insanity. These teams are playing so smooth, so back and forth, and I do agree that I think that switch from Crimzo's huge. Eye of Agamotto ready to launch. Will it be big here? No ultimates for 100 Thieves. It is all about this eye here. Crimzo using the jump technique. Tries to get a few. Does manage to knock a ton of souls out. Great crystals there, though, by Harvey to keep the team healthy. And that's what I'm talking about, using that ceiling. When you use your dash upward with Doctor Strange, propels you forward. It's very difficult to counter that. So well played.
Nice.
Yeah, right now they're trying to win, actually, though, coming back to the point. I mean, everybody falls. Rez not available for Kurova, unfortunately, so he's back in the fight. Gonna go down immediately, and the Kraken impact that last second touch.
Nice.
From the Eternal Bond.
Did I just see that was 7 for Terra.
7.
Are you joking? Oh my goodness. Off the reses. Just keeps it going. 100 Thieves are never down and out. 11 seconds, or excuse me, there's a ton of time on. Excuse me, looking at the wrong clock here. 2 minutes.
Great pick by Delana.
They do have ult advantage in the next fight, roughly even, but Sentinels will have Teki, Kurova, Aramori, Nectar, and Rai in this next fight, as Thieves will have potentially Delana, Harvey, Vinny, and TTK.
Nectar's passive popped as well, though, so he's going to have to get brought back by Kurova. And
the fadeaway.
Just sucking up some of that damage, coming back through. 100 Thieves also having Vinny onto the Captain America gives them yet another Stratus ultimate, basically.
And they're walking in now. Teki trying to get this up. A big ult, but it does get matched by the side of Harvey, who is finding a ton of value, and it is not getting shut down by these Eternal Bonds with no Magneto on the field. So gives more freedom to play aggressively with that ultimate as they do press forward. Nectar going to start spinning with Bond out. But it won't last long, as every ult is matched in Sentinels. Just
he has it again.
You see Terra launch that Kraken, but it does not land. The fish was not pulled in. The Kraken stays in the water. SJP gonna use that ult here. Eternal Bond Teki finds Delana. Vinny on to Amazing. SJP matches it right back, though. Who comes out on top? It looks like 100 Thieves will. Tera pulls back Teki into the fight.
Well, this is the problem as well with the Adam Warlock against specifically Cloak and Dagger. The only reason why Kurova went down there without his passive is because
great iframe
it's Cloak and Dagger.
by Nectar.
Across the map, yeeted towards Kurova.
Huge.
And unfortunately, because Kurova went down, they didn't have a res play for that fight. Now coming into it, 100 Thieves did use a lot of ults, but they do have Meteor M as well. Before Nectar has his own Starlord ultimate, so they're just going to play slow. They might as well. I think this pick of Vinny swapping over to that Captain America has resulted in a lot better of a defense from their side.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sentinels up in all charge here. Gonna be close as Terra's Kraken impacts have found so much value again on the defense. 55 seconds, though, as time is ticking away. Crimzo, another chance at a big Eye of Agamotto, but a great side.
Nice.
He's doing a great job with these crystals. Nectar, that's a huge early pick on a Delana on the off angle. Great positioning there and great die potential with that blaster barrage.
He has it again.
Here it begins. Great combination on Teki with the Meteor Ram, and that's how you do it, folks. Diving towards
he got the reset somehow.
Oh my goodness, not again. 3 for Terra, who cleans it up. Will we see more? The team gonna res back from Kurova, and the whole team is healthy. They will have Aramori to keep them in. Amazing as well, and this is looking now towards Sentinels as the Eye of Agamotto goes out. Doesn't get much.
That's so unlucky for Terra. Got an instant pick back though.
As the numbers are still up for the actually Sentinels, excuse me. There goes
Bro, I hear so many ults right now.
Can they get anything off it? No. A great bubble there by the Cloak SJP. The Dagger Storm keeping everyone healthy again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sentinels didn't get to kind of stagger their ultimates. Aramori has to now come back, save everybody with the Eternal Bond. They will be up in terms of that ability, so maybe they can take advantage of it as well as Harvey finds Teki. Oh no, Crimzo's down as well. Nice. Back in the fight, but they lost Nectar as well.
Terra finds 3. Delana gets Aramori. Nectar on the rest.
They just keep rezzing.
100 Thieves are looking like they're going to shut this down on point 2. A very defensible position.
Nice.
Map 2 to even it up.
What a series. What an absolute series. This is what we're talking about, how teams need to adapt on the fly. Right? It's not necessarily just about the ban phase. It's now about the in-game swaps, right? We had the swaps to the Doctor Strange, and they weren't met by 100 Thieves necessarily until
This is gonna be a long series, bro. Oh no.
over to Captain America. And I think we saw this more in Europe, how Captain America
Let me see the
heavily
stat line,
favored
though.
by teams, right? We have teams like Burr wanting to play that
Bro.
Captain America. A lot of European teams in general want to play that hero, even over characters like Emma Frost over Magneto, because of how much it provides with that ultimate, because of how much damage it provides with the dives, how long he could stay in.
60?
I mean, Vinny was involved in everything after he swapped over to Captain
34
America.
finals?
Dude, looking at this stat line is just insane. Vinny, you're right. So good on that Captain America 53
Oh
and
my.
2. Are you kidding? 13 finals. Delena with 20. Just doing work, but you might say that's more
19.
BS. Terra, 34, 60.
Holy moly.
limbs. What? Are you kidding? Yes, there is, there's a discussion you must know, folks. If you land Kraken Impact, if anyone falls, when that KO potential's on there, when you see that red bar, it immediately goes to final to the Bucky player. But still, are you joking? 60 piece, and they didn't even push to .3. No OT there, and still finding 60 is obscene. 100 Thieves took that personally, and they bounced back there for sure.
100%, 100%. I think the difficulty right now for Sentinels is that Terra was being humble in the interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, oh, Bucky's only an A-tier hero, you know? He is an A-tier hero, sure, overall, but once you have the Bucky versus things like The Thing, once you have Bucky versus Hulk, once you even have him against compositions like Sentinels are running and you have a tank like Vinny, I think that he sometimes counters Doctor Strange. So there's like a lot of things Bucky does well, and I think he hard counters certain Vanguards currently. He's not the same as Wolverine per se, but I think he can do just as much in terms of damage output. It's difficult when you talk about characters like Groot, but really that doesn't matter when Groot got banned. So 100 Thieves did really well in the ban phase this time. Slight adaptation panned out in the overall scheme of things.
And Harvey's just warmed up here. The amount of times, I can't say it enough, of the cancellations. 54 limbs for Harvey, by the way. 54, 17k damage on the Loki. He's back on his game with Loki, no doubt about it. So many cancellations with crystals. And I just saw so much good team play there. We saw the Kraken Impact mixed with the Meteor M. TTK was going up and just targeting whoever he saw Terra on. It didn't matter. Enough damage. All you got to do, you don't even need to charge the Meteor at that point. Just do a little bit of damage. Allow the reset. Oh my goodness, the team looked lights out there, and the switch was flipped in 100 Thieves. Wow.
I mean, what a series that was, and an incredible moment there for 100 Thieves as well to kind of figure it out. It's all kind of clicking, right? I mean, I think that when we talk about Bucky players that are a problem, we talk about Sparker, we talk about Terra, right? The real answer, I think, on the opposite side is, well, okay, maybe put Nectar over to the Psylocke. Maybe we play something with that Captain America. Problem is, 100 Thieves found that out. They banned out that Psylocke. They're making sure they don't play that as well, and they banned out Crimso's hero pool. So right now, they really have to go back to the drawing board, maybe figure out a way to play the game outside of that, because they did figure sort of something out there, right? They put Techie onto that Emma Frost. I think maybe if we go to the protection phase, we could protect the Psylocke. That might be a thing that we could do potentially moving forward. There's a couple options. I think the protections are going to be big in this upcoming map, though, as we're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I think there's a discussion for Sentinels of trying to get Ryan Mazing back off of maybe the Mantis. I mean, Mantis, obviously, he had the most finals on his team, 6 for Ryan Mazing. Right. So really well played there on the Mantis. So clean, but Ryan Mazing, an incredible duelist. You need to give him a chance to attack, and they might have this chance to attack in the next map, which will be coming up right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. And of course, it's tied up as all things should be in balance. Thanos believes in that, and we are progressing forward. Hey, Sentinels, how about you don't run res so we can breathe a little bit? That'd be nice.
That would be nice. I mean, I just, Jesus, like, oh God, it's getting hot in here. I mean, I feel like we're gonna start stripping down because, yeah, exactly. It's just getting so dang intense in this matchup, and it's no thanks to Adam Warlock and the Guardians comp, like you said, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously mean when it comes to that composition, but just did not look great on that map. I mean, the stat line of 100 Thieves was insane. Yet the thing about the res comp is it doesn't always lend itself into the best stat lines, because a lot of the time you're falling and then you're coming back. You're getting KO'd, but you're immediately back. So you trade 1 for 2, so your stats always look kind of rough. But and you still get value. So they did almost push through 0.2, but man, they look good. 100 Thieves look so good there.
Yeah, and they're figuring out, the back and forth, and they're doing it so early in the series, right? This is not, okay, we're adapting on the map 4, right? We're not adapting on map number 3, right? This is doing it now, doing it here live in the series, and it's finding those pseudo picks that maybe work, right? Unfortunately, Sentinels, they tried to play that thing. They tried to make sure they could play around that Star-Lord, similarly to what you would do on Magneto. It just didn't work out, though, right? Especially with the fact they're against that Bucky. So it took them a little bit, but they figured that out now, and I imagine going into the next map, they're probably thinking about that specific matchup against Terra on Bucky.
Yeah, I'm with you. They need to change something up for sure. I mean, it's a momentum thing, right? I think we talk about all the time, and I always say this with 100 Thieves. When they lose, they always bounce back heavy. It's like the next map, it's like getting punched in the face and bouncing back and absolutely coming back twice as hard. But talking about cool things, bouncing back, maybe your favorite looks. We gotta check out these new skins that are coming to the game. And I am a huge favorite of this Thor skin, Majestic Raiment. You actually see him with Odin's trident there, looking really cool. You even see the Bifrost in the background. So he's got the entire kit of Asgard. Honestly, probably, in my opinion, the very best Thor skin. If you're a Thor player, I know Thor fans are incredibly passionate. Not gonna knock Thor as a hero out of fear of getting retaliation. This is the skin that you need to get. But the Punisher Daredevil Born Again skin, I am a huge fan of that series. If you haven't checked out Daredevil Born Again, you need to. Punisher, such a cool hero. John Bernthal, an incredible Punisher. Stoked to see him in the future in more of these movies and shows. So I'm definitely going to be copping that skin, as Punisher's in an insanely strong state right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the only thing I know from that is the wait. That's all I got. That's from the whole thing from that series. And the Thor skin, like you said, it is great. I just wish he put some shoes on. But like, regardless, besides that, obviously the sound effects are sick. I was telling you, you saw it as well. I mean, you pointed out how there's like a choir singing when you press E. There's so many different sound effects going on with that character. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love it when he uses that. All you see are like the angels in the sky. So cool. Yeah. So unique. It's very similar, like when you're using that strange skin where you can hear, like the Asian-inspired music in the background lights up in the sky. Just really, really cool. But we do press forward here on to map 3, 1-1. Like I said, balanced as all things should be. These teams titans in their own right. Thanos reference round 2. Man, I'm on it right now. And what do you know, Catman?
Smart man, the Mr. John Rivals is what I would call you. John Marvel. And we have a few different nicknames for you, Mr. Shibby. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves are gonna get rid of that Emma. Again, banning these Vanguards out. That's the priority. Sentinels
Emma,
counter play, whereas they go for
Mag ban, Mag save, Emma save, pretty standard.
Yeah, I think that's a
Wolf ban
change, right? I think we're going to see TTK
Torch
on the
ban.
there, and we do see a change up, and that's just because they banned out Mag. Finding Mag being super successful. Those bubbles are so difficult to handle, and obviously he landed like 3 or 4 alt cancels there. So you got to show some respect to TK and take that right off.
Banned their target. They realized that
on the side of
banning out Wormzo is working.
Want to play Torch, honestly. Like in general,
that's a very good thing.
It's fine, regardless. Sentinels, in my opinion, that's a bit of a wasted ban, but we'll see what happens.
They're
gonna ban out the Wolverine. That one definitely makes sense. The group ban on the opposite side.
This gonna force res comp on every map.
See if there's gonna be any protection of Vanguards, specifically Crimson's hero pool. They've already banned Groot. They've already banned Cap. They've already protected the Magneto, but they've already banned Emma. So it's like you're forcing them onto similar stuff, except now you don't have a hard carry Emma. Maybe you could play this triple res composition specifically around the Magneto. I think that's their answer in this.
You're gonna play res comp. They banned Hella.
So they're being proactive at the current moment. But Shib, to me,
Probably.
it seems like they're going to play triple res composition again. I think this protect would definitely help them in the long run as well, alongside that Magneto. But I think regardless, we're probably going to see triple res unless, okay.
That's a good ban.
Wow.
Reacted to by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, see, I think that's a pretty smart and unique thing. You kind of force them mentally to think they're running
Psylocke.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Psylocke through.
Yeah, that is huge. So that is something. I mean, we might see something like a Venom. Yeah, as I see Techie go to Venom, something to dive, right? Because usually you run that cap nowadays. Venom, similar strategy. Pop them up, allow Nectar to just follow up with the damage. So gonna see.
So
that
we
change up
see
here. There was kind of
100
a
Thieves on
bait there,
defense
pretending like they were
and
gonna run
Sentinels
Bad
on
Guardians,
attack.
but now
We're still
Ryan
doing the
Mazing
Psylocke
up
cap
in the sky with
dive.
a torch,
That's
which
pretty
we
good.
haven't seen Ryan Mazing on any duelist just yet. A very strong duelist in his own right.
We've seen Cap be strong, but now that character's banned. Techie hovering that Venom could be the play, right? I think they have that Torch. I don't think the Torch is necessarily the hard carry of this composition, as good as Torch is, right? The real play is definitely have that diver kind of duo in between a Venom and a Psylocke. That's probably why we'll see Techie over to that character. And honestly, I'd be a little bit more scared if I'm 100 Thieves versus the Venom Psylocke dive. On your side, you can run the Cap Psylocke dive, so it'll be a little bit stronger, but I do feel like, you know, I think there's a slight advantage for Nectar regardless in the Psylocke battles. I mean, he is pretty much the best Psylocke player in this team. I think that's his best hero as well, so we'll see what happens. But if 100 Thieves swap over to that Captain America and that Psylocke, I feel like their dive should be theoretically stronger, but also the Iron Man got through too, so a lot of interesting dynamics happening right now between the hero pools.
Sentinel's gonna pull out the Iron Man of Ryan Mazing, not going to run that Torch. Armor going to be on the Loki here. We have Techie on the Venom. Haven't seen much of that yet in this series, but we will have more of a divey and annoying comp. Try to turn eyes backwards so Ryan Mazing can put that laser on the back line, and here comes Techie off the rip. Can they collapse with Nectar? Terra bring out Nectar, immediately say goodbye.
Nice.
Down goes one as 100 Thieves are up.
And this is what Terra got warmed up to in the last series, what we saw. I mean, Terra on that Bucky countering out Psylocke players. So that's what you got to see out of 100 Thieves. Also, this Venom takes a little bit longer to kind of set up than Cap, right? Cap can kind of go in, jog around, just be a maniac. Here comes the swing in from Venom, but it's very obvious he's just trying to set up on that backline flank.
Yeah, and they're going to reset as a team. Ryan Mazing just trying to build that already. 80% here. A quick game there. The most in the series so far. Most in the game, excuse me. Ryan Mazing keeping that laser up onto Cap. Cap struggles with that laser, honestly. It's very difficult to keep the shield up. Delena, though, going to find Nectar again. Nectar down twice. Terra takes out Techie.
Nice.
This dive is not finding purchase with Terra on the backline, ready with a pull.
Here comes the Maxim Pulse. The greens are up, but oh no, it's dodged, avoided. Sentinels lose
Really
that
good
ultimate.
fade.
It's hard to use it though, so I don't really blame Ryan for whiffing on that ult. It happens on that character because, I mean, it's honestly one of the hardest ults in the game. You just stand still for a second and then you shoot off a one shot. So everybody just kind of walked away on 100 Thieves' side. Well played by them. Every ultimate in the game up on their side as well. Ryan Mazing now over to that Torch, thinking that's going to be a little bit better for them. But right now, I like 100 Thieves' chances. Their situation is looking very good.
Yeah, likely while you saw Ryan use that ulti at a little bit more range. A lot of the time when you're playing Iron Man, you want to use it close to the ground, not give time to react. We did see the cloak there, actually, by Harvey that brought the team away from that ultimate. It was a big save there, good positioning.
Nice,
Play, just understanding
Big jail.
what could happen as Ryan Mazing now going to be on the Torch, doing a ton of damage to the front line. Terra going to try to get a pull here onto the back line.
Look for Bucky ult.
He's just countering dive. He's going to sit on that back line all game, knowing that they're running that Psylocke and just try to mark up in the sky we go. Will it land here from Crimson?
Fade.
It does. Great patience, Techie.
The fade ran out.
Two Sentinels now finding their position, their pace, and they're keeping the pace forward with the dance of the Cutterfly here from Nectar.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I like the Captain America ult a little bit earlier against Meteor M, just because you get a little bit of overhealth. You can maybe sometimes live that Meteor M. Now Nectar's able to find SJP, so right now Sentinels are getting that ball rolling.
Yeah, that's
running
a nice
away
for Nectar there. They are almost at 2 ticks, but the teleport comes in. Nectar again on a DTK though, and that is a 2-piece. That puts numbers up. Harvey gonna pull out the bond.
Nice.
Will it be enough for them to hold being numbers
Keep
down?
your back.
They are gonna retreat
Really good
and
recontest.
reset with a minute on the clock on point 1. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. A minute left on the clock. Ryan Mazing pops the Supernova. Stelena on the back line does use an ultimate as well. Both of the Lokis using those greens to stay alive. This time Ryan finds Vinny.
Nice, man. Good work there by the team of Sentinels. 2 go down. Nectar on a heady. There goes Ryan Mazing on a TTK. Nectar again.
Nice. No TP.
Back and forth with a 3-piece. Ryan Mazing make it 4. Why not? As they push through point 1.
Getting right back on the torch is looking good. I think he was only kind of struggling on the torch versus specifically 100 Thieves comps whenever they had Terra on that Punisher, maybe also when 100 Thieves had Vinny on the Groot. So a lot of these things sort of dictate how good the Human Torch can be. But right now against the dive comps, I mean, I think Rye's playing it pretty well. He's marking Vinny's dives, making sure he's never comfortable to go alongside Delena. So I think that sort of tandem has been annoying for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm with you. Ooh, Feast is coming soon. No, electing to wait on it. Doesn't need to use it yet. Forcing out some cooldowns as they use that dive right there. Pulling out crystals is a huge win. Now they dive for free. That is the thought process as they prep again. And now Nectar uses all. They combo up. Out goes the... Oh, not the Feast yet. Instead, just the initiation. TTK on the tackle. Techie now using the Feast. But Terra finds Nectar. Puts an end to that. Crimzo on SJP. Crimzo from downtown again with another takedown. Another KO. As Harvey goes down, Terra is going to try to find more. Does get the reset, but will it be enough? Terra going to find Techie. Nice work there. But turned right around as Crimzo finds Terra.
Yeah, they're slowly getting towards the very end of this point. 2 minutes left to go. Kraken impact was big, but didn't win them the fight, unfortunately. Now here comes the tanks towards this cart. Vinny, Techie, or sorry, TTK getting a bunch of healing as well coming in from their Loki and their Cloak and Dagger. Another big fight coming up. So many ultimates on the board. Currently, Sentinels will be able to sustain with their Stratus ultimates, but on the other side, 100 Thieves have even more on their side as well.
Right, amazing. Taking the space is going to have that supernova very soon. TTK initiating great shield there to essentially negate the Psionic Seduction. Trying to buy time. Terra, what do you know? Finds another with a heady on the back.
Nice hold. Aye.
Aramori goes down with that ult. That's an unfortunate takedown. Karai amazing. There with Supernova. Vinny is holding on SJP. Uses ult there. Harvey is going to have it if need be after the fact. 100 Thieves defending well with 1:12 on in a very defensible position on that corner hold.
And this is the tough part against Psionic Seduction when you have a Bucky on the other side. Free headshots onto Aramori brought in because of the thighs. So into this fight, huge fence created by Rymazing, going in with the Supernova now.
And what a pick again by Rymazing. Oh, and this is why Torch is banned out. So strong, dealing so much burst damage. Good idea there by Crimson, almost 3 in a row, but not going to work. Great cape again by Harvey, who's just using that in such good value. Terra going to drop back, reset as a team. They don't need to touch till the final meter. No reason to send it too early. As here we go again. Techie getting ready to use that Feast of the Abyss. And will they combo up again with Nectar? Oh, Techie goes down though from Vinny. 30 seconds on, should have time to come back. Team might retreat here. Nectar electing to use that ult though. SJP finds Rymazing. It's so back and forth, like you say, SJP making that switch and actually playing. I was almost at Harvey out of instinct, but it is actually SJP on the Loki. Terra on the Nectar. 3. Terra cannot be stopped with 4. And takes out another clone. This guy is a monster.
Absolute freak of nature. Techie, can he even touch on the Venom? No answer there for them. Sentinels get stopped in the second phase and Shib. This is what I was talking about. I feel like the Vanguard line of 100 Thieves is just so much stronger at the current moment, just in terms of the heroes played. The Venom is good. I mean, it's solid at doing damage and just living for himself, but it's more versatile, you know, for Vinny. Also with the Emma, right? You saw TTK run back, Diamond form, damage reduction on himself. Also to split the damage of the Dance of the Cutterflies, as you like to call it, from Nectar. So just great team play from them, having 3 persons soak up that damage, similar to like what you do with Adam Warlock with Soul Bond when you want to group up and, you know, take a lot of that ability together. It's the same thing against a good Psylocke player. You need to group up, you know, play in your abilities. Harvey needs to play in the Dagger Storm. SJP needs to play in his greens, and the whole team needs to do that. So that's why we all saw them kind of run back. TDK temporarily run back for Nectar, then go back to the front line where Vinny stalled out the entire fight, right? Vinny on the Captain America doing a ton more than Venom right now. Damage-wise, obviously not. That's the whole strength of Venom, but it doesn't matter because more deaths come through for Techie. He also doesn't support the team with his own ultimate, right? It's just for himself, just for one-shots. Vinny's able to use his ultimate like a Stratus ultimate, like you like to say, Shiv. Just able to keep everybody alive with overhealth. Consistently contest as well. Vinny able to find those pickoffs. So just living for so long, being such a nuisance. And right now, it feels like that is the biggest reason why 100 Thieves is winning, because how strong Captain America is. I think there's a reason why a ton of European teams value this character even more than Emma Frost at times.
Beautifully well put, and wouldn't change a thing about that discussion. I could not agree more. I think right at the end there, Techie, you know, I don't think he really even played wrong. I think that dive was correct. Wanted to go in there with Nectar on ult, but unfortunately got bursted down by that backline in a millisecond. Just had no reaction and unfortunately got KO'd with all in hand. It's just a tough look. So well played by 100 Thieves backline. Is just on top of each other here with Terra, who's playing a mean defense. If you're having struggles with dive, do what you're seeing here. Teams, learn from these teams. Terra just dancing on the backline, protecting everyone and never leaving their side. And as I say that, he jumps off the top, but he is going to come right back. Don't you worry, as he keeps eyes up on the person that is diving towards his backline strats.
They're going for like this full dive sort of competition as well. Rymazing onto that Star-Lord. A lot of pressure coming through the front. They don't have the Adam Warlock team up alongside it. It may not matter. I mean, Rymazing on the Star-Lord instead. We see this also in EMEA as well with Tanuki. A lot of loves to play that Star-Lord even with that team up, but it can be tough at times.
You know what? A little bit more of a slept-on team up there with Cap and Winter Soldier. You're elected to keep using that to dash towards his backline whenever they're in trouble. Another way of getting back there without having to utilize his E. So that's actually big brain. It's something I never really thought about, but I'm seeing it here in utilization. Terra, what do you know? A reset on a Kurova by Aramori and Crimzo. That's 3. Why not make it 4 and 5? Good dash out to not allow the reset, but still gets the pick. Terra with a Penta. And yes, you may be saying last time during MVPs, one of the things I didn't touch on, you saw a Hexa. And then after that, the game doesn't even give you any more sus. It just says, whoa. On the bottom right, it's like, this is just different at this point. I don't even know how many more numbers we can count up to. On the bottom right, Hexa is the peak. So well done again with a 5-piece here by Terra.
And this is exactly why a lot of people, argue for Terra being the most valuable player in the region. He has that flexibility. He's been playing a lot of Bucky in this series, but able to swap off Wolverine, BP, Winter Soldier. He has everything in his back pocket, and right now he's making it work. Sentinel's now coming through with ult though on the defensive side.
Rymazing in the sky and tries to get this out. Haven't seen a ton of Rymazing on Star-Lord here. They aren't going to fully shift up. Actually, yeah, they're not going to fully shift up to Guardians because we did see that ban there on Mantis. Very smart play there by 100 Thieves and their coach, who really thought through this ban phase after losing that domination. Do not want to lose again. Vinny trying to keep the aggression on. Delena finds 2 on a Crimson Aramori, and they are getting so much value in these neutrals prior to these ults getting used, and that is another pick, and out goes the dance floor by Sentinels. And you notice there, Kurova, very big brain play. If you're using that ultimate, you might as well go right to the point. Don't let it move.
I mean, they do lose SJP to Nectar, but I think at this point they might be a little tilted, right? I feel like maybe they didn't think they needed to use Strategist Ultimates against Capel, but you kind of do sometimes. That character is just another strategist. It just feels like it at times. So Vinny keeping the team alive with his ult. Also now into this fight, they have a pretty good big advantage. Kurova also committing the Dance World, or the Fate of the Worlds, is brutal. Aramori needs to build up this Loki copy, but she's a little bit off right now, and 100 Thieves have all of the ultimates, everything in their hand. But Nectar, oh my god, what a pick on Delena.
Yeah, that's what you needed. We need a momentum shift here. Oh, and there it is. Crimzo with a 2-piece out of the backline. Goodbye, Terra and SJP. And that's what you get for protecting your backline. Those meteors get more threatening when you're standing right next to a strat. Harvey gonna find Aramori though and try to trade this back. Look at this offensive cloak going right to the backline. Vinny takes out Techie. What? TTK on a Nectar. Are they gonna win this fight? Crimzo finding Vinny. And we do see Rymazing fall, who is now playing that Bucky as well. Delena. Kurova. Oh my goodness. They push right through. 100 Thieves win that fight. I did not anticipate that by any means.
Jesus Christ, I mean, got it done. 3 minutes on the clock. That, to me, felt like a bit of a comp diff, right? Because if maps just are that fast, it's not usually because of skill. It's usually because of some sort of comp diff. Something happened in the ban phase that just went so wrong. And I think in this case, so many of Crimzo's heroes were banned out, forcing them to play Venom Dive. And for as good as I think Venom Dive can be, the cap just had so much more value. The tank line was a lot more robust on their side. And it was even worse than the last map. I mean, it was because Crimzo and crew, they played that Emma Frost, and they banned out the cap first, I believe, right? So realistically, the strategy there is to protect the Emma Frost instead of the Magneto. I understand the idea behind it. You want to support the Star-Lord, but at this point, I don't think it's really worth it, right? I think that what happens there, where they banned out Mantis later on, prevents that Star-Lord comp from really finding full value. So, I mean, beautifully played. Captain Puerto Rico, like you mentioned, did his job there for 100 Thieves to go up 2-1.
Yeah, I think they talked about, and I'm curious to ask if we end up having that discussion, they've learned something over the night. They found something out that they want to implement in this series. And I'll tell you what, I think it might be this Vanguard ban out and going hard on Crimzo, and then forcing the Vanguards to kind of be cannibalistic in their comps, because you know how good Techie is on those shield heroes. And honestly, Crimzo popped off here too, playing really well. But like I said, a little more cannibalistic, forcing the pull out of the Venom, who can be valuable, but in this comp, when you're going into a Terra, it's difficult with Terra's on Bucky, especially if you're trying to dive.
And I think this goes to show, I think, how strong Psylocke is, but also, you know, how strong the Psylocke cap dive specifically is, right? You can have that Psylocke. It's important that Nectar does get that Psylocke. We can see, you know, we have maybe like one, maybe two fights where Nectar or this star Psylocke player will just be able to diff the other one, right? You saw Delena at one point got eliminated by Nectar, and then Crimzo hit a big Meteor M. That is only going to happen like once or twice a game, right? It's not often that you have such a large Psylocke gap that you're going to have an early pick off by a Psylocke player, right? Like Nectar is that guy. He found that one, but you need to be more consistent throughout the rest of the map. And I think hero pool wise, that just did not work for them. You know, we've seen in the MEA, the only reason why, you know, we saw some incredible matches over there with Burr was Pokey was disgusting on Psylocke as well, similar to Nectar, just finding pick after pick onto the other team Psylocke and then the Loki. That can happen, but I feel like it's because, you know, a large part of this was Captain America versus Venom. Also, the Emma Frost being that staple on the payload really enabled the Honor Thieves. That Vanguard diff felt so big.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you know, good stats on the side of Crimzo. I talk about had most finals on the team, looked good with a lot of those meteors. I'm with you, though, that it was just like, it's a mental and comp thing, I think. I think it comes down to the comp diff, like you're talking about, very true. I think it was the banning phase went heavily in their favor of the side of 100 Thieves. And then it was just the panic. We saw a lot of rotation of heroes. It's just almost in every point, whether they're attacking or defending, just trying new things. And although that can be successful sometimes, 100 Thieves just kept shutting it down. I mean, even in that final fight where I thought for sure, I believe they were up 3, they bounced back, won the fight, and took the point. And that simply cannot happen. I mean, Harvey was in the back line with Cloak, and Terra, I thought, was knocked out. It was an insane return there by 100 Thieves, man.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Sorry, I became a statue for a second there, but we're back here. You know, as it happens, sometimes you accidentally close the tab that you're opened. You know, as it stands, it's been an incredible series that we have between these two teams right now, Shib. And currently, I feel like, you know, 100 Thieves are solving Sentinels, which is huge because this team has been a kryptonite for them, at least earlier in that reverse sweep. We'll see what happens in the future, though, as we're going to short break. We come back for map number 4.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder
And welcome back, everyone, as we witness 100 Thieves looking really good once again. But we will have a map shift as we head back towards domination, which will be in favor of Sentinels based on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, based on the last map for sure. But, you know, what happened, map number 1 was 100 Thieves. It was 100 Thieves, right? That just came back and won on that map. Wait, am I correct? No, they Did they win map 1? Okay, right. I'm trying to remember.
Won map 1 of Dom, and then Sentinels came back last 2. Yep.
Listen, man, it's been a long tournament. My hair has gone crazy. We've added, I don't know what the hell's going on back there. Like, who knows what's going on in Marvel Rivals these days, esports wise, because these two teams are really using all of the brain power to figure out what to ban, what to protect. It's not easy, right? This is one of the most difficult times of the year for these players because it's the biggest tournament yet. 70K for first place. Also, they're qualified for China, also for seeding. So there's a lot on the line for these guys, considering this is the most money they've competed for yet.
Yeah, and as you head into LAN with a title, that does help. It's like a buff, right? You know, you get a little bit of a Warlock bond as you're heading over to China. But yeah, I mean, I do think Sentinels just has got to work on, maybe have a discussion about the bans, which I'm sure they're doing right now. If they get that figured out, obviously they can bounce back. They've been in a position before where they've been down against 100 Thieves and they reverse swept. Very much still on the table. It's a best of 7. They haven't had that happen quite yet. Plenty of time here for them to get some wins.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, reverse sweep is not possible now, you know, but they can slowly claw themselves back into the series just because of the fact that I guess 100 Thieves, you know, able to kind of work themselves into the series again after that last map. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is a blow for blow situation. Captain America ban again for 100 Thieves, targeting Crimzo another time.
Yeah, a little bit of a change here, right? We see Magneto, Loki. Hey, a little shout out there to Harvey, who's playing a mean Loki, finding a ton of picks too, and just a raw damage, ton of healing. Very, very strong there. Even SJP, who was on the Loki there last map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely a smart ban for them. But Sentinels protecting the Emma this time. I think they understand the success that Emma brought, but the group ban comes out.
They're just target banning
Crimzo.
It's like
what's going to happen now for 100 Thieves? What do they ban? Is it that Mantis? I mean, they've already picked up the Emma. It's probably the Psylocke, maybe, or maybe it's another target towards Crimzo's.
They're leaving.
They've already got rid of Crimzo's hero pool, though. As the Psylocke protect comes out for Sentinels, they want to keep onto that hero, so that makes sense.
Soldier up, though.
So they actually, Chip, this is the first time this series they're able to get that Psylocke Emma team up.
And that could be really valuable. We've seen how much burst potential there is there with that team up across the board throughout this tournament, and I know Nectar is incredibly strong there on the Psylocke. And the protect of Bucky banned out of Strange. No more last second touches here on domination. That's actually super impactful.
Oh yeah, and it's interesting that they do go for the protect of the Bucky because yeah, they could play the Punisher if they really want to, but I think the Bucky maybe has a little bit more survivability with the shields and stuff. Even though Punisher has that extra 50 HP, 300 health, I wonder if that was the decision of Sentinels. Like they're stuttering for a second on the opposite side to go for the Psylocke ban, but you know maybe they were looking at getting rid of that Bucky considering Terra has been kind of a nuisance.
I actually have like no doubt about that. I'm almost sure that's what they were thinking because it's just been shutting down the dive so successfully. He has not
they actually been like
side. Take a page out of this book.
Watch this really center of Thieves.
Sit right on
Yeah,
top there
I heard it was good.
Like it's your job
They literally banned every single tank in the game.
Play with something like a Loki if possible, and Cloak just to use that Dagger Storm, and just keep your team up as much as you possibly can for as long as possible so they can keep their eyes forward. And we are seeing a ton of success with that today, but a major change up here in composition. Maybe that will just be for the opening just to get that armor, but we will see what they lock down as we head over to Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, if Sentinels were to lose this map, it is a 1st to 4, right? It's no longer that 1st to 3. We were in the best out of 5 situation before. Now we are in a best out of 7 maps. Draws haven't happened yet in this match, but we did see that in Envy series, so it can go to 8 maps sometimes, maybe 9, depending on how convergence goes. Sometimes you draw on those maps for sure, but regardless, I mean, this is still scary for Sentinels. I mean, Crimzo's hero pool is being targeted so hard, and I don't think it's very easy for Vanguard players to make that switch over. Also, I don't think the thing is like bad per se, but I feel like versus Bucky specifically, it just really feels awful.
Yeah, I think it's even worse into Punisher in my opinion though. Bucky obviously a lot of raw damage, but you know, you can't get the pull off, and that's some value there, but it's just you can get so much all charge on anything who's just has no way of shielding. Yeah, it can do that damage reduction, but it doesn't do much for you just peppering into him with the shotty and the AR and having that, you know, final judgment almost immediately. I always hate going against Punisher, but yes, Bucky as well for sure. Right, amazing though, going to be on Iron Man, this is a much better Iron Man map with this neutral cover here in the center.
Yeah, and I wonder as well with the getting rid of, oh my god, in the sky with the pack. Oh no, got him eliminated as well.
That's
There's
brutal.
no Loki crystals, right? So that's the difficulty of this comp, is that you can't really save somebody who gets, you know, picked off like that, right? Shib, it just feels like Vinny was not in a savable situation. And also, Shib, another thing, Psylocke is insane on this map. So this is probably the scariest map to give Nectar this hero.
Yeah, I like the change, and I like the ban change for Sentinels. They're definitely learning. I do think this is going to put Nectar in a very good spot for a ton of value. I think Vinny there with that jump obviously was accidental, put himself in a dangerous position. Maybe it was on purpose to use that cover, but did, you know, ultimately turn into him just getting exploded. Kurova onto SJP. Little dance floor dance floor violence there. Techie onto Terra. Nectar onto Harvey. Deletta turns it around. All right, amazing in the sky, though, with that hit scan. More difficult to juke there with Iron Man than it is with something like Human Torch. Nectar, though, again on Deletta. And Sentinels are looking up here on domination once again.
Yep, good calls there from the side of his team to point out Delena's on that flank. He found one. It wasn't enough to keep it going. And this is what we're talking about. This is what Rymazing was mentioning with Nectar, right? Nectar's on the flank, ready to go for those dives. Rymazing then pops his E, aka his overcharge, and then just has the follow-up damage onto a backline, so they're able to eliminate them without any of those crystals. So that target of the Loki ban as well is disrupting the backline of 100 Thieves right now.
And here we go, Nectar with the Cutterfly, not able to land much.
The nail biter.
Crimzo SJP now on a Rymazing.
Uh-oh.
That is pretty much a hit scan. It is a hit scan in their own right. SJP there on a Rymazing with nice pick. Terra trying to follow up here with the Kraken impact, not able to get much just yet. He's going to try to get this pull.
He grabs.
Here we go again. TTK now pulling out the Sonic Seduction. Team's going to follow up and find a
They got 80% though, which is not the best.
2% here for Sentinels, who will have some ults, but not enough to outmatch 100 Thieves. We'll have more in this next fight.
Yeah, that was interesting. Usually we don't see an early dance of the butterflies by Nectar there, or Psylocke in general. Usually, you know, you kind of wait for the other Strategist or the Strategist ultimates to run out. Sometimes you can find those eliminations as well as you have if you do.
Not the best
have
though.
Amazing, you know, over the top with the overdrive.
They got the
connecting
80,
on
which
those
is
shots, but it's
very
definitely a
good.
lot harder than other synergies in this case. SJP holding onto the dance floor as well in this fight. Aramori with their own copy, so we'll see that be in huge use. But Delena is building to sit the side, and Vinny also has a massive ult available. Techie gets deleted.
Wow, that was so quick. That is brutal in terms of damage there. Delena on the high side now. Gonna just put some extra damage. Delena, a mean Hella. One of the names when you think of Hella in general. Delena potentially at the top of that list. Vinny gonna set up here. This is a great group map for that reason. Does force you to burn those quickly, which they will do, but does buy some time there. Was Rymazing is gonna have this all the pulse. Will it find value this time? Honestly, very difficult to find value unless you have something like a dance floor out, so you can stay on the low ground and have that all pop quickly.
Yeah, definitely possible. Hook coming out, misses for Terra, but Bottle still available for Sentinels. Ready to go on that dive from Nectar. Uses that team up with that Emma and just disrupts this backline. Forces it. Here comes the pulse.
Does a ton of damage, and that's worth right there. That is a ticket on TTK due to the raw damage there from the pulse, and there goes the clobbering. Nectar finds two. Just unleashed here with the team up Psylocke. Down go more, and this will force a portal into TTK is prepping here on Dr.
We should have
Strange.
definitely looked for Bucky Groot there.
They're able to sustain as well. Potentially if Harvey uses the ult, but no. Nectar follow up 2 damage. Also portal potentially going to come through later on. Waiting for everybody to respawn again. Ship. Oh, this goes early.
Here comes the portal.
Just
early.
going?
Kurova on a Terra, Nectar on SJP, and they won't have numbers here. I don't think it's a little bit too early in my opinion here, as Harvey is going to initiate, and that is wise. They do have this ult up.
Yeah, that, and maybe he doesn't want to get frozen because all of his team is going down. So there's a lot.
I don't know how I feel. I don't like that TP spot.
Speaking of mind games, ready to go with the giant pulse.
Tacky finds Harvey early.
Bruh.
Nice carbon crush there, followed up with a few punches. Nectar gonna try to find a pick, not able to do so. Techie gonna walk directly at the back line there. What a good play there to find value. You do not care about overcommitting. You want this map early. Turn the tides back in your favor. Crimzo.
Nice.
TK down goes Vinny, and that should be it, as they will not be able to teleport back.
And this is also what I was talking about, how not banning Torch has given them so much more room. Looking back at the ban phase, Torch got through, but it's fine. I mean, 100 Thieves, yeah, you could say Terra's a good
Nice,
Torch,
nice.
absolutely, they're going to play it in this next round, I'm sure. But that might be a weakness out of 100 Thieves. You know, they've played Torch before and got off it in the middle of a series. To me, that doesn't scream a lot of confidence behind that hero. I know Terra is really good on Torch, but 100 Thieves, you know, they switch away from it whenever they can, and I want to see how it goes in this upcoming map because he will be on that, and also Delena on the Ultron. So big pocket in the sky for that hero. Sentinels, I think they've dealt with triple before against the Ultron too, so I want to see how this pans out for them. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, it's going to be a lot of sustain as well with the Emma, with the Thing, but it's interesting that Terra now is going away from the Bucky. I mean, he had no final hits, whereas in the previous maps, he's been dominating on Bucky, so it was shut down there.
Yeah, I think it's just a very difficult way. It's very difficult to shut down dive on that map. There's so many different angles and so much escape route with verticality and with off angles, and you just can't get the pull there, especially when the burst potential is increased tenfold with the double clone there by Nectar now with that team up. So you're just not getting a ton of value, and this is a good switch. You talk about leaving the torch out. It's now going to be a battle in the sky, and we're going to get to see Terra in the sky and see how it fares here against the the Iron Man. But there will be an Ultron pocket, which makes it even more deadly.
Absolutely. Two people in the sky is going to be terrifying to deal with. Extermination coming out from Delena. Early up-built Nectar. Huge focus right now. Can't find him. He's able to get to the dance floor as well. Stay alive.
That was insane movement. You got to show love there. What a dash. What invisibility. Kurova's going to find the first pick on Delena right after that ultimate. So well played by Sentinels, who now have the momentum again. Right, amazing onto Terra. That pocket is gone. And Nectar just tracking beautiful. Make that 3. Will they proceed? Yes, they will. And down goes TTK as well. Nectar is unleashed, and this will be banned out in the future. No doubt in my mind.
Absolutely, and I think the difficulty is they swapped Terra now over to that Punisher. I feel like the Human Torch playstyle is so different than what Terra is used to playing. That character sort of is like that hardcore assassin, similar to Psylocke, also a really good poker. So I mean, not that Terra is not bad at that sort of stuff, but I think that character requires a ton of focus on it. You know, we can see even Human Torch one tricks over in North America, but most of them are pretty much removed from the tournament in Mellow and other really good Human Torch players like Self.
Kurova is Himothy, another start pick. Nectar gonna take out Delena. Crimzo onto Terra. SJP onto Kurova now, but it's matched right back with Teki and Crimzo again. And wow, this is gonna be another one of those starts where they're gonna be at like 80% before 100 Thieves even have the ability to take over.
Terra's now over to the Hela, and this is 100 Thieves' strength, right? This is what they kind of have to live and die by, this sort of Hela and Punisher at this point. And I think this all derives from the fact in the ban phase, they let Human Torch go through. I know a lot of people will kind of laugh when I say Human Torch is overrated. Right now, definitely seems to be the case as both teams have shied away from that character, even though it's unbanned.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty comes in when you have Kurova, who's such a good hit scan strategist. You have, Rymazing in the sky, and also you have Nectar with the clones, and it does help a lot with that fly. And there's Rymazing. It does land, but it's not enough. They do follow up and find Delena in the back line, but Terra going to come in with the final judgment. Isn't enough here. Will they find value? Good hiding there. Great positioning. Oh, wow. And the dash out. That was beautiful. As you see the Thing there playing off the ulti from Kurova. And that was a good dash and retake, as they do not have the point, and we will see 99% Crimzo. Nectar down go 2 more. This could be it. 100-0 taking another domination. Can they get the job done here? They do, and that is enough. And this will end slowly but surely as Sentinels show up and say the game's not over yet. Oh, the teleport comes through over in Delena. I spoke too soon, but not enough to touch.
And Chip, this is what we were talking about the whole time. First 2 maps, they felt like bangers, right? Back and forth, both teams trading. It didn't feel like super one-sided. And now, last map, I think it felt pretty one-sided for 100 Thieves. This map, it feels pretty one-sided for Sentinels. On the first 2 maps, I think both teams were feeling each other out a little bit, trying to see poke and prod, figure out what comps to play. Now they know, and now they're perfecting their ban and protect stage. I think Sentinels, flawless ban, protect 100 Thieves on the previous map, also a similar thing. So right now, I think that Sentinels pretty much dominated the draft. They had Crimzo's hero pool targeted, but it didn't really matter because they put Nectar and Teki on that duo, Psylocke and Emma. And once you do that, I mean, it's pretty much game over alongside of putting Aramori on Loki, Kurova on that Luna. How many times, Shiv, did we see Kurova find an opening pick? It was twice on that second round. The Flyers, not really in the wheelhouse, I think, of 100 Thieves. They kind of need to stay away from those compositions. They can play them, but I think the difficulty is they don't play around them well, and they never have as a team.
Yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. And for those who doubted Nectar, you won't doubt them anymore, as they are up there with only getting KO'd 1 time, finding the most finals in the game with 15 and having 27 eliminations. The goal of that comp there, have Rymazing deal damage, Teki as well, find some angles, and just have Nectar hit the delete button with that clone. And it worked so well. There is no doubt, like I said, this will be gone in the next map. They will say goodbye to Emma, because Teki, obviously a very strong Emma, but it's really, you don't even need to really pop off on Emma when you have Nectar playing this well.
Absolutely, and I think there, you know what, like, it goes to show, I'm not, you know, I think in historically as well, this isn't just from this tournament. 100 Thieves kind of somewhat struggle in these Human Torch metas. I feel like they just don't really play the torch to that level as a team, as a unit, and I think that's the biggest reason why 100 Thieves, you know, just it's tough to not be able to play that character because of how good it is. But every team in the world has a weakness, right? We noticed how Sentinels, they're really good at these group competitions. They're really good whenever they can put Crimzo on Magneto, and you know, besides that, it feels like they sort of get countered. But the real answer is just kind of play around everybody else, play around those characters, because Crimzo is a hard shot caller. He is a team leader, former coach, former professional player, now playing professionally in Marvel Rivals. So I think this team also has some weaknesses. I don't want to spoil too much about them, but literally every single team in the world has a weakness, Shib. And you know, it's like it's a matter of finding it and banning out the right heroes.
Yeah, and it's about exploiting it in the banning phase is what I was going to say. I couldn't agree with you more, and it worked well there. You know what, you called it in the beginning with that torch. They just don't use that torch ban. It'll open things up. We talk about the small value that we even saw with teams like Ego Death, where if they, you know, banned out Panther, it was negative effects against him.
Right, and I think people misconstrued when I say somebody has a bad torch or a team has a bad torch. I don't mean that the player can't play torch. Like, Terra's obviously an insane at torch, but it's just at the highest level of the game, you need to be perfect, right? We can see Terra on Bucky is pretty much perfect, plays that character to a T, does the same thing on Punisher, does the same thing on Wolverine, right? On Human Torch, I don't think I see the same thing from him, right? He is really good at Human Torch, one above all level, plays it and scrims it to a super high level, but just this team struggles with it, and I think every single player in the game has this problem. That's the difficulty of Marvel Rivals, is that flexibility.
Can't cover all angles, but we'll see if they can bounce back and try to get ahead, as it is 2-2 now, right after this break.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Sentinels looked really good there, and it is 2 dominations in a row. Is that potentially the only maps they can win? I know they're very strong in their team fight, and when you look over on the side of 100 Thieves, they're winning a lot on those convoy convergences. We'll find out here if it is broken, if that streak is broken.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the bans are coming up. I think that's going to matter. I mean, as much as I like the Winter Soldier Protect, maybe they could have gone for something a little bit differently. And they definitely have to correct themselves, just like you corrected your tie there, right? I think there's some things that need to be kind of fixed a little bit, but regardless, I think this team is beautiful as a unit, just like you, bro.
You're the best. Right back at you. Honestly, looking like Star-Lord right now. I love that jacket. Straight up. So dope. We are going to progress forward here into game 5. This is going to be Convoy Convergence, this time chosen by 100 Thieves once again off the rip. History, does it repeat itself? Let's see what map we get. And honestly, I think this ban phase is going to be very, very important.
Oh yeah, I mean it's now getting down to the wire where these teams, I think these are not only the 2 best teams in the tournament, but mainly the 2 best banning teams as well. That's kind of who wins. It feels like the teams that know how to utilize these 4 bans, these 2 protects that you get, and the fact that they only target the other team. So we used to have a tournament phase where it would only, you know, if you're just tuning in for the first time, it was global, right? You would have 4 just global bans. Over here now, you could target the opponent like more specifically, and it's resulted in a lot more diversity in terms of hero pool played. 100 Thieves going for the same thing, focusing out.
I'll be honest, I can't survive. I'm gonna go to bed.
I mean, that truly has to come through. We've seen how strong that character could be in this tournament. It feels like one of the strongest characters. I wonder if any protects now are available. I mean, the Wolverine Protect is now surely in the cards if they want.
Yeesh.